Across the pond, I should say.
Not quite a pond.
Is that really? I don't know.
Well, I kind of look at the
Across
U.S.
the
across
49th
pond.
parallel.
The only reason I
Yeah,
say that is because they won't let me cross the pond.
I'm
What is
trying to
that?
get Brooke to get her passport and come over to do some podcasting.
Well, I don't.
Okay, we are live on Facebook.
Okay, so we got to go there now, right? On the
Yes, so feel free to share it. Hello, Facebook land. We are just setting up
Hello.
our live for Empower to Recover, our Empower Your Recovery conference. Today we are celebrating our founder of the Empower to Recover Foundation, Jay Barnard. He is taking 16 years in long-term recovery. Everybody can cheer and clap, unmute.
Everybody don't do anything at
loud
that
noises.
moment. It's only 16 years. We're sticking to him anyway. Get rid of
Yeah,
that
get to
guy.
20.
Get to 20.
Crickets.
Get rid of that guy.
It's good to see you finally got out of early recovery.
You know, it's not crickets. We're all just so shocked that you made it this far. We can't say anything.
Okay, hold on. Where did you share it to?
It's on Brooke Raydell Robichaux.
Brooke? Brooke?
And I'm going to add
Raydell
followers. Yeah.
Robichaux. Okay, here we go.
Look at this little Brady Bunch on the screen. This is so exciting.
Oh, Street Angels on here now. That's very nice.
Okay. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, so we are. So if I'll go share it to my page and you guys can take it from there.
Beautiful. All right, we're going to get started in 1 minute. I just wanted to Facebook land to see the group that's already here. Some of the speakers are already on as well. That'll be sharing later today. This is so exciting. Okay. Feel free to share the live. Share the live, share the love.
Yes, our first online event, so it's pretty exciting. And our first event of 2024, which it's kind of crazy because right now we're sitting at, and it's been at this number for 2 days, so this is kind of freaking me out. We put a goal to raise $500. We blew past that, and we've been at $888 for 2 days. It has not moved. So if anybody wants to put $2 there just to let it move, that'd make me feel really good. It has not moved from $888. Now I've been all about the eights for the last long time here, so it's kind of interesting that it stayed at 888. So that must mean something, and that's probably why Narissa's going to kick us off with some really amazing healing stuff. She did a great job in Calgary. So I'm excited about that stuff that she does. What am I doing right?
You're phenomenal in Calgary, Narissa. That was an amazing day. I'm going to get our video started while we wait for some more people to hop in. Hey, Jay.
Yes.
Do you know what 2 8s make?
16. So you know what?
it.
Here's what's interesting. I'll tell you guys something. Here's what's interesting. So February 8th, right? So February 8th, I'm blessed and honored, and the team is honored as well. I saw Giselle hop on. Hi, Giselle. We got nominated for 3 awards, which was really exciting to be nominated for 3 awards. But what was crazy about that whole thing is that 8 years to the day I won my first award with the previous business that I had to close. So I was kind of having this like not wanting to go there because this isn't about me anymore. It's about everybody else. Like this platform is bigger than everybody and anybody. It's really starting to hone. It's really starting to do what it's doing. Like I told Brooke 2 years ago when she was yelling at me that it's gonna get too, I'm still here. But so 8 years to the day, right? On the award it says voice of business since 1888. It happened at the place that we did our first ever recovery day. So I'm trying to get here is that these 8s keep following me around everywhere. So when I went to the event, I kind of hid in the back, and I never do that. I don't hide. I'm always out there in the front, loud and proud and all that other stuff. But this time I actually hid in the back, and actually people were coming to find me and stuff, and I don't usually do that. So it's kind of like, and I clued in that, finally it's not me anymore. which is a huge thing for me. I know that sounds very selfish, but it's true. It's just not about me anymore. And I was more proud that we got nominated than actually winning the awards, because it gave us recognition in the Kenora, Ontario, Northwestern Ontario region as, I don't want to say a leader in what we're doing, but I'm going to say a leader in raising voices and inspiring change all across Canada, which is amazing because last year we did 3 events in 3 cities in 3 provinces with 32 different lived experience speakers who all showed up, not one canceled. They all kicked ass on the stage in a way that I'd never seen before. 486 people showed up to these events in all 3 of those spots. 47 different community partners on top of contributions combined in, and we raised $60,056 last year. We're not even a year old yet, by the way, if you all want to know that. We just passed 6 months on January 25th as a non-for-profit. So our 1 year is like in May, and in May we're doing our 5th live event in Edmonton. So we're going to be doing our 5th live event in Edmonton in under a year. This would be our 6th, right? So it's really exciting when you get people like you on, like all of you that are on here and all of you that want to participate and all of you that want to be courageous enough to tell your stories, because trauma, mental health, and addiction we all have it in some shape or form, or we see it, or we're with somebody that has it, or, right? So that's what was so amazing when Brooke brought Empower to Recover to us, and I just went, buy it now. Like, there's nothing more brilliant than Empower to Recover, because now we have musicians, we had NHL legends, we had CFL legends, we got podcasters, we got from the streets to the stage, we got empowering youth, we got people across the pond, we got healers, it's insane. We got politicians. Greg Rickford was here in Kenora, the MPP, opened up for the first time on our platform and talked about losing his brother to a fentanyl overdose a year and a half ago. That's a politician, right? So I'm excited that we have this online event going on, because now we're going to be able to reach more people, and we're going to be able to hear more stories. So what I know is that stories really save us. Stories change lives, right? So if I hear stories all day long, I know that I can get through, right? Life is just a big experience. So anyways, I'm also sick, so
Isn't that how it always happens?
sick in the
All
head.
right, let's get this this video
stay
starting
on,
and talk
hit
a
the
little bit
video.
about how Empower to Recover started and why it started. Here we go. What if we could stop addiction before it starts? Gabor Mate says it's not why the addiction, it's why the pain. And at Empower to Recover, we are dedicated to finding solutions to that pain so we can have thriving relationships, build lasting careers that we feel confident about, be the parents we've always dreamed of being, find peace and serenity, build healthy habits and thriving communities, all by telling our stories.
Woo!
All right. So the question we asked when we were starting Empower to Recover is what if we could stop addiction before it starts? And it sounded impossible. And some people thought we were arrogant and said we have a superhero complex. And we heard a lot of things with this question. It's a big question. A lot of organizations are focusing on how can we help the symptom of the problem? How can we help people when they're already in trouble? How can we give harm reduction or get them in recovery or all that kind of stuff. And we looked at all of the stories we've been hearing and all the people that we've been talking to and saw that we got to get to it before someone gets into addiction. Because once they're in addiction, it becomes harder and harder and harder. So the earlier we can intervene, the better. And so we wanted to start looking at ways that we could prevent people from getting to that space in the first place. And trauma was a big thing that kept coming up over and over again. How can we deal with trauma, mental health, addictions? They're all intertwined together. So through this organization, we have been showcasing stories of recovery, of people getting sober, getting clean, sharing why they got into addiction in the first place, and different resources that are out there for people that want help right now. And we've really been just on a quest to see if we can. What if we can stop addiction before it starts? What if sharing our stories and talking to each other and sharing what it was like and why we got into it in the first place and how we're recovering now, what if that could help somebody from reaching their bottom, from getting to a place where they need to get inpatient support or harm reduction services? So that's what we're really here doing today. Our big thing is we want to inspire you to go into your own communities and start making a difference. Like, we go across Canada and now around the world. We're international today with our online events. Yeah. And we're just, we want to share recovery. We want to share ideas around recovery, new ideas, different methods. We know that, everybody is going to fit a different shoe when it comes to recovery. Everybody's addiction look different. Everybody's trauma looks different. Everybody's recovery looks different. But this is a place for everyone to come together and really find healing and find their voice and find purpose for everything that you've been through in life. So that's why we're here today. What do you got to say about it, Jay?
Yeah, it's interesting how it all kind of came down, and Brooke and all that other stuff, like we were really pumped. We were really pushing out the hype recovery stuff. And then I was like, well, I got this other idea. And then we kind of just went like full force into this other idea, because this was like, what you see today is like, this was my biggest dream in the whole entire world that I ever had in my life, was to gather a whole bunch of people up from all walks of life. Healaholics, I like to call it, because I like to heal. So we're in Healaholics now. We're on AA or anything like that. We're in Healaholics. So at the end of the day, I wanted to have all people that dealt with trauma, mental health, and addiction. I just wanted them underneath all one roof, and I just wanted to share love, kindness, and compassion. And I just wanted to share their voices, and I wanted to inspire change all across Canada, because I had the most beautiful fortune to travel Canada and be a motivational speaker and sell out events across. I'm just this wee little guy. Well, I guess I'm kind of pleasantly plump, but this wee little guy, in Kenora, Ontario. You know what I'm saying? So I had the opportunity to do this. And then at that TEDx, when I did that TEDx in 2015, that's when it clicked in for me. And I was like, somehow at some point, some way, this is going to happen. And like literally 8 years later, that 8 comes up again. 8 years later, we're actually doing these events, and I'm going to BC, and I'm going to meet Brooke, and we're set up at like recovery day, where it was just insanely busy. And then the girls went to Soberfest, and we started like asking people, what if we could stop addiction before it started? And we started getting some really good videos, like Jamie's doing now. Jamie's getting some really good videos that you're going to see, and Jamie's going to talk later, but you're going to see Jamie's videos pop up at the live events. If you come to our live events and our online events, he's really asking some really awesome things with people on the streets in Calgary, and he's doing a really good job there. But we were able to then, like, when we got focused in 2022, at the end of 2022, Brooke, that's when it really took off for us, because there was a point there in my mind where I was like, I wonder if this is going to happen, because we kind of had to push it back. And because we had to push it back, like in my mind, I was like, oh my God, there goes a dream. But then all of a sudden, what happened in 2023, in the beginning of 2023, how people just started coming up, like Shay Emery, and our amazing partnership with Kids Play and Cal, and just our amazing partnership with, and Scott was there, and Lisa was there, and you were there, and DJ was there, and Carl Heath was there. That was the first time I met Carl Heath. Carl and I knew each other for like 2 years, a year almost. First time I met him was in BC. I picked him up at the airport. You know what I mean? And that was what that Gong Show really did, is that we only saw people like this. So when we actually had those live events, like, and we picked a weekend too, where it was a Hyatt Festival, Kelowna Addiction Conference, Luke Cohen. There's like 4 different things going on. And we still had 120 people show up at that event. We still had 120 people show up at that event. We raised something like 7,000, something like that. And I knew at that event that we had something beyond special that could go into cities, towns, and communities like yours, where we could bring out your local stories, where we could bring out your local people, where we could partner with your organizations, your businesses, all that stuff, to be so loud that if you want help, you're going to know where to go, right? The premier place to go is where. So at the end of the day, it was like, when I saw that one in BC, and then I went to Calgary and I spoke in Calgary, they were like, well, what are you doing? And I was like, I think Canada wants this. And I was like, Brooke, I think Canada wants this. I think Canada wants this. So then I got on the bird. I went home and I booked. I booked 7 gens. And we did the first ever recovery day, and that's when I met Mike, and that's when I met Street Angel, and we sold out the event in Kenora. And MP Greg Rickford was there, and Henry Wall was there, and that's where Street Angel became Street Angel. Street Angel got on the stage and empowering youth at 17 years old, like just insane. And then from there we went to Calgary and sold out Calgary and had a phenomenal event in Calgary. And what's really amazing is we're all spread out across Canada.
Mhm.
So all of us that are working on this are not in the same spot at all.
Yeah.
Not one. And everybody showed up. Not one person said I can't make it. Everybody showed up and dressed up and took part in the day. It was like the most beautiful thing. Anyways, I'm grateful for all you guys being here and all those people watching on Facebook and all the shares I just saw come through my phone. You know, we're really onto something special. Right now, we need to be loud because of the crisis that's going on out there. We need to step it up as people for people. That's why this platform has been built by the people, for the people, with the people. This whole entire thing has been built on people money. It has not got any government money yet. None of that. Go ahead, Brooke. My daughter's yelling at me.
No worries. One of our first taglines that we came up with for Empowered to Recover was actually "Recover so loud they can't deny you," because there was some denial of recovery in BC right before we started our first event. One of the health administrators were saying that recovery is not possible, harm reduction is the only way, and we're like, wait a minute, we know people, and we wanted to share these stories. So trigger warning, the things you're about to hear can be heavy. We're talking about trauma, mental health, addiction, grief. There's a lot of stories that can be very heavy. So do what you need to do to take care of yourself. We're going to have Narissa start us off right before we hear from our first speaker, Nate, just to get us centered and grounded and really solid in ourselves. Because yeah, some of the things we hear today are going to be kind of heavy. And we just want to take a look back. This are all of the organizations that have been helping us through our last 3 events. Not even all of them, actually. They're just some of them. And we're just so grateful for everyone who's come on board. So big shout out to everyone that's helped put all of these events together, made this possible. It's been organizations and people, like Jay said, that have made this work. All right. Jay, do you want to introduce Narissa?
Narissa. Narissa's an interesting cat. I met her in Calgary. And no, before Calgary, I met her. But she's got this really she's got this like healing thing to her where she did like Reiki with me on like the cell phone, and I was like, what is this stuff all about? You know what I mean? I never done that stuff before. And this is what's amazing about this platform is that I really promote there's many different ways to recover. There just isn't one way. If you're stuck or stagnant, go try something new. And I saw Narissa and I was like, hey, listen, you got to be a part of the platform. Do you want to do this? And I want to start every event off with us doing some energy healing or whatever the case may be. And she just like, I think, was that your first time you did that in front of a crowd like that?
Yes, that was the very first time I've ever done any public speaking besides at a funeral. So it was much better than public speaking in front of a bunch of grieving people. This is kind of the opposite spectrum. So I was really happy to start off and really excited for today.
Awesome. Yeah. So that was the first time she did it. And then I was like that, you know, she got the positive energy rolling in the room. She got rid of the negative energy in the room. And we had a phenomenal day in Calgary. Just like we're going to have a phenomenal day today. And then we roll into Timmins April 13th. We'll have a phenomenal day there. And then we're rolling to Edmonton May 11th, phenomenal day there. So you take it away. You do your thing there, girl. And just follow what she says, guys.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Welcome. I just want to start off by explaining a bit about my process and why I chose this specific I guess I'll call it a visualization, meditation, and energy clearing. So my background is in Reiki, and the reason why I started practicing Reiki is because of my own addictions, and my addiction is people. So with that, I became a caretaker for a lot of people in my life, and that brought on a lot of health problems for myself. A lot of health problems that doctors had no answers to. So I really had to work on going internally and figuring out how to heal on my own. And I started with diet, started going to recovery meetings, started trauma therapy, started therapy for codependent people and things like that. And all in all, every single tool that I've ever come across has been helpful in some way, shape, or form, but it really is a holistic approach. Like Jay said, we need all different types of things, all different types of tools, different types of people to be able to really get the whole picture and to be able to sustain this recovery. And that's where energy healing comes in for me. Energy healing isn't just about a meditation or something mystical. It is also a mindset and reprogramming your brain to calm yourself, calm your nerves down, refocus yourself, and keep you empowered in the choices that you make and in the lifestyle that you're choosing for yourself. So with that said, the energy healing session that I'm doing today is a combination of two things. So in Reiki, there's something called a protection bubble. So protection bubble is something that Reiki healers will often promote and tell people to use in order to keep energies from coming into their aura, coming into their field, and bringing their vibration down, so to speak, which is great. However, we also need to maintain our energy. If we're not maintaining our energy, what are we protecting in the first place? So I pair the protection bubble with a little bit of bringing in that positive energy and healing ourselves and just keeping our vibrations high and pure and calm. So that's why I kind of meshed the two together, because it's not just about keeping the bad out, it's also about keeping us okay and us in a good alignment and us in a good place. So I will start off by asking everybody to please close their eyes and just start deep breathing, focusing in on yourselves. Deep breaths in, breathe out through the mouth if you want, in through the nose, and out through your mouth. Once you feel centered and in tune with your body, I would like you to take your hands and start to rub them together. Start to build some friction and some heat in there. You're bringing the energy into your hands. Heat is energy. And as soon as you start to feel the heat, you can slow down and pull your hands apart a little bit and start to play with that heat in between your hands. Just grab it like a ball and start to move it in, out, however you feel is best for you. Just feel that friction starting to build up. That energy is the energy that you created by warming up your hands, focusing in on your intentions and on your own breath. So this is your energy. And as it starts to build up, you might feel a little bit of tension as you're moving your hands around. You might feel the energy building in between your hands. That's exactly what you want to feel. You've created that energy. That energy is yours. This energy is pure, loving, compassionate, and healing. Once you feel that tension build up, I'd like you to take that energy with your hands and put your hands anywhere you want on your body, anywhere you feel like you need healing. I'm going to put my hands on my heart. And just feel that love. That is pure compassion, no judgment, no outside forces, just you and your energy. Continue to breathe and focus on your breath. Great work, giving yourself some love, everybody. It's amazing. Now I would like you to invite everybody to please place your hands on your lap or somewhere comfortable that you can rest them, and have your palms facing up. Our hands are receptive. Our hands are feeling. They can do a lot of good. And with our hands and our palms open towards the ether, towards the universe, we are allowing energy in. So now we are not just focusing on our own energy, we're focusing on the healing energy and the love that is all around us all the time. Continue to deep breathe. And with your palms open, I would like you to envision a bright white light coming down from the sky. This light is sparkling and new and pure, and it is streaming in from the ether into your palms, creating a sort of cyclic loop between you and the universe. Envision it pouring into your hands and filling you up with pure light. This energy is all of the love of everybody who's ever encountered you, everybody who will encounter you, and everybody who will come after you. And as you start to feel this energy build up in your hands, allow that energy and visualize that sparkly, white, bright light traveling up your arms, up through your shoulders, through your neck, into your head, and then all the way down your spine, filling you up from head to toe. Continue to visualize that light filling you up through your legs, through your feet, even down to your toes. You are now filled up with this bright, sparkling, pure white light. And that white light is telling you that you are worthy. You are special. And you are important. Now I would like you to feel that energy expand out of your body and creating a little bubble around you. This bubble can be whatever color, size you want. It doesn't even have to be a circle. It can be a bubble shaped like a heart or a star, anything that feels right to you. This bubble is protecting that energy that we just cultivated, protecting that healing that we just worked on. And as we listen to our stories today, if you ever feel triggered and you need to take a step away, this bubble is with you. It will help bring you back and help keep you grounded. And now I would like to invite you, since this is an online event, to encircle all of us together and create one protection bubble for this community. This community is now protected. We are filled with bright white light. And anytime you feel a little bit triggered, you can go back to rubbing your hands together and just placing your hands anywhere you want that you feel that trauma building up. And now everybody, you can slowly come back and open your eyes.
And that is why I love to start the events with that stuff. Most of us can't even sit that long with ourselves. You know what I mean? Because our mind is going, we have two voices. We got the one we're speaking now, and we got the one in the head. Why are we doing this? This is ridiculous. Why am I doing this online? We're getting video. Well, all this stuff, right? The fact of the matter is that stuff grounds you. That's meditation. That's into the heart. You're taking the positive energy. You're getting rid of the negative energy. You're slowing your mind down. You're bringing yourself into the day. You're saying you're going to have a great day. You're going to hear some amazing stories. And Narissa kicked us off today again. You made me cry. I don't know why you do that all the time, but good for you, Narissa. Thanks a lot for doing that for us. And look up Narissa on Facebook and chat with her and stuff like that. She's got some really cool, amazing things going on, and she's really starting to move forward in her dreams. And I think this was one of her dreams, so that's why I have her stay with us, because I really like her voice. Is like really gets me into that space, and then I'm able to stay in that space, and I'm able to actually just like turn it off. And for that 7 or 8 minutes or whatever it was, I'm like in tune with the present. And the present is her voice telling me how to heal. So thanks a lot for that one.
Thank you, Narissa.
Okay.
All right, it's a time to introduce our very first speaker of today. Nate Kelly is an amazing friend of mine. We've been working on a project called Unplugged lately. It's a podcast for digital entrepreneurs. He started his podcasting journey launching the Sobriety Diaries, which is just so aligned with what we're doing here, sharing stories of recovery, of hope, of healing in the sobriety community. He is now a best-selling author. So excited to hear all about that today. Nate Kelly, do you want to come on screen and share your journey with us?
Well, one thing, I have a timer in the back, so if you hear beep, 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 because we just want to keep this thing rolling, that means your 10 minutes is up.
Have you been timing yourself, Jay?
This is all, it's about me. It's about me.
Oh, goodness. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Nate. I'm an alcoholic. I am so grateful to be here today. Thank you to Jay, Brooke, the team at Empowered to Recover. It just fills my heart to see, so much love and attention being paid and paying it forward. We're here so that we can alleviate the journey of the next alcoholic or addict and share our stories in hopes, of helping someone who may still be struggling. And I know for a fact that I am in the right place today. When I decided what story that I was going to share, it's really about the little breadcrumbs that we see and the universe kind of telling us that we're in the right spot. And, Jay bringing up the 8s and all of these sort of signs, whether it's from our higher power, the universe, Mother Nature, whatever it may be. When he started talking about that, Jay, I was like, damn, I know I chose the right story, and I know exactly where my ass is supposed to be today. And that's right here with all of you. I got sober with a 12-step program, and it really saved my life. But after a few years, I found myself kind of wondering what the next step in my recovery was and how my sobriety would evolve. And part of that, was coming online and sharing my story. And, that eventually evolved, like Brooke said, into the Sobriety Diaries, which I'm so proud of. And we're launching season 5 soon. Couldn't be more proud of that project. And, I dipped my toe in this beautiful online recovery community that just embraced me from day one. And, prior to that, didn't even know that such a thing existed. And, I found exactly what I was looking for as a supplement to a 12-step program and a sponsor and literature. And I think, especially as sort of this younger generation comes into the rooms, they find a bit of exclusivity rather than inclusivity. And, I think this sort of digital format and these different modalities and different ways to celebrate our recovery in a digital online format now is so important, and things like today. So thank you all for being here. Very humbled and grateful for Brooke and Jay and the team for inviting me. I did want to share a story of my own recovery, my own experience, strength, and hope today that kind of just solidifies that. And I've always been sort of, like a numbers person, or here's your sign, sign from wherever it may be. And one night in particular, again, just solidified that I knew exactly, or I was exactly in the right spot. It was my 1 year sobriety anniversary. So that would have been October 10th, 2016. And I was leaving a meeting, got my 1 year chip, finally that heavy metal coin. I was a bit of a chip whore. So I was like bouncing around town, gathering up all my chips, posting it on Facebook. But this one was special. And I was driving home from a meeting. I was talking on the phone to my mom, sharing about, what my favorite sort of running buddies, or, just recapping the meeting for her. And I was at a red light, and I got rear-ended by a drunk driver. And, that probably would have been enough to just be like, wow, okay. I was trying to express some, not necessarily gratitude, but compassion for the woman that rear-ended me. She was an elderly woman, clearly visibly intoxicated. And, my best friend, who I just left the meeting with, called her up. She met me at the scene. We went through all of the insurance nonsense, and I shared this story at meetings that week, and everyone was just so kind of taken aback that it was a drunk driver and my 1 year anniversary. And, it just was a talking point for us to deepen our gratitude and understand that there are still people out there suffering. But later that week, I got the finalized claim from my insurance company. I think not. And I was at work, and they faxed me the final claim. And the claim number was in the corner of the document. And the claim number was 101015, 10/10/15, my sobriety date. And I stared at this piece of paper for a good 3 minutes. I was speechless. I couldn't really move. And I knew, as kind of a numbers geek, and Brooke will tell you, I'm like obsessed with the analytics and numbers and what data driven person. So I knew that was my higher power. At the time, I really hadn't established one yet. So it's kind of the universe. So the universe telling me, hey, you're kicking ass. You celebrated 1 year. You displayed compassion when, in a situation that prior to would have enraged me. And it was a moment that I could recognize the changes in my behaviors. I was in the midst of working the steps with my sponsor, and I could realize these changes in my behavior. So Jay, I'm so glad you brought up the numbers and the universe telling us things and giving us signs. Again, I know exactly where I'm supposed to be today, and it's with all of you. So my friend Laura calls them breadcrumbs. And it's just kind of these little sprinklings along the way that lead us where we're supposed to be. Jay, you also mentioned sort of this selfish nature to recovery. And I think, to sort of, firm up our protection bubble, Narissa, if you will, and to, plant our feet strongly on the ground, there has to be a bit of selfishness to our recovery, to our sobriety. and to setting boundaries, to perhaps in relationships that you didn't have boundaries before. So those were two things that I wanted to discuss today. Just the amount of love that this online community has shown and continues to show up and come on the Sobriety Diaries and share your stories and in formats like today. Couldn't be more grateful that I'm a part of it. I think everybody has a story to share. Some, haven't developed that voice yet. And that's something that I try to do, is to help people navigate that and find their voice and share their stories, because your story could be one that saves a life. So if you are interested in sharing on a public format, hit me up. Very happy to make that happen. Jay, grateful that you let me do that today. And that's what I have for you today. Thanks for letting me open up this platform. And I'm excited to hear the rest of the stories today.
That's incredible. Thank you so much, Jay. And everybody that is on Zoom here, we're encouraging you, use your, Nate, not Jay. Use your reaction buttons when people are sharing. If you're connecting, you're so encouraged to do that. And also the chat function as well. If you have questions for our speakers. So grateful you're here. Thank you for kicking us off.
That was, you talked about the date. I just want to touch on one thing. So I've been waiting like 10 years for a pardon. Still am, a U.S. waiver. I get the pardon, right? And the same thing, I open it up, and this is even more crazy because our first event's on April 13th, now that I'm thinking about how deep this is. I get the pardon, and my pardon is issued on April 13th, 2018. 19, sorry. That would have been that's my grandfather's birthday, and he passed away the year before that. And his birthday was on my pardon, and our event in Timmins, Ontario is April 13th, 2024, and he would have been turning 96.
Oh.
So I get you with numbers. I'm going to tell you right now, ever since I found numbers, Brooke will tell you I can't even show you about this stuff.
True.
Once you see one, like they are everywhere. Yes.
They saved me though. They put a whole brand new perception on what life and recovery is. Like, numbers have helped me understand what life is. And it's
agree more.
So it's so amazingly cool that you said that about the light, the insurance thing, and it was your recovery date on there, right? Because sometimes when people pass away, we don't know if they're around or not. And all of a sudden I get this pardon that I've been working on for a long time. And all of a sudden it's my grandfather's birthday that it was issued on, who was like my best friend. You know what I mean? Awesome share. Thanks a lot for coming. I look forward to having you at some live events, Nate.
Yes.
Get you to Canada. You're coming to Canada, and I look forward to building the relationship we have with you, your brand, and everything that you're doing. So that's awesome.
Thanks so much. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Nate. Okay, let's kick off our brand new promo video. We just want to share with you what we've been up to over the last 6-7 months.
Can you turn yours up a little bit though, Brooke? Can you
My
turn
what?
the Zoom a bit or no?
My audio or the one when I share the screen?
Yeah.
8 years ago,
that's as loud as I got.
Dream
Okay.
to do this today.
Whoops. Let me try this way. Yay, tech.
Come on, Brooke. We host a tech podcast.
I know. It's just, no, I don't think it changed anything. Okay, let's go.
8 years ago, I had this dream to do this today.
What if we can stop addiction before it starts?
How cool would it be to collect some people up and get them in a room? And how cool would it be to have lived experience speakers share their stories from all walks of life?
This is like legit, empower to recover.
About at the root of most addicts and alcoholics is they've never been who they're truly meant to be.
deepest stress on our internal hard drive is in the body.
The world is a better place because Beatrice Love is clean and sober, amen.
It takes a village to raise a child. And we are that village.
Embrace your trauma.
Woo! That is like one of the most amazing feelings in the world when you see something like that come together, because that's all three of our events coming together in one, in a promo video that shows you everything across there. Brooke did a phenomenal job on it. I wanted to wait till this event to release it out there. But like, how crazy is it to see all three of our events there, Brooke, from last year? And I'm sitting right here, right now.
Yeah. I can't believe, honestly, I had my doubts, Jay. It's like, you have big dreams and big goals, and you kept coming at me with them. And I was like, I don't know if this is going to work. And I cannot believe just what happened. Like, we just kept going with all the pushback and everything, every step of the way, just bulldozing through, pushing through, connecting with more people, getting to the next level, losing some people along the way. And what has come out of it is like beyond both of us. You were just saying that last night. It's out of our hands. It's beyond anything we could have imagined.
Yeah, I handed the wheel of this thing over after October when we had to cancel that first event we're going to do in 2022. I remember telling you, I said, guess what? I handed the wheel over. And you're like, finally, eh? And then when I finally did it, that's when like things really decided to take off, eh? Like, it really took off. And I'm so proud to see that, and I'm so proud to see the people that were a part of it, that showed up. Now we're into 2024, which is the 8. Hey, Nate, 8. All right, so we're gonna get into our next speaker. This guy is from the streets to the stage, literally from the streets to the stage. I met this guy. So this guy I met through somebody else that wanted him to speak. Then we made the dots connected together to Bill Ward, because Bill Ward was speaking in Calgary, because I met Bill Ward, the Changemaker, who I saw just hop on down there in the corner. And it just so happens that Bill Ward and him are like buddies. And it was like, how did this full circle come? And then I met him and his beautiful daughter, Angel, at the first event. And I knew right away that Mike was a solid dude. Mike is actually really working hard to bring the event to Timmins. And Mike has already raised a couple $1,000s in Timmins for the event in Timmins, which is very, very exciting for Mike. So good job there, Mike. And Mike has a phenomenal story, and I like to say from the streets to the stage, because he literally lived in a cardboard box behind the Esso in the middle of the wintertime. Is it Esso or Shell? Take it away, Mike!
Mike, and it was a muffler shop, actually, but that's fine. What's the difference? Cardboard boxes, no matter where you park them, they're still cardboard boxes. I want to start this off by saying I think that what I've come to learn in recovery is that I have to be open to change. I have to be open to discarding my old ideas and the conceptions that I once held to be true, that were blocking me from whatever energy force I needed to make the changes. And these ideas held me back my whole life. The trauma that we talk about, what if we could stop addiction before it starts? Well, that what if means you take the young guy that I was growing up and you give him the ability to deal with the things that were happening. We cannot eliminate trauma. That young man that I was growing up never felt like he fit in anywhere. And running, escape via the bottle, the pipe, the casino, whatever I could do to not feel that way. And I had an uncle who lived the same way I did, from the streets, right? Like just a hobo, a vagabond. Shelter after shelter, detox after detox, treatment center after treatment center, holding cell after holding cell, and just wondering why the hell I can't stop living this way. I was a teenager and I was already using on a daily basis just to face the day. And I started going to 12-step meetings through the back door of a treatment center because they told me, because I'm a smart guy, right? They said they had 28 days upstairs in the treatment center where you could spend 3 days in the shelter. Now, the math is self-evident. Like 28 days of food and a bed, like in a TV cable, like come on. So, but they told me, you got to go to these 12-step meetings. And I was like, yeah, well, yeah, okay. And I didn't like it at all because I didn't like anything that challenged what my ego had constructed to try and protect me, but was killing me. And my family, God bless them, they love me. They would keep taking me back every single time, even after I stole from them, lied to them, cheated them. I stepped on everybody who ever tried to help me and ran away from it. And as fate would have it, at about 48 years old, I was coming to the end of the line and I kind of knew it. I'd been sober in a 12-step program and clean for, I don't know, a year at a time, a few times, but I just could not let it go. I just could not surrender. And then I met somebody who'd asked me if I wanted help. And I'm living in a homeless shelter with 41 other guys in a dorm, and it really didn't smell good at all, let me tell you. Foot and feet, and BO and, unwashed human beings is not a pleasant odor. And somebody's offered me a way out, and I had to think about it for 9 days. I really did. I had to think about it. I had to, do I really want to face these things? Do I really want to? And moving out of that and becoming willing and asking for the help was the starting point, And the things that happened after I made that decision blow me away. Like I met an uncle mysteriously making an amend to a church. And I think I defined myself by these occurrences. And then I find out, in December that same uncle relapsed and I had to file a missing persons report on him. And I don't know if you guys believe in God, but let me tell you, he's got a sense of humor because my family had to file a missing persons report on me in 2017. And then a month later, I find out that he died of a heart attack in a casino. And my beautiful daughter, who will be speaking later, and I just went down to the funeral and I got to give the eulogy and I got to see family. And the dysfunction in our families as addicts, nobody wants to talk about fear. Nobody wants to talk, the words, where is Mike, were uttered so many times through my using days. Like, where's Mike? He's gone again. Where's Mike? Where's Mike? But every time I came back, nobody ever challenged me on it. Like, what the hell are you doing? Because they live with their own stuff, right? I'm not complaining about it. That's what they live with. Now, my job, and as part of this, is my job is to bring that stuff out into the light. Let's talk about this, right? Let's shine a light on it. Let's make it real, and let's take the power away from it, right? Let's take the power away from the things that are stopping us from being the people we're meant to be, right? All the love inside. Jay loves the term big love, right? Big love. There's big love in all of us, right? But I can't let it out for fear. And finding a power greater than myself, a God that, I was pretty pissed off at when I first started coming around the recovery. And turns out that I was wrong. So once all those old ideas, and one of the greatest things I've learned since my uncle passed away, because I defined myself by running into him, and this is what recovery is meant to be. It's now, this is, if I don't face these things, that's where I'm going to be, right? If we don't bring this stuff out into the light and talk about it. So it's a process that's got to happen for the rest of my life. Like, I have arrived nowhere. I've arrived here to say, I like to talk. And I finally met somebody who talks more than me. Right, Jay? And I'm going to put a picture up here for you guys just to show you what recovery can do. Look at that smiling guy right there. And then look at this guy. Like, that's Jay when he was using. What a mess. What a mess. I wouldn't have listened to that guy in the bar, but I love to listen to him today, right? 16 years, dude. Don't stop. Keep the change happening. And I think all of us need to support each other. And when I bring this out into my community, I don't stand on the street corner screaming at people. I live this thing to the best of my ability. and it transmits and it spills over into others. And I think that's the greatest thing that we got, right? We got a platform here to spill this thing all over the country from one person to the next and just keep it going. So, I think the greatest thing I've been given is the ability to look at myself and realize the longer I'm clean, the more I need to learn, because what I don't know will fill a warehouse. And I'm grateful for that today. And it's okay to be wrong, and it's okay to make mistakes. Thanks for being here, everybody.
You had to put that picture up, eh? In the summer of '69. When I first talked to Mike, I knew right away, right? Like Mike was looking for something new, and I knew right away that Mike had a home at this platform. Mike is actually the vice chair on the board. For anybody that wants to know, Mike is the vice chair. So, Mike is one of the real guys out there that does the real work, and you can tell it in his voice. You can tell how he talks, how he presents himself, how he is, how he's always there. And wait till you hear his beautiful daughter, Angel, down the road here somewhere on the sheet. I mean, every time I talk to that girl, I almost cry. But at the end of the day, it's like, he changed for him, and because he changed for him, he's got a beautiful family, and now he's got a daughter that's sharing to empower youth. And I'm proud to have you a part of this, brother. Also, whoever just made the contribution to make us to $960, I would like to thank you because you broke us out of the 888. So whoever just did that, I just saw it come through my phone that we're sitting at $960 now. $40 away from our second goal, which was $1,000. So thank you very much, whoever that was. All your contributions and your gifts of donation and all of that stuff really do go towards helping us help people. Really goes towards helping us put these events on live. Those live events aren't any easy toll, let me tell you that right now. And we have some really big, Jay has some really big dreams, and he's got some really good people around him that love the dreams now. So that's great. Thanks, Mike. Okay, so now we're gonna move into this really cool person that I got to meet. And she happened to have the same fire I have, which is really interesting. And she happens to be our brand new COO on the board, our Chief Operations Officer. She also has a podcast called Breaking Dress Rags podcast. She is a phenomenal individual that took, I'm going to just say this because you did. You took my AI shit and you turned it into real stuff. And when I mean that is she really put the back end of like the mission statement, the vision statement, like everything Brooke and I had was wonderful. Once Giselle got in there and she put like the, cheese whiz and added more personality to us, it really, really shone through. And like we got an amazing, like the whole entire bylaws and everything that she put together, she really made us solidify as a non-for-profit, which I was waiting for somebody like you to come along to really grasp onto this and just everything that you do. She travels across Canada as well. She just had an event in Toronto. They did amazing things there. And she's just a really phenomenal, straight up human being that wants to help people. And so let's hear from Giselle.
All right, is my mic okay? Brooke, it's okay? Awesome. Thank you so much. Jay, your words are very kind and they mean a lot to me. And I just want to first start off by saying that by coming into this team, I've really been able to develop myself along the way and find a space where I've taken my priorities and been able to actually apply them. And what Empower to Recover is able to do now, as Brooke said, globally, is just something that people need more of because there just isn't enough of. It's all good intentions, but this is like we're finally putting it down like feet to pavement and we're getting it done. And it is just since when I've joined to see where it is now, like it's just such a phenomenal journey and experience that's happening along the way. I want to thank everyone that's shared so far, and we have so many other amazing speakers that are going to speak today as well. What I wanted to touch on a little bit is what I spoke on when I was in Toronto, and that's all about taking the steps because, you know, I mean, one of the first things is identifying what's going on and then making that decision. And that can be one of the hardest parts, is that decision of wanting to say, I'm going to make a change. I can't be where I am anymore. I need to do what needs to be done either for myself or for my family, whatever the motivation is. And I need to take that step. And so steps is what I've kind of broken down to be like synergistically work with SMART goals. And as people may already know, that to be like specific and measurable, adjustable, realistic, and within a time frame. And that's like your good intention. Like, yeah, it's down on paper, but how am I going to actually execute that? Because that journey in making the moves that you need to make, taking the steps that you need to take to get through recovery, to heal through the trauma, can be very difficult and hard to navigate, especially if you're starting out and you don't have a support system. You know, when you're doing this by yourself, because, you know, maybe like I know for myself, and speaking to what Mike touched on too, you know, like God really does have a sense of humor. Like for me, like feeling him literally when I'm driving, that jarring feeling and being like, you need to come back. You need to come back to church. It's like, okay, well, what am I going to do? I don't have a support system that really like will assist in that. So that can be difficult when you're feeling alone. And another thing as to why Empowered to Recover is so beneficial and helpful, because we're like your internet family. We're your distant family. Like when we come to town, we're your in-person family, but we're going to be the support system that's going to help you through that, especially if you're feeling very alone. So the S in steps is the set. So you've set your goal, you've set your determination, your route, like where you want to go and everything. And then the T is to take. And that's like, okay, now we're going forward. E is to be able to evaluate where you are. And my background, I wear many hats, but one of the things that I've learned in my background with the military is, you know, like situation will dictate and ground will dictate. And it doesn't matter how well of a thought out plan you have. And trust me, I know, because as like Jay and Brooke and everyone can attest to, I'm just like, and we're going to do this and we're going to do this. And I'm like different colored highlighters and I'm setting everything out. But at the end of the day, the ground situation will always dictate. And so you have to be able to pivot. And that's what the P is, because something is going to come up along the way that is going to force you to stop, take a hard pause and say, okay, is this where I need to be right now? Is this what I need to be doing? Or do I maybe need to adjust and look this way and, you know, maybe skirt around versus going straight through? Either way, being able to pivot. Having the emotional intelligence and the self-reflection to be able to say, you know what, I wanted it to go this way and it didn't, but that's okay because now I will just pivot and go this way, is hard. It's very hard because a lot of times we take failure as an end stop. We take it as a, well, shit, I guess I just got to give up now. But failure is always an opportunity to learn. And as Mike was saying, you know, like it didn't matter how many times he was gone, when he came back, you know, everyone has their own things that they had to go through. But when he came back, he was there. Like failure is not the end. It is an opportunity to pivot, adjust, and keep moving forward. It is a lesson because no matter where you are in your journey, you will fail. You will stumble and you will fall. And when you look up, we're looking up because we're looking for someone or something to help us up. And that's going to be your support system. That's going to be us. We're going to be pulling you up because guess what? You're going to shake it off and then you're going to take that next step. And when you take that next step, yeah, you might stumble there too, but eventually you're going to learn and it'll all just fall into place the way it needs to fall into place. And that's where we get to S in steps, which is the success, being able to identify the small things that were successful along the way to celebrate. So it could literally just be like, I wrote my goal down on paper, or I said out loud, I need help. Awesome. Give yourself a pat on the back because that is a little success, because I'm telling you, there are so many people who can't even say just that. And then along the way, just like little pats on the back, or patting your friend on the back when you see that they did something good, right? Because just as much as we're supporting ourselves, we're also supporting other people, and people are learning from us and we're learning from other people. And that is one of the great things about this platform. And before I wrap up, I just want to again say thank you to everybody who's sharing here today. Everything that you're bringing to the table is relevant and heard and valued. And I feel very honored to be able to be a part of it. And of course, congratulations, Jay, 16 years, right? I mean, like, you look significantly older than 16, but congratulations anyways. Maybe we'll just get you a better eye cream next time. But thank you for letting me share, guys, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day.
Thank you
That's
so
what
much.
that's what I love most about Giselle is she came in and she just really took the bulls by the horns and really helped us get straightened around, really, right? Like, I mean, Brooke and I have a lot on our plate, let's be honest, and Brooke probably has more than me, but so with Giselle coming in and really helping us hone it in, and then we did our first meeting and we actually got a board of directors, we actually got positions, we actually got all these things you're supposed to have in this thing, and she really brought the credibility. That's what it is. It's credibility. And that's the exciting thing is that, right? So thank you, Giselle, for all the work that you do and how you make us legit in the world of being legit, because we have to be legit. I like to do a thing called get to know your community. I mean, I'll let a couple people speak if you want to speak for a couple minutes, if you just want to say hi. At our live events, I call it get to know your neighbor, right? Because the disconnect and the connection that we've seen over the last little while is kind of insane. So I like to call it, get to know your neighbor. So you'll see some people, they'll just sit at their chair and they won't even talk to anybody. And it's like, we got so away from just saying, hi, how you doing? Love, kindness, compassion. Hey, what are you going through? Hey, do you do this? Hey, do you do that? Whatever the case may be, right? So I know there's 23. So if anybody wants to say something for 2 or 3 minutes, just put your hand up and I'll unmute yourself and I'll mute, and we can do this for like 10 minutes. You can share about your recovery. You can share about what you're doing. You can share about your experience with Empowered to Recover if you were at one of the live events. You can share about whatever you want, because that's what it's about, Empowered to Recover. So it's not just about being, drugs and alcohol. I don't even say that. That's not who I am. I'm a healaholic, so I'm healing from everything, right? I just got whack it bag loads of trauma, and that's the deal. So if anybody wants to say anything, now's your time, or you hold your peace and we move on.
Also, if you want to roast Jay, great time for that as well. for his 16 years.
Oh my, you had to say that. All right, Julie, you're up. So hit the mute button there, Julie, and you can go for a couple minutes.
Hey everybody, I'm Julie. I'm an alcoholic. I don't know if we're supposed to do that. I just wanted to say I was at the first event. I've kind of been around since the beginning here, and how amazing to see how this has grown, you guys. There was something really powerful in that small, quaint little room there in New Westminster. Yeah, I don't know. It's like when I went to my first AA meeting ever, the church I went into, I still get the same feeling when I go back there. And that's how I feel being involved with this Empowered to Recover and being friends with so many of you. And like, I know people on this screen, like, and I wouldn't have if that hadn't happened. And I'm so proud of you guys. I'm so proud of all that you've persevered to do and bring this platform to us all, to Canada, right? So I can't wait. I'm like getting chills telling you guys this, because it's like being there from the first day, like being at the first event, right? And like, I don't know, it was just, there was something there, and I had to push myself really hard to go to the event. It was a really hard time in my life, and I don't go out very much, and it was really, really like, okay, I'm gonna do this. And I went by myself, and the event empowered me. Like, it really, like, I know it sounds super corny and cheesy and like, but it really, really did. And my life has really changed since then. Like, things are like gone really well for me. My recovery has changed. Things in my work life have changed. Things in my personal life have changed. And like, literally, like, it all started then. Like, I don't want to say that it was all because of you guys, but you take that one fork in the road and your whole life can change, right? And making the decision to go to that event that day has like empowered me. So thank you, you guys. I love you.
Thank you so much, Julie. Oh, I'm so grateful to see you here. It's funny how we're talking about those like coincidences and stuff happening today because Julie actually messaged me. I remember after that event, have you heard of Bill Ward? You have to get him on your stage and blah, 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 blah. And then I messaged Jay and I'm like, oh, Julie just shared this this guy with me. I think he'd be amazing at Calgary. And then Jay's like, oh yeah, Mike just sent him to me. And like, like we're all connected. It's all connected. And I'm just so grateful for what we're able to do here. And thank you so much for sharing that, Julie. It's so nice to hear from people attending the events.
Yeah, I've watched that, you pop up. So I've seen change in you from our first event. I'm not saying that, but you have changed and gone out of yourself. That's really what you're doing. And because you're doing that, you're getting the recovery you're having. And I'm grateful you were at our first event. And I'm grateful you shared about that first event because that was a really big one for Brooke and I to actually just get that damn thing done and actually get some content to actually show people, right? So, okay, Scott, you're up next, Mr. Devoted Dad.
Hi, Jay. Congratulations on your 16 years. Looks good on you, buddy. And it's been a real pleasure getting to know you over the last year and having these intimate conversations that we've had, just over the phone, over Facebook or Messenger, the video conference, whatever we have there. But I was one of the speakers at the first event in New Westminster. And right now I'm currently 24 years in the 12-step program. And at 19 years, unfortunately, my wife had taken her own life, and I was left with two traumatized teenage daughters. So the event, so subsequently, after that event, I wrote a book called Daily Dad. Now it's called Devoted Dad, and I was very, very scared to really take this message of how my daughters and I recovered from such a traumatic event. And I was very nervous about talking about it so publicly, and especially from my book and publishing. And Brooke, who's helped me put together the Devoted Dad platform, she encouraged me to come and speak at Empower to Recover. And I remember the night before this event was to happen, I never met Jay face to face. I never got up on a stage and talked publicly about, this very painful experience that we went through. And basically, I got up there, sat on a chair, and just laid my heart on the line. Just shared my experience, with everybody. And I must say, it was one of the most cathartic, I guess you could say, or one of the most life-changing events for me, that I was able to get up and shine a bright light on that pain, on that trauma, and to be able to share it with other people, and see how I could turn that pain into purpose and action, and to be able to do that. It was a very it really was a real big turning point in my life and in my recovery. And for that, Jay and Brooke, I'd like to thank you very much for involving me in that. It was a wonderful, wonderful experience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scott. Yeah, it was so wild how all that was coming together because I was working with you on getting that book out and available to the public. And then this platform with Jay, I was working with him building this, and I was like, you guys got to get together because this story needs to be shared on a stage. And that was so powerful and so moving. I'm so grateful you could be there. I'm getting all the feels now, thinking back to just all the work that went into this.
I got goosebumps just, because it's like really like, honestly, when you say, I'm going to say something to you, I don't know who's whatever. If you have dreams, just follow them through. Everybody else doesn't want you to hit your dreams. You have to hit your dreams. And when you have people will gather around you that want to help you make your dreams. Some people are going to fall off. Those people come into your life for a reason at that time, right? But some people get scared, some fear, whatever. But really the ones that stick with you, are going to make it happen. And this is what we've seen. This is what Brooke and I seen from the start. Like, Brooke has been with me since August of 2021, so she's seen a lot of evolving of Jay, and Scott, when you got up on stage, I know that was your first time. You're up there like reading a book and you're all nervous, and I was just massively proud that you took the bull by the horns and you went and actually did it publicly and got that out of your system, because I know that was a cleansing for you. So for me, devoted dad. For me, I'm forever grateful that you and your beautiful wife Lisa, you guys are doing some great things, and I'm so proud that you guys are part of the platform. Thanks for sharing. And I think, where did Winter go? Okay, Winter, you're up. One more, Winter.
Hi everyone, I'm Winter. I'm a recovering alcoholic from Kenora, Ontario. Very grateful and blessed to be here. This is my first time online event, and I've actually just recently started up with Hype Recovery and the Power to Recover with Jay. I knew Jay since I was a child, but we never really hung out. We had our own different worlds. So congratulations, Jay. You've come such a long way, and you're truly inspiring to me all the time. Like I said, I've been sober only a year and 3 months, and it's been quite a journey. I'm blessed to be here, and I chose to become sober because my life was becoming unmanageable, simple, and I was in denial big time. And since I've been on the journey to recover, it's been up and down and all around, but like, you can't do it alone. And now I'm finding a little bit challenging with a lot of loss and trauma that I had back in my past, and that's all coming back up, resurfacing. So I have to take a step back to deal with that stuff, because now that I'm learning not to have the drink and dealing with stress and life with the drink, I'm learning about myself and I'm learning how to heal. And that's not easy to do, but you need the help and the resources. And I'm just really blessed to be a part of this. And I do attend Alcoholics Anonymous, but to be perfectly honest, I know with me, I need a lot of resources. With the trauma and loss, I ended up losing a spouse after 15 years ago, after a 15-year relationship, with many other losses in a short period of time. And I did not deal with it. I just stuck to the bottle to deal with it. And now that I've been sober a year, all that is coming back up to bite me. And that's something that it has to be dealt with, and it has to be let go. And I'm loving sobriety. Like, I get up every morning with a positive attitude. I'm all about affirmations. I do the meditation and definitely reach out when I need it. So I really am proud of this foundation, and I really am excited to see what the future has for it. And I love the speaking about dealing with the trauma and learning how to get over it, because that's something I'm battling now, to be honest. And it's really beautiful to have so much inspiration and help out there. It's some people don't think that it's easy, like there is help out there, but there definitely is. And this is truly, truly inspiring. So I continue on with the path and hope to see you guys in the near future. And like Jay said, you never know, maybe I'll be on stage one day telling my story, because boy, it's a story. But thank you for giving me the opportunity. Absolutely.
Awesome. Yeah. So Winter and I have known each other for a very, very long time. We come from the same city, and we actually just started doing blog posts too. So, I've gone a little creative. I've taken some stuff off of Brooke's plate, I guess. Maybe that isn't even something on your plate. But anyways, I started doing blog posts. So I'll be doing blog posts with Winter. She sent me some stuff, so her stuff is going to be out there. So you can check out our website, www.empoweredtorecover.com. That's where you're going to get all the information, everything there.
I actually also, our speakers from our events we're putting out on the Empowered to Recover podcast. So if you're not subscribed to that already, go check it out. Scott is actually on there right now. So if you wanted to hear his talk from our newest event, you can go to the Empowered to Recover podcast and listen to some of the past speakers. We're working at getting through all of them, but that's kind of where we're going to house some of our featured speakers from each of our events, so people who can't attend them can still get the message.
Yeah, and that's another beautiful tool that we have is the podcast. We're also working on putting together the ARN network, which is the Alternative Recovery Network, where we're housed with all the different brands, that different partners that we had at the beginning. You saw a whole bunch of them. So last year we were actually able to help 21 people get help in all different realms of getting help, which is really exciting for the first year for us to actually get people help where people just felt lost and they didn't have nowhere to turn, nobody to talk to. We were able to utilize the partners that we brought into that first year and get those people help in ways of therapy, pre-treatment, treatment, second stage, programs like my own, and the list goes on. So that's massively exciting. The other thing we got going on too is we just got a brand new TV show. We just got a brand new TV show called The Daily Dose of Recovery. The Daily Dose of Recovery is going to be airing on Rogers TV. So the Daily Dose is an 11-minute interview where I interview you. What's your tips, tricks, and solutions to your recovery? And then what's your daily dose to your new superpower, which is recovery? So we're going to be airing 2 interviews every single week on the Rogers Network. So if you are an individual that wants to get interviewed, just send me a DM. I'd gladly have you. It doesn't matter where you are. You just got to put Skype down on your phone. I know Skype, it's ancient, but that's how Rogers works. Don't ask me. Is Greg on here anywhere? Anybody see Greg? I don't see Greg, so we're gonna move to you, Brooke, because Greg's not here yet.
Okay.
Cool.
Wait, should I just go for it?
You're going, girl. You go, girl. Okay, Brooke, this is the beautiful and talented Miss Sober Biz Co. She used to be called Miss Sober Biz Babe. She'll always be Sober Biz Babe to me. And Brooke found me on TikTok. I don't know, something. She commented on something, and next thing you know, Brooke and I are like the best of friends. And I've had the privilege of watching this beautiful individual grow into like this really amazing person that helps people that are in recovery live out their dreams to be an entrepreneur. She put together the book with so she put together the Hype Recovery program with Bob and Sabrina and Ashley and myself. And we had a phenomenal they're phenomenal books, and they've helped 62 people across the world. You guys are going to hear from somebody that's on here anyway. He's an alumni. I don't know where he is, but Travis is on here. Travis is an alumni of the Hype Recovery program, so you're going to hear all about that later on today. But and then Brooke has done all the phenomenal work when it comes to the logos, to the back end, to the website, to all the posters that you guys see. She does all that stuff. I don't know if Brooke gets enough love, but I sure try to give her enough love because it really. I'm forever grateful you came in my life because you've helped change my life and you've helped let me live dreams. So kudos to you, sister.
Oh, thanks for that introduction, Jay. Yeah, like Jay said, I'm Brooke. I've been with the Empower to Recover Foundation since the beginning. I came in kicking and screaming. Originally said, no, I'm not doing it. I got too much going on and Jay has too many ideas and I can't do it all. And I was huffing and puffing. And then it was originally called Empower to Inspire and had a bit of a different message, but that URL was taken. Thank God. Because look what happened. So that wasn't available. Someone already did it. Someone already thought of that idea. And I was searching domain names for Jay and found Empower to Recover. And it was like, how about this? I gave it to him and he ran with it. And it's become something so phenomenal. I couldn't even have imagined. And Jay, I just want to say, like from the day we've met, you've grown so much too. Actually, just in the last 6 months, even there's been a huge transformation, a huge shift in you. And I can see, like, I think this is it. Like, I think all the things you went through, all the hard times, I know you're going to get into it in your story, all the BS, all the loss, it brought us here to create this platform. And, it's already changing lives and we're not even a year old, but who you've become through this process and through making mistakes and overcoming them and pushing through and not taking no for an answer from anybody. It really, you've changed. You have changed. I don't think I've ever seen anyone change this much in a shorter amount of time. So it's wild. I'm so grateful to be on this journey. I'm so grateful. Like working with Jay as a client has led to like a lifelong dream come true for me of being able to speak on stage and sharing stories and, creating videos and all these things I did when I was a little kid. I'm now doing them as a career and helping change people's lives. I could never have imagined that. And to think all I had to do was like burn my life to the ground, become an addict, alcoholic, lose my job, become someone I don't even recognize, hate who I am, hate who I am when I look in the mirror, feel like a fraud everywhere I go. That's all it took to get me to where I am today. So you can too. Um, so when before I got sober, my friends used to call me Brunk, which is Brooke Drunk. My whole identity was just this party girl. I love to be out. I love to be the life of the party, but I had insane anxiety, and alcohol was the only thing that helped me feel like myself. So I drank so that I could, get out of my shell and have confidence and flirt with the guys and, sing karaoke and do all these things that I wanted to do that were inside of me. I I needed alcohol. I thought I needed alcohol in order to let that all out. I was like trapped behind this wall of anxiety, this wall of trauma, childhood trauma. I had a pretty insane life growing up. I was babysat in the back of strip clubs, and we were in a low income family in a nice neighborhood. I always felt really different. I felt left out of a lot of things. I'd watch everyone around me, having dinners at the same time every night, going to bed at the same time every night, being tucked in. And there wasn't really a whole lot of grown-ups around me helping me out. And I felt really unloved. I felt really unwanted. And when I found alcohol, it helped me just kind of release all of that trauma, all of that neglect, everything. And I could just be that person that I was inside. When I found a 12-step program, they had these things called promises. And, we're not going to regret the past or wish to shut the door on it. And we're basically going to feel good in our own skin. And, money is not going to matter. People aren't going to matter. Insecurities disappear. And I'm like, that's what alcohol gave me. That was my solution. That's why I drank, was because I wanted that. And thank God through the 12 steps, I've been able to find solutions to that in recovery. So I don't need a drink or a drug in order to get that relief in my life anymore. And it's taken a lot of healing. It's taken a lot of time. And I just want to share my message and my story today really is that you can stay sober through any and all circumstances. You never have to pick up a drink or a drug again, whether or not you feel like you have a problem with alcohol or drugs and you feel like you can't quit or you're addicted or whatever stage you're at in your using. If you're just a recreational user, but you're getting really bad headaches and you want to stop, but you feel like you can't stop, you need alcohol. Like I felt like I needed alcohol. I never wanted to stop drinking because it was working for me until it wasn't, right? So anyways, if you're in that place, I just want to share my story with you today so that like no matter what you go through, you don't have to pick up a drink or a drug. And for me, before I found recovery, I couldn't even have an argument with my mom on the phone without grabbing a drink. Like that was enough to just grab a drink. But in recovery, I've been able to survive the worst days of my entire life and the best days of my entire life and haven't needed to celebrate or pick up to get through it. So when I first got sober, right before I took my 2-month chip, I got a call from my mom. She was babysitting my kids and she was absolutely hysterical. Something had happened to my aunt. Someone was saying they had hurt her and they weren't sure if she was still alive. And it was the scariest thing that I'd ever experienced in my entire life. I went to my mom's house, I picked her up, and we drove to my aunt's. And I remember just being so in denial that this could even be possible because it's like nothing like this had ever happened in my life. And it seems so unreal that when we were driving down the alleyway to my aunt's, there was ambulance everywhere. And I, honest to God, saw moving trucks. I couldn't even see the ambulances. Like my brain wouldn't even let me see that this was real. And so we found out that my aunt had lost her life and like something horrific had happened to her. And I'm watching my mom cry and this like scene that looked like from a movie was happening and playing out in front of me. And my guts hurt. Like I felt like I was going to throw up. Everything just felt so surreal. And I remember going home that night and thinking like, I can drink over this, right? Like nobody would stay sober through this. Not one person on the planet would stay sober through something like this. And thank God I'd been to those 12-step meetings and they gave me a list of people to call. And I called every single person on that list that they gave me. And I asked every single one of them, can I drink over this? Like you would drink over this, right? Like you guys don't actually stay sober through these things, right? I can drink over this. And every single one of you that I called, I don't know if you're watching right now, but every single person I called said, I can get through this sober. You can get through this sober. Just work on the next 5 minutes if you have to. Put your head down, sober tonight. Wake up sober. You can do this. You don't have to pick up a drink. And I didn't believe them, but I did it 1 minute at a time and one phone call at a time. And I got through that night sober. And when I woke up in the morning, my life had changed. I had never actually gone through anything hard in my life without drugs, alcohol, sex, TV, food, whatever it was, without putting something in my body to numb or not eating, restricting, like any addiction you can think of, I've probably had it at some point. And that was the first time in my life that I actually believed, like, oh my gosh, I don't need to drink over this. Like, I don't need to drink over anything. I don't know if it was my aunt beyond the grave, like just giving me power, but like my brain shifted that night and I honestly believed I could do this for the first time in my life. And I got a power that I didn't know was possible that day. And it was hard, going through that process, talking with police, going to the funeral, doing all these things. It was devastating. It was difficult. It was hard. But I also had strength. I had hope. I was grateful. Like I could hold both of those feelings at the same time. I wasn't suffering anymore. I used to suffer in my life. I used to wake up in the morning and everybody was against me and I was in a pity party, right from the get-go. And I didn't have to suffer anymore. I struggled. I still struggle, but I don't suffer, you know? And after that, I started traveling for the first time in my life. I went to Mexico. I went to Toronto. Like these big things started happening. Me and my husband, I got honest with him for the first time in our relationship. I told him absolutely everything. I thought he was going to leave me. He didn't leave me. He held me. And he said, I'm so sorry you're going through that and that you're going through it alone. And I'm so grateful you don't have to anymore, Like he showed me unconditional love. We decided that we were going to get married. I turned 30 sober. I had a dry grad party for my 30th birthday and, had something I called a yearbook and I got all my friends to sign it. And we had prom dresses on and we did it sober. Like I planned on drinking for my 30th birthday since I turned 28. And here I am turning 30 sober, like just having a blast, singing karaoke, like finding joy in recovery. And then, other hard things happened. Other amazing things happened. I had my bachelorette party sober. Do you know how many fake bachelorette parties I had to get free alcohol? Like a lot, more than 5. I would dress up pretending to be a bride with my friends so that we'd get free drinks at a bar. And here I am having a sober bachelorette party, and I got married sober. I didn't have to drink. I didn't have to toast at my wedding and I didn't miss out on anything. I felt all my feelings and I experienced all the joy and I didn't forget it the next day because I wasn't hungover and it was the most incredible experience. So, things got really, really good for a long time in my recovery. And then they got really, really hard. After I got pregnant with my daughter, I experienced postpartum depression. I, struggled with eating. I didn't pick up a drug or a drink, but I definitely picked up food and other habits to try and cope with postpartum depression. And eventually, sorry, someone keeps unmuting. I was experiencing such anxiety with my daughter too. I thought something terrible was going to happen to her. And the day she turned 1 was the day that the world shut down for the pandemic. And all of a sudden my anxiety was like, see, we were right. Something terrible was going to happen. You have to be anxious about everything, And I started having panic attacks every day for 2 weeks straight. I was having panic attacks that made me feel sick to my stomach. And there was no meetings. Everything had gone online to Zoom eventually, but at the time there was no meetings. I couldn't do anything. There was no help. There was no support. All of my tools were gone other than like prayer, meditation, and daily reprieve stuff that I'd been working on. Thank God I had those tools and thank God I had my phone so I could call people. I think I called the crisis hotline like every night before bed. So for 2 weeks straight, I was just having panic attack after panic attack after panic attack. And my recovery was suffering because I didn't have my community. And I didn't know if I was going to make that through that sober, but I did. I got through that sober. And then in August of that year, my little brother lost his battle with addiction. And that was my absolute worst nightmare. My brothers were like my babies. I was pretty much their parent growing up. Even after I moved out of the house, I would have them over on weekends, like a co-parent. And in the last time I had seen my brother, I was celebrating my 4 years sober, and he had 2 days sober, and the light was already back in his eyes. And my brother looked like himself again. And I was so excited, and we were having so much fun. And he was being the uncle I thought he would always be. And, you know, it was a bright day. It was, we were making TikToks together and just having so much fun and having so many laughs. And I was so hopeful that this was it. Like, I wasn't going to have to worry about him anymore, you know? And then, like, not even 2 weeks later, I got the call that he didn't make it because in 2020, there was no clean drugs. And he decided to try something that he hadn't tried before. And it was the most devastating day of my life. And I'm shocked that not one thought went through my mind about picking up or using over it. I had a real struggle with my higher power after that, but I never wanted to pick up a drug or a drink over it. And that was a huge miracle for me. And I had so much support grieving through that process because of the recovery community. Like, I didn't have to do that alone. And thank God. I mean, I miss my brother every single day still. It's such a hard thing to talk about even. He really was. He was only 23 and he was such a light, and I adore him. But the thing I've taken from that is, and from the grief, is that his story is now I get to use it to help others. So maybe somebody who hear this doesn't pick up a drug or a drug, doesn't try something, and we can save one family from having to go through what my family had to go through. It was absolutely devastating. Another reason I share about my brother and his story on our platform is because I want people to know that these numbers that we hear when we hear about overdose deaths, they're not just numbers. Like, they're, each one of them are a human being that has a family, and for every person that we lose, there is a whole family that is suffering with that loss. It becomes hard to eat, to work, to parent, to do life, to have life go on without these people that we love. I'm just like 3 years out of losing my brother, and I still have days where I feel like I'm not sure if I'm going to make it through the day because the grief is just so heavy. And in those days, I pick up my phone, I call Jay, I connect with my support group, I find out if I can serve somebody and get out of myself and help someone else and give my brother's life some meaning and this tragedy some purpose. And that's what I do now. And I want anyone to know that's listening to this that you absolutely can get through these hard, these traumatic, these difficult things sober. And not only can you get through them, but you can heal through them. And on the other side, you'll become a stronger version of yourself that you ever knew possible. I am no longer afraid of my feelings. I have had business meetings with Jay where I am bawling my eyes out. I've been able to, I go to a comedy course I went to and do stand-up comedy and find ways to hold space for grief and for joy in my life. And I know that all these feelings are temporary. And, I heard somebody say, we have to stop making permanent decisions based on temporary feelings, right? For me today, the permanent decisions I make are cutting my bangs. I need to stop cutting my bangs based on temporary feelings. And, oh, thank you so much I'm just watching all the comments. Anyways, I'm just so grateful to be here. I'm so grateful to be able to share what I've been through and to share my brother with everybody and just allow him to live on through this platform. I'm just going to share a tribute video that I made for him that we've been sharing across Canada. I can't even believe, like, you don't even know how special this platform is to me because, damn it. This is going to be one of the times where I cry through something I'm supposed to be professional. When my brother passed away, I went to my mom's house and he was living in our basement, and I prayed over him, and I just prayed for God to wake him up and to give us one more chance. And when he didn't wake up, and when that was clear that wasn't going to happen, I prayed for his story to help save someone else. And Empower to Recover is giving me the opportunity for that prayer to come true. And so I'm so grateful. I'm going to stop talking and play this tribute video. Oops. And then we'll get on with our speakers. And again, if you need to take space or whatever you need to do for yourself, please do that. I know these topics are very, very heavy. They're hard to share. They're hard to hear. So thank you so much for giving me your time.
We love you.
Thank you.
We love you.
And be simple, kind of man. Be something you'll never understand. Baby, be simple, kind of man. But won't you do this for
What's your birthday?
me?
Or what's your name?
Baby,
So we're going to hungry on 3. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Hey, happy birthday to you. Oh, happy birthday, dear Henry.
Let me see. This is so recording.
I'm sitting here chilling, enjoying the sun.
Excellent.
Follow your heart and nothing else. You can do this.
This is just my friend's brother that overdosed.
All that I want for you, my son, is to be satisfied and be simple. Kind of man, be something you'll never understand. Baby, be simple, kind of man. But won't you do this for me, son? Baby, you can. Baby, simple, be a simple man. Be something.
So that is why we do what we do here at Empower to Recover Foundation, is because nobody is ever forgotten with us. And when Brooke opened up to me about her brother, I was like, we need to share the story. We need to keep the story going. Henry would want that for you to do. And, me being able to watch Brooke do this is like one of the most phenomenal things, watching her grow through her story and how she says it now. When she went to BC and then she couldn't come to Kenora, but she came to Calgary, there was like this, she just was this different person in Calgary. And now she's like this different person on this online event. She'll be a different person in Edmonton when you see her with me hosting the event in Edmonton. But, that stuff right there makes me proud of who we are. Right there. That stuff makes me proud of who we are and what we're trying to accomplish. And I love you like you're my work wife. I love you. So I'm grateful that that's happening. Thank you, Brooke, for sharing that and letting us all see that and have a piece of your life like that. And onward and upward we go. And I think it's Mr. Greg Ryder. He's next. This is an interesting cat. Him and I never actually met each other until we actually hit Calgary, which is kind of funny. I thought I met him like multiple times. We actually never seen each other in person, just followed each other on TikTok. And I was trying to get him involved in the events, and I was trying to get him involved because he's got a great voice. He's got a great story. You're going to see one of his songs. He videoed a song for us. So once he speaks a bit, we're going to play a song after he's done speaking. But he's just a really genuine, amazing individual, has a strong voice. You might know him from the Humboldt Broncos song 16 Sticks, But, you know, and that's another amazing thing he did. He wrote that song for them, you know what I mean? And that takes character and heart to do stuff like that. And that's, you know, that's what I see in Greg. So Greg, thanks a lot for coming on today. Greg's actually going to be in Edmonton. Greg was in Calgary. Greg's going to be in Timmins, actually. So I guess all of a sudden now he's on the band show. So so Greg's coming to Timmins and he's going to be in Edmonton. Greg, nice to see you. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sorry about my tardiness. I was out for a walk and I was like, I'm set for I was like, I'm going to come on a little early. And I'm like, I woke up with this pestery kind of this cold and I was trying to sleep as long as I could because, man, my voice was a little hoarse. So I'm glad I'm not singing live for you today because, you'd be like, wow, that guy's voice is not as strong as we thought it would be. But yeah, I'm very happy to be involved with Empower to Recover. And you know, yeah, like Jay said, we've never met before. I'm a singer-songwriter. That's kind of where I've hung my hat for, you know, the past 6-7 years. I first started music when I was about 26 years old, and that's when I started to take it more seriously. And you know, my story goes from a lot of traveling. And November 27th, 2018 was my last show in Nashville. And I still remember that night because it was I was playing a very popular downtown bar. And I remember just kind of looking out into the audience at that point. And, you know, I was playing music for almost close to 2 years. For the last year and a bit, I was playing 6 nights a week downtown Nashville with my band. You know, a lot of nights were just consuming alcohol and staying up late and just being that party band that everyone kind of wants you to be down in Nashville. And, you know, for the first year, I thought I was living the dream. I thought like this was the best thing I could ever do for myself. Like, I'm getting paid to play music, you know, music is my job. You know, I get free drinks everywhere I go. I get free food. And, you know, I felt like I was on top of the world. And I remember when I was standing up on stage on that night, I was looking out into the audience and it was just, it was a packed bar. And I remember just mumbling under my breath. I was like, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of playing to drunk people every night. I'm tired of, you know, the constant anxiety of not really knowing where my life is going. You know, I'm tired of playing country covers every single night. And every single time I played an original song or anything like that, I just felt like no one really cared. I felt like they wanted to hear the next big country hits. They wanted to hear all the top 40 country songs. And, you know, that night I just kind of went home and I went back to Canada for Christmas in 2018. And, you know, it kind of all just came crashing down on me. After not taking a vacation or a break for close to about a year and a half of music, of just constantly touring and constantly traveling, you know, around the States, I realized how burnt out and exhausted I was. And when I was home in 2018, I just felt like my whole life kind of came crashing down. And I was like, I'm in such a dark place that I've been really hiding. And I've been kind of wearing this mask where I thought that I had to be this famous country artist. And that was the only way I was going to get respect and get, you know, make my parents proud and make people from my hometown proud. And I realized that I just was very unhappy doing that. And I stayed home in 2018. And I always had this dream to travel across Canada and speak to high school students. And I wanted to tell them what no one told me in high school. And that was that you don't have to have everything figured out. And it's okay if you don't know. There's a story of me in grade 10 when grade 12, when we were sitting in an exercise science class. And I remember my teacher wanted to end the class in a little different of a way. And so she said, hey, I'd love for everyone to kind of put their hand up and talk to me about what are you planning on doing after high school? And I remember like everyone's hand shot up. And I would like sit in the back of the class and like I was always the class clown. I was always the guy that like always had something funny to say. I was always trying to make people laugh. So for me to not have my hand up and say something humorous, the teacher caught up on that. And she was like, she started to ask a couple of students, and I felt like everyone had their whole life plan. They're like, oh, I'm going to go to school for this, and I'm going to get a job here. I'm going to make this kind of money. And I'm sitting in the back of the class being like, holy, please do not come to me because I have no idea what I'm going to say here. And teacher walks back and she goes, Greg, your hand's not up. What do you want to do after high school? And I just kind of like looked at her and I was like, yeah, Miss D, I have no idea what I want to do. And the whole class started to kind of snicker, and they were all kind of laughing around me. And I was like, okay, I need to come up with something really clever now. So I was like, Miss D, I don't know what I'm going to do, but all I know is I'm going to be a millionaire one day. And she goes, okay, how do you plan on making your money? And I was like, I don't know yet. Probably like maybe entertaining or something, and something like that, making people smile. And the class laughed again, and they're like laughing. And I was just like, and then she's like, no, seriously. She quieted everyone down, and she says, Greg, if anyone else would have said that in this class, I probably wouldn't have believed them. I probably wouldn't have believed, but I don't know what you're going to end up doing with your life. But once you finally figure out what you're going to do, you're going to be amazing at it. And I remember that was the first time a teacher really, I felt, saw me differently, because I was a very confused kid. I was always playing sports. I was so focused in sports, but I was very insecure. I was very insecure, and I always didn't ever think outside the box. Like I was always just in this box. And for the first time, I felt like this teacher saw me for more than just a dumb, like, I consider myself a dumb jock. Like I called myself stupid, and I was like, I just play sports. I'm not smart. I'm not a good student. And for the first time in my life, I felt like someone saw a little bit of a different path for me. And that was a massive day. That was a massive day. And it brought me into kind of doing something a little different. I went to school for sports broadcasting, and I thought that was going to be my dream, to be on TSN and to do sports broadcasting. Obviously, it was funny. I always said to myself, when people were like, why didn't you become a radio announcer? Or that, I'm like, oh, well, there just wasn't enough money in it back in the day. So I decided to become a musician because I thought that would make me more money. But I was very wrong about that. So it's kind of funny how I didn't want to get into radio because I felt like I had to choose something for the rest of my life. Anyways, my whole story about traveling across Canada, when I got to get to this high school tour in 2019, I got to tell that story about my grade 12 experience, about being in class. And I always want to tell youth that, like, you have to try so many different things. Like you have to try all your different interests. Like if I never kind of tried all the different things and all the interests that I had in my head, I might not have ever found guitar. I might not have ever found music in my storytelling. And it took me a long time to get the confidence to share my music and to share my voice, because I was always scared that I was the kind of person that thought I was a good singer, but then when I went up in front of people, I was actually horrendous. And I was like, I never want to think I'm good at something when I'm really not. And it took me until the age of 22 to sing in front of my first live crowd. And it was 6 hours away from my hometown. Like I did not want to sing in my hometown because I was so scared to be judged. I was so scared for people to be like, what does he think he's doing? You think he wants to be a singer now? Like this guy I've never seen him play a guitar. I've never seen him sing. For me to become a singer is the most left field thing anyone ever thought. Like I was never like, there was musicians that bring their guitars to school and they're playing. I'm the guy that's playing sports and blah, blah, blah. Like for me to become a musician was like so left field. But for me, I found music, and it was a way for me to just like, sing the songs I wanted to sing and do some storytelling and stuff like that. So, I found music, and about 22 years old, I went, at about 26 years old, I went to the Grand Cayman Islands, and I was a bartender down there. And then I went to Nashville for 2 years, and I moved down to Nashville. And my whole story is about living on the wrong side. It's just, I was consumed by alcohol. I grew up thinking alcohol was my best friend. It helped me. It allowed me to give the courage to go up on stage, to be honest, I don't know if I think back, and alcohol did help me at that point. Like, it helped me get the courage to be able to sing on stage. It helped me to get the courage to stand up. And I grew up thinking alcohol was my friend until I just realized when I got home from Nashville in 2018, I went on the school tour in 2019. I realized that I was talking to these kids and these students almost as if like I already turned my life around, but I was still in active addiction. Like I would perform at a school and then I would walk out back and have a cigarette out behind the school. Or I would go home at night and go back to our hotel room and I'd get a couple beers and I go and sit in my room and have a couple beers. And it didn't take me until like, what are you doing? Like, you're telling these kids and these students on the importance of being on the right track and chasing after your dreams, and you're hiding something. And when I got home from that pandemic, when I got home from that school tour, the pandemic hit. And obviously that put me into a massive kind of down spell in my life. And, 16 Sticks was the song that I wrote. And I wrote that song, and that's the reason I moved out west, because a bar owner from Alberta, Edmonton, actually heard that song and he said, "Hey, I'm doing a fundraiser. I'd love for you to come out and to do this song." And I went out west, had an amazing time. I got to sing this song for new people. I got to go to Humboldt. I got to sing the song at Center Ice. I got to do an interview on Sportsnet. And the song kind of helped me really move out west. And then I went back to Ontario for a couple of weeks, decided that Ontario is not where I wanted to be, and I moved back out west. And I've been living out here for the last 2.5 years. This is in October of 2021. I got diagnosed with ADHD. I got a late diagnosis of ADHD, and that was the thing that opened my eyes. It made me connect the dots on my past, and it made me realize that I have been living with a substance abuse problem, and I've been using as drinking was what numbed a lot of my symptoms. And I asked my psychotherapist, I said, how can I learn how to live with ADHD and get better and improve my anxiety and depression? And she said, Greg, you need to look at all your addictions. You need to look at your drinking. You need to look at your smoking. You need to look at everything. And I made a decision that I was going to quit everything. So I quit smoking on that day. I quit drinking on that day. I quit pretty much everything that was holding me back from being the best version of myself. It's now been over 2 years and 3 months since I've had a drink, and I haven't had any nicotine. I just been living this clean and straight and narrow life, and I found God I got baptized on January 8th of 2023. I finally realized that I don't have to do it alone. And I've been doing life alone my entire life. Was always me against the world. It was always like up to me to chase my dreams. It was always up to me to make the money. It was always me, 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 me. And when I found God, I realized that I'm not in control anymore. Like God is my vessel, and He's the one that's going to help me to share my story. And I'm just so grateful to be here today and be able to share that story and, be honest about my faith, and that's who I am. And I purely believe that anyone that is looking to get into recovery, and, I try not to bring, faith into everything, but for me, and what worked for me is that I needed faith. I needed faith, and I needed a higher power, and I needed something to believe in, something bigger than myself. Because that's what helped me stay sober and get into long-term sobriety. So that is my story. And I guess we'll probably play a song now, Jay.
Yeah. Hey, you didn't have any cue cards. Look how well you did.
I know.
Look how much you've grown from the first event to the online event, and then you're going to get in Timmins and you're just going to kick it. You're going to stim it. Like, that's what I said to you, bro. Right? It's like, you got it. You got it. Right? So, hey, Brooke, hit the video. Let's hear what Greg's got to do. I'm proud of you, brother.
Thank you.
All right. What's going on in Power to Recover? I was trying to think about a song that I would sing for this online event. And the one that comes to me and that's near to my heart is a song that I wrote called Look Who Turned His Life Around. And this song is all about a second chance. And like most people that are in recovery, we got a second chance at life. So Hope you enjoy the song. This song's called Look Who Turned His Life Around. Used to be the party kid with a pocket full of party tricks. The part of almost everything was just to meet the party chicks. The guy who everybody knows with a little problem saying no to taking something up the nose to try to fit in with the cool kid calls. When my old friends run into me, they're always so shocked to see that I finally got my head on straight. I finally think I found my way. I'm running in the right direction now. 'Cause from a kid having too much fun that never would amount to much, I never thought I'd leave my town. Look who turned his life around. Look who turned his life around. Now we're sitting in a cloud of smoke, a wrecked car on a major road. I hit a little close to home, feeling rock bottom low. 'Cause if I was a memory, how would they remember me? And not for who I wanna be. So I made the change right then and there, and I finally got my head on straight. I finally think I found my way. I'm running in the right direction now. From a kid having too much fun that never would amount to much, I never thought I'd leave my town. But look who turned his life around. You look who turned his life around. Here I am, I'm looking back from the other side. I'm so thankful that I finally got my head on straight. I finally think I found my way. I'm running in the right direction now. From a kid having too much fun that never would amount to much, never thought I'd leave my town. No, I never thought I'd leave my little town. Look who turned his life around. Yeah, look who turned his life around. Look who turned his life around. Thank you very much, guys. And to anyone that is in recovery or thinking about starting, and this event is massive for that. There's so much inspiration going around in this group. And thank you to everyone that told their story and shared a little bit about their story today, because everyone sharing their story is going to help so many people empower to recover. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Oh, that hits the feels. That was so good, Greg. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you.
And that is why we do what we do. There's so many hidden gems in this trauma, mental health, and addiction space. It's unreal. From musicians to normal people to you name it. That's what's so awesome about what we do here is, like I said, Greg came to Calgary, he had cue cards. I was like, Greg, get rid of those. Be you. Today he came on and he was him. Like you were you, bro. You were you. I can't wait to see you on Timmins on the stage. No cue cards. You cracking it out. You're an amazing guy, and I'm grateful that you're a part of my life, and I'm grateful that you're a part of this. Thanks a lot for that song, and thanks for being here. Next up, where's Mr. Bill Ward, the Changemaker? Is he around here? Oh, there. Hi. Mr. Bill Ward, the Changemaker, is up next. So me and Bill met in Calgary when I was in Calgary speaking. And I knew right away, just by his name, Bill Ward, the Changemaker, that that would mean he'd be a part of E2R. It had nothing else to do with anything else, but it's Bill Ward, the Changemaker. You know he wants to make change. So so does E2R. And I had the great opportunity to meet him there. And then he spoke in Calgary, and he brought a whole bunch of people with him. Not only that, he's got a connection to Mike and Street Angel as well. But the guy is genuine. He tells you exactly how it is. There's really no BS around with him, which is good. And that's how you get like some really solid recovery, is you don't BS your way through it.
You know what? We got pressing down your tongue, and it's just like
you thank you for coming today to do this for us, and take it away, Bill.
Awesome. You can hear me okay? Okay. Awesome. Thanks for having me, guys. Thanks for putting on this event and doing what you do. It's a really beautiful thing, what your passion is, Jay, and the people who are on board with you and their passion. And I guess I'm on board with you and sharing my passion to some degree. You know, looking back at that video that Brooke had played, you know, and seeing the emotion in her being while she talked about that. And, you know, that's exactly why we do this, right? That's exactly why we do this. And, you know, there was a young guy just recently that I was pretty connected to, and, you know, trying to help him in the way that I can for last 6 or 8 months. Me and my dad do these talking circles for the Oxford House Foundation here in Calgary, and we go to these Indigenous homes and we get to meet these guys, right? And, you know, this guy had a slip, and it wasn't long before he wasn't here anymore. And that's how quick this stuff happens, right? And I know many, many people in my life that have passed away from drug and alcohol addiction. And, you know, I'm going to say drug and alcohol addiction, but, you know, quote a piece of the literature of the program that saved my life is selfish self-centeredness, that we believe is at the root of our troubles. We have to be rid of it or it kills us. You know, we talk a lot here about the trauma and kind of getting over and dealing with trauma and letting things go. That's really it, right? Because we're drinking and drugging at a certain point because we want to numb that stuff out. You know, early in my drinking career, you know, alcohol did a lot of good things. Drugs did a lot of good things. It allowed me, like Brooke said, to, you know, get out of myself, connect. You know, my first sexual experience was I was drunk, and, you know, I could kind of be a person that I wanted to be when I was drunk and high, and it gave me community, it gave me fellowship. And so I liked the effect that it produced. Later in my life, it produced a different effect. It started taking the edge off. Later in life, it started numbing me out. And then later at life, it just didn't work anymore. You know, and a lot of people will get to that point where no matter what they're doing, whether it's gambling or shopping or, you know, drinking or drugging or pornography or whatever it is, it won't work forever. And you become faced with yourself. The problem is a lot of people never know how to face themselves because they've never run into people like us. And that's kind of what Empower to Recover is about. That's kind of what I'm about. And that's kind of what the people I believe here that are pushing this out there to the world is about. Learning how to face yourself, going to the parts of within yourself that you can't go by yourself. And and looking at, you know, there's a line that I love to say. It's like, what would you be like if you truly knew who you were? First of all, you got to know who you are. And that can be very humiliating and very painful, because you look at the parts of yourself that aren't serving you, and the parts of yourself that you don't like, and the parts of yourself that other people might not like, that you've tried to defend your whole life. But you have to look at yourself in a deep and meaningful sense. And a big part of that is looking how I hurt myself and how I hurt others. And then kind of growing through that to become who I was truly meant to be, or who anyone is truly meant to be. And you played a clip at the beginning of, or a little while back here on this online event of me at your other event speaking. And I truly believe what that clip was that you played, that most people I've ever worked with has never been able to be who they're truly meant to be, myself included. Right? I grew up in a society that kind of told me who to be and what to be, right from the word go, right from school. And as I, you know, kind of went through my journey of life, not having my mom and my dad around for those beginning years, and not getting my needs met that I need as a young boy, and, you know, kind of seeing alcoholism in my family. And, you know, I developed a lot of anger, and that anger grew and it grew and it grew. And I'm First Nations, as you can see, and growing up in a predominantly white world and going to a Catholic school, you know, it was pretty rough being a Native kid in this world. And I had to fight my way through, like literally I fought. But I built some good defense mechanisms, man. You know, I got some respect out of that, seemingly respect. I got women that wanted to be with me because of that anger or because of that violence. And I carried that most of my life. And when I was finally 22 years old, after rehabs, after almost killing a guy in a fight in his own home, you know, being in and out of jail at a young age, I finally got sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I knew alcohol and drugs weren't serving me. And I prayed hard to a God that I didn't care about, and I asked to not drink anymore. And by the grace of God, I'm 51 years old right now, and I haven't had a drop since I was 22 years old. But that doesn't mean to say that I was healed, because by no means was I healed because I put the drink or drug down. You know, I had to go through 15, 20 years of building a business and seeking my validation out of what you thought I was through the money and what I drove and my house and all of these other areas, which are just distraction from me to look within myself. But I didn't know any better. I didn't know any different. I was just doing what everyone else was doing. And everyone else is doing the same thing. Basically, what I was doing was lying to myself my whole life, validating my shitty behavior with other people's shitty behavior because everyone was doing it. And all along that way, I'm still doing drugs, I'm still smoking weed, still doing mushrooms and acid, and I'm still violent. You know, I ended up building a pretty decent life from the outside, right? I built a nice company. I was making, by the end of it there, I was doing close to $3 million a year. But a lot of my motivation to do what I did in the business was because of my inferiority complex, my inability to love myself. So I needed to be validated from the things of what other people thought I was. And that was kind of what my business did. But it doesn't work either, right? At some point I get crushed again. And I was. Tried some hard drugs. Next thing you know, hard drugs is my solution. And through that hard drug journey, I had 3 daughters and my wife at the time, this $1 million house and all these things, that became my new God. And eventually that doesn't work. And then I like to tell this story. As I burnt my life to the ground, as I destroyed my family ended up homeless, living in a crawl space of the nanny that we used to employ She got citizenship while she worked for us. She went on her own. She started living in Canada. But by the time I burnt our lives down, my family was living in their crawl space in a 2-bedroom home in Riverbend. And I'm living in a trailer plugged into the power at my foreclosed property. And my life is hell. And I'm like broken. But I like to look at it like this. I'm sitting in the rubble of what my life was, smoldering coals around me going, who the fuck are you now? Who are you now, man? You're not a business owner. You don't drive that truck. You don't have that house. You're barely a father and you're no husband. And so I realized in these moments of the sheer pain that my whole identity was based on what other people thought I was. And a lot of me wanted to die. But there was a part of me that wanted to live. And luckily, my dad was in a recovery program and he took me to my first meeting. And from there, that light, that little light that I had, it started shining brighter and brighter. But I'll tell you, those early years of recovery were really, really hard. I always say it like this, you know, that first year of recovery is pretty easy, man. And but if you don't have a good program to work in your second, third, and fourth year and a good fellowship around you and the ability to take personal inventory, because like I heard Winter say, when you put the drink, the drug, or whatever the distraction is down, the shit's coming up, man. It's coming up. And if you're not running a good type of program or lifestyle to deal with the shit when the shit comes up, the shit will deal with you. And I see it constantly. So what my journey has taught me is I have to go through pain. I have to look at myself. I have to serve to the best of my ability. And a lot of times in those early years, I didn't want to serve. I didn't want to do any altruism. I wanted, because I'm geared to serve my own self and to protect myself. But I did it because I didn't want to die. And then later I did it because it started making me feel good. And all I ever wanted on my recovery journey was to get my life back, my old life back, to get my career back, to make some money again and kind of get back on top in that way. But because I had helped so many people in those first 2 or 3 years, I did get my career back. I was the director of operations for a small corporation in Calgary. I'm sitting at my desk. I got full right to run this company however I want. But I had been working and helping other people for all this time too. Partly because I had to, then I wanted to, and then it changed my heart. It changed me on the inside. And I was sitting at my desk one day and I was going, something hit me. It was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Do what? I don't want to work and making this company money. I don't want to focus my whole life on making money and building this. And then the fear that ran through me, because that's all I wanted, but I didn't want it anymore. I had no idea what I was going to do. And I was so scared because I didn't know. But I had 3 years of building my relationship with Creator and helping people. And I knew through the practice of prayer and listening and following that guided intuition that I never followed before. I knew that I was going to be okay. And one day I was driving back to work and I had been praying on this issue because it was a big issue, man. I had child support payments, I had rent, I had all these payments. I had to make about $5,000 a month at the time. And for me to just quit wasn't an option. But then I pulled over my new Mustang that I was able to buy. I laid the seat back on the side of a road coming back from lunch. And my grandmother was my higher power for many years because I didn't like the word God. So I prayed to my grandma. She was passed away. And I asked her, I said, Grandma, I know that you know everything because you are all knowing and you watch over me. And you know that I don't want to do this career thing anymore. And I want to help alcoholics and addicts and people struggling with their trauma. But I don't know how to do that because I don't know where I'm going to make the money. And then like you can hear my voice right now. I heard my grandma talk to me and she said, Billy, it doesn't matter if there's money involved. That's what you do. You go help people. And then 2 weeks after that, I gave my notice to the company and I quit that job. And I have just prayed and meditated and manifested the life that I live today. My whole business platform, Bill Ward Life, my podcast, my everything I do has come through prayer and meditation. I've learned that I don't make a move until there's no doubt in that decision. And because of that, I've gotten what I've needed, always. I stay close to my creator. I perform his work well. He gives me what I need. And it's not always what I want. But through not getting what I want, I go to the deepest parts within myself and I see what it is that's blocking me off. And so my anger over the years, like, dudes, I barely get angry anymore. I'm not going to say God's restored me fully with no anger because I know he'll show me who's the boss. My lust that was a problem in those early years, because my disease still wants out, so it's going to try to get out in any way. One of the biggest ways is through relationships and women and sex and this kind of thing, or finance or whatever. But I did a lot of work there, and you know, I think I'm considered a really safe man in the world of recovery, and other women can talk to me without issue because I've done a lot of work on myself with my creator. So I'll finish with this. I live my best life today. And like, it's going to sound a little arrogant. I don't struggle a lot, man. I don't struggle that much, hardly, because I know nothing happens in God's world by mistake. Nothing, absolutely nothing. And I believe that to my core. And I can't change other people or any situation, but I can influence things and I can help people be inspired to change. And that's my job today. I built my whole life around service. And because I built my whole life around service and I work for God and the people have started to work for me. And the way that I live my life is common sense has thus become uncommon sense. The way that I think life should have been, it's actually the opposite. So now today I dedicate my life to service, and I know that God's going to provide what I need. If I honestly stay close to him, I perform his work well. So for me to be on this journey with Empowered to Recover, to work parallel with you guys, to bring the same message, sometimes separate, sometimes together, you know, that's what we do. It's about love, it's about forgiveness, and it's about passion. And just to reiterate what Jay said, if you have a dream or you have a goal, go for it, man. Just bring God with you. And I'm a guy who didn't care about God. But without God, I am not a good person. I'm the best version of myself with God running my life. And I can do anything today. And I do anything. Part of me building my own platform was because I'm very controversial. Sometimes people don't want me to speak on things because I'll tell the truth and people don't want to hear the truth. So I said, fuck it. I'm going to do my own platform. Just like Jay, kind of, right? So anyway, I love you all. I thank you all for putting on this event. I love being a part of what you're doing. I feel in my heart at this moment in my life, it's right. And I want to help you guys carry that message and inspire people. And I know First Nations people really struggle, and that's where a lot of my focus is today. So thank you for having me. I love you all, and let's kick ass on the rest of today. Thank you, Jay.
That's why I got in contact with him. He's me. He's just Indigenous and I'm white. So, so at the end of the day, he tells it how it is, right? And like he says, people don't want to hear the truth. I mean, I've been at this game for almost 16 years today. Actually, it is 16 years. It is 16 years today. And a lot of people didn't want to hear me. So I just said, to heck with it. I'm doing it all. I'm just going to build. And the cool thing about building is those that want to come with you are going to come with you. And you really, really get some amazing, amazing, amazing people that come with you when you do that, right? Because they start believing. And when you start seeing people believe and you start seeing people change and you start seeing people do things, like I've watched this platform. Brooke and I have watched this platform. I'll just talk about 2023. 2022 was a gong show. But 2023, just watching the platform in 2023 grow with 32 different speakers across Canada come to the event, some of which never spoke on a stage before, got up there and laid their heart on the line. You can't beat that. There's nothing better than the rawness and the vulnerability and the love, the kindness, the compassion of just telling one's story. That's why I love what we do. Okay, up next is something really exciting, eh, Brooke?
Yes, I'm just going to show the screen.
So we've had the great opportunity to partner up with the Mental Health Foundation in Edmonton, Alberta, which I'm so massively excited about. Natasha Delaney, I think she hopped on if she's on. Her and I really worked hard to make this happen when it came to a charity partner in Edmonton, because we are a non-for-profit. So we need to have a charity partner help us access funds to, the real thing is we want, we want to have funding come in so that we can just bring people along this journey. And that's kind of the truth. And the Mental Health Foundation really aligns with what we're doing. The people over at the Mental Health Foundation, Ashley Cruz, Jill, and all those amazing people that are doing phenomenal work there is amazing. They weren't able to be here today, but they did send us a video, which was absolutely amazing. So we're hoping to do more than just the Edmonton event with the Mental Health Foundation. So if you are on here, Mental Health Foundation, wink, wink. We do want to do a provincial partnership with the Mental Health Foundation, which would allow us to go to a lot of cities in Alberta and really make noise when it comes to raising voices and inspiring change through every city, town, and community you can possibly think of, any nick and cranny inside of Alberta, so that they can all be heard. So this is one of, to say that not even at 7 months we have this going on right now with somebody that's really embedded into the system, really makes me proud. Really makes me proud of what we're doing, because it's all of you that are making it happen, right? It's your voices that are getting heard. My voice is just a little one in the mix of all of us. So you want to play the video, or what do you got to say, Brooke, about this? Because this is pretty big for us. This really is.
I'm just wildly excited. I can't even believe it's happened at this point. I know most nonprofits, it takes about 2 years of hustling and grinding and doing it on your own before anyone's even going to give you a shot and look at your financials. You usually need to have about 2 years in place. And the fact that we are at this place already, less than a year in, is so phenomenal. And I can't even think of a better organization to be partnering with. Mental health is so aligned with our original question, what if we can stop addiction before it starts? It starts, for me, my addiction started with anxiety, panic disorder, and ADHD that I was undiagnosed, right? Alcohol was my solution to that. It was a symptom of my problem. It wasn't the problem. The problem was I needed to get help for my mental health, right? So what an incredible organization. Yeah, I'm going to play their video. It's honestly blowing my mind what has been possible. Honestly, like Jay said, getting out of our way and letting universe, God, higher power, whatever you believe in, just take over and move this platform forward. Incredible things are happening.
Basically, they saved my life. People think that saving lives only happens with things like heart attacks or trauma accidents from car accidents and things like that. But sometimes it's our brains.
No one is really alone. We're all going through this together, and there are places that are meant for you to use for your health and well-being.
Speaking up as a person with so many different intersecting marginalized identities, I'm hoping to become a role model for folks who might be struggling with their mental health but aren't already immediately involved in seeking help.
I get gratitude out of this, and I think I can say that I'm a witness to this human resolve and human spirit. It's incredible.
You don't always associate a hospital with being this sort of fresh air, therapeutic space where, you know, patients can get out and enjoy long walks. They can enjoy fresh air. They can play sports out here. It's the number of resources and opportunities is amazing.
We're talking about it, and we're willing to support each other. We're willing to take those conversations that we wouldn't have had before into a public setting, or talk to colleagues that we may not have shared at that level before with. And so that's where I think the hope begins. And then that will draw attention to the way we invest in our healthcare system.
By incorporating diversity and equity into mental health advocacy, including what we do at Kickstand, it's really sending a message that everybody is welcome.
The idea is to work ourselves out of a job. Like, if we could make everyone well, that's our goal.
That's absolutely beautiful. The Mental Health Foundation are doing some great things, and we're excited to have them a part of the Edmonton event. So if you are in Alberta and you're on here right now, we do have an Edmonton event coming up May 11th at the Edmonton Convention Center. We'd love to have you there. The live events, there's going to be 14 or 15 different speakers there as well. We have a real awesome keynote speaker we're going to announce in a couple weeks. We're also in Timmins on April 13th. I have a really awesome keynote speaker there as well. I'm going to start announcing that next week. Is Natasha on here yet? Natasha? Okay, Street Angel, where are you? Street Angel, you're up. Okay, it's going to go you because I don't see Natasha on here right now. So we're going to go to you. This one here is empowering youth all across Canada is one of the was one of my dreams, to have somebody a part of the platform that was in recovery, getting recovery, but wasn't scared to share her life. You know, I don't know if she got coerced into doing this or not, but whatever the case is, she did it, and she did phenomenal on stage in Kenora at the first ever recovery day. And then she came to Calgary, and these guys didn't get in till like midnight, and then they had a full day the next day. And she you know, for your age, you should be massively proud with what you're doing. You know, I speak highly of you everywhere I go, because I believe in you, and I believe in the fact of what your voice can do for youth. So you take it away, Angel. I love you.
Jay, you always build me up so high. And then I get more nervous because I'm like, you're making these people's expectations up here, man. So hey everybody, I'm Street Angel, or Angel. I'm so like I am scared, despite what Jay says isn't scared to share a story. I remember the day my dad came up to me and he's like, so there's this guy and he's asking, he heard that you're in recovery and you're so young. He's like, he's asking if you'll do a recovery event. And I really need to learn to like ask more questions before I agree to things. Because I was like, yeah, sure, I've spoken at stuff. I had no idea what I was signing myself up for. It was like, I'll do it. And then I met Jay, and now I'm just like, I'm involved. I believe he texted me a couple of days ago and he was like, you're stuck with me. And I'm like, yeah, sounds about right. But this is my third event with the foundation, and I'm less nervous than I was in Kenora, admittedly. It's still scary to be a 17-year-old girl and talk in front of adults and be like, hey, I did a bunch of bad stuff and now I'm doing better. But I guess I should start from the beginning with the time that I have. So I am 17 and in recovery, and I've been in recovery for, actually, I think it's today, 1 year and 8 months. God's timing, right? It's today, I'm pretty sure. But before that, I was I'm trying to find a way to describe it that's not bad. that doesn't sound bad. I was a chaotic drunk. I remember when Brooke said her friends had the cute little nickname her friends had for her, Brunk. Their cute little nickname for me was "oh crap again." It wasn't as creative or nice sounding. It was just okay. Where'd she go this time? Because when I got drunk, I was a that sounds like a good idea, drunk. Doesn't matter what you say to me. Sure. You want to go climb a fence? Sure. You want to go do this? Sure. I would just go with whatever. And then I'd wake up the next morning and try to figure out what I had done. It's not easy to put the pieces back together when you've lost your phone, your sanity, and everything else. But so I was a run away from things drunk, and that started because as a kid I was I didn't discover this till later on, but I was a very anxious kid. I was scared of my own shadow, and that's not exaggeration. I actually did get scared by my own shadow as a kid. But I was very anxious and I never felt like I fit in anywhere. I was very like odd one out, and as I got older, that anxiety and that feeling like the odd one out, I discovered that when you drink, you don't really feel like the odd one out. You don't really feel anything for that matter. You just feel loose and like it's a good idea to take your top off. It never is. It really never is. Also, I apologize in advance, or I apologize right now to my father who's on here. But as I got older, all of the emotions that I really hated and all the stuff that I hated and the anxiety that turned to stomach aches, turned to migraines, really stopped when I got really drunk or really high or made all of the life decisions that I really shouldn't have. But I took it and ran with it because it worked. And like it's been said here, it worked until it didn't. I'm very fortunate because I discovered earlier than some that it didn't work for me. I put my hands up and said, I'm done with this. 4 days before my 16th birthday, June 12th, I admitted myself to the psych ward and I said, all right, yeah, that sounds like the best place for me right now. It was not an easy decision. Like my father said, I debated for a while. I was like, like I'm on the verge of like absolute insanity, but like, do I really want to do this? I needed to do it. But I went into the psych ward and 3 days later, I'm in the bed and I'm looking up at the ceiling and I for the first time ever actually prayed and it wasn't one, sorry, I'm nervous. And it wasn't one of those prayers so that it was like, if you get me out of this, I'll stop drinking, or praying in a gas station bathroom over a clear blue. I promise I will make better choices if this is negative. God saved my ass a couple times, if you can't tell. But I remember sitting in that bed and looking up at the sky and going, all right, this isn't like I'll do this if you just get me out of this one time. It was more of a, if I keep going the way I'm going, I'm going to die and leave my 3 little siblings and my parents heartbroken and wondering what they could have done better. Because I remember being that little girl growing up in addiction going, well, if I can just fix this. And I watched my siblings go through the same thing. And I looked up and was like, just fix me, please. I don't know what I got to do, but I'll do it. Just fix me. Just fix it. And ever since then, my life has gotten better than I ever thought. And I went from this anxious kid to this girl who could stand up on stage. And this was like, I didn't even realize I could do this, but I stood up on stage in front of people and told them that I got into the psych ward and told them all these things that I swore was going to die with me. And it didn't die with me. It ended up being told to around 400 different people. You think you're going to take things to the grave, but it's just goes to show that like, I didn't stop addiction before it started, but I stopped it a hell of an early enough to be able to get all of this at such a young age. Like I'm graduating in June and my dad doesn't bet, but he would have lost money on that one. But I actually get to graduate in a really pretty dress around people who love me and who are no longer going, where the heck did she go? Or, oh, what'd she do this time? Instead, they're going, she's graduating. And it feels pretty good, and it took a lot to get here, but I can now look at my mental health and work on the things like my anxiety and my things that come up. I too, like Greg, was diagnosed with ADHD. Who would have saw that coming? Pretty much everybody I've ever told. It was apparently obvious, but I get to come up with these things, and now it's not a, oh, woe is me, I have ADHD, I should go drink. It's more of a, I have ADHD and I can handle it. I can find the ways to cope with my situations. And it feels pretty good to say that now. And I don't want to go over time, so that's all.
So now you know, I saw the UK stud, you just popped in here. Hey, UK stud. Now you know why that message is so powerful, so strong, so courageous, so amazing. Like when I said you're with me for the rest of your life, you are. It just happens to be, you have to be. But like to watch you come to Kenora, not really knowing what you're getting into, really. And then like standing on stage and 216 people at the end of when you're done speaking stand up and give you a standing ovation for like 7 minutes about you that just told your story. Street Angel was born. And then she went to Calgary and did the same thing. And now she showed up on a Sunday after driving with her dad, because that must have been hell, driving with her dad in Toronto or to Toronto or wherever they went to get his pink cast, you know what I mean? And she showed up. I just called her, boom, she's up, she's speaking. That little street angel over there has something very special that all of us can learn from. That little girl right there has something that we can all learn from. So I love you a lot. I'm so grateful that you're a part of this. I can't wait to see you guys in Timmins, because that's your guys' hometown. Your people are going to be there. I'm so proud. I'm so excited. I'm so thrilled that we're bringing an E2RF to Timmins and to the Iroquois Falls area for you guys. That's you and Mike, right? Like I get goosebumps. Like that's exciting for me to have this event come in your backyard. Natasha, are you on here? Anybody see Natasha around?
Yeah, she came in.
Oh, there she is. There she is, Natasha Delaney. Natasha Delaney is an amazing individual. If you don't know that already, I'm going to tell you you're an amazing individual. Natasha Delaney and I met probably back in August or September when I said I want to do this massive kick-ass event in Edmonton and I want 10,000 people there. She said, well, I got the Edmonton Convention Center. Does 700 work? I was like, that'll do. And, you know, from that, we've been able to build this really, really awesome relationship where we kind of like reach out to each other and talk about recovery and get through stuff. Natasha's helped me through a couple things through conversation. But Natasha owns a company called Indigenous Events Projects, and she puts on events for Indigenous people, but recovery is close to her because she is 5 years into recovery, and it's been a big part of her life. As you'll hear, but she was really the one that helped us get the Mental Health Foundation. She was the one that reached out, and then it was me and her that talked, and then we got to meet them, and that was awesome as well. And I'm just really proud that you are with us, and I'm really proud that you stuck with me. You didn't run out the back door. You probably had many a times you could have. I'm proud that you are the person that you are and that you keep growing and changing, because you are a beautiful individual. So take it away.
Thank you so much. Hey, hello everybody. Natasha from Indigenous Project Events, and as Jay said, I'm 5 years alcohol and drug free. My sobriety date is December 28th, 2018. And I currently live in Edmonton, Alberta. Right now, I'm actually in Manitoba, Sturgeon Landing in Saskatchewan, which is like in the middle of nowhere. So I had to come here, and thankfully, the time just had worked out. So I came here in time because there's absolutely no internet. It's literally in the middle of nowhere where I am. So anyways, I'm gonna talk to you guys a little bit about what it was like, what happened, and what it's like now. I was asking my husband, I'm like, I'm not really that prepared. I don't really know what to talk about. He's like, well, you know how to talk about what it was like, what happened, and what it's like now. And so I was born in Edmonton. I'm originally from Musqueam First Nations in Alberta. I was born, my mom was 16 at the time when she had me. My dad, she was in a relationship with my dad, and there was some domestic violence, alcoholism. My gagum was raised in residential schools. And so by the time she came out of residential schools and had my mom, she had no idea how to parent, how to love, how to take care of herself. And so my mom grew up within that same environment. She didn't have any support. She didn't have any good role models or people to show her how to love herself. And so she was raised on the reserve, and she kind of went between family members. And so by the time I came along, she really didn't really know what she was doing. And so I believe I was 3 by the time she had taken me to social services, and she said, you know, I can't take care of her right now. And again, she was in a violent relationship with my dad. And so she surrendered me to social services, but she did have a plan to work on herself, to get help and support. That was her goal when she had given me up. And so I went into foster care, and I stayed in there for about 2 years. And when I remember sitting in grade 1 in my class and getting called down to the office. And my foster mom at the time came, and she drove me home, and she had explained to me that my mom had passed away. And so my mom was brutally murdered. She was stabbed about 22 times, and she was out at a bar and these 2 Indigenous men had robbed her and the other gentleman that was with her and killed both of them. And so after that happened, I really didn't feel like I got the support that I needed from the foster home that I was in. And after that, it was like I didn't know, like I was pretty lost. Like I didn't know where I belonged. The foster home that I lived in, my foster mom was pretty racist. I mean, I feel like at the time, the knowledge about the residential school was not common. A lot of things wasn't known about Indigenous people. There's lots of ignorance around and stereotypes around our culture and who we are as people. Like we're just dirty Indians, and you know, like just lots of racism. And I grew up in that, and I grew up in that belief, and I became very ashamed of who I was. I became very ashamed to be Indigenous. I mean, my foster mom, she was a lot older. I mean, she's got to be in her 90s now, and she did the best that she could with what she knew, and I know that for sure. But again, the education around Indigenous people just was not there, and the knowledge and the truth about Indigenous people was not known. And I remember driving by my reserve and them locking the doors, and I just got this feeling that it wasn't okay to be me. It wasn't okay to be Indigenous. It wasn't okay to be white, even, because I would also go for home visits to my family, and I would talk and I would act white, and they would tell me, like, you're too white, like get out of here. And I was like, I didn't fit in anywhere, because you know, I grew up watching Little House on the Prairie in the middle of nowhere and with this white family. And I remember I would fight with my foster mom all the time, because she she had lots of her own traumas, and so she didn't really treat me very fairly, and I feel like she wasn't treated fairly when she was a child. And so I remember a whole year where I just didn't, there was not one day that I wasn't crying. And so I remember banging my head against the wall and just wishing that God would just kill me if there was a God. I wasn't really sure. I mean, they were Lutheran, so I did the whole catechism thing, and so I did end up moving from that home when I was 16, thankfully, and I moved in and out of other foster homes and group homes, and at the age of 19, I ended up meeting a man from the East, and I was already an alcoholic at that point, although I didn't know, because how I drank was like, I always drank to get drunk and to black out, always. But it wasn't all the time. Like, it was on the weekends, we would have fires and everybody did it. Like, everybody that we knew, that's what we did. You get together every single weekend, you go to work Monday to Friday, and then you drink. And my spouse was white, and everybody that I hung out with was white. And so for me, it was like that, it was okay. It was normal, right? But he would get so drunk that he would jump out the window, and he would take his four-wheeler and like crash it into trees or into the fence, and I would do ridiculous things too. And so that was pretty much our life for like 10 years, 12 years. And I had 2 children. I got a certificate in business administration, and I got a job with the government, and I was a legal assistant, and like, I had surpassed my expectations of my life at that point, right? Because being an Indigenous person that was raised in foster care, and I'm married to this white man, and I have this like picket white fence life. We lived in this house in the country, and that was my dream. But I hated myself. Like, I hated myself, I hated my life, I hated, like, in my mind I was like, how is this all that there is? Like, how is this all that there was? And I remember I would leave my spouse, like, I would be like, you're an alcoholic. And then I would leave, and then I would like start drinking and mess up my life. And he would save me, and I would come back. And I feel like it was 10 times over that period of 12 years that would happen, where it was his fault. He was the alcoholic. There was nothing wrong with me. I even got him an AA book. And so anyways, the very last time I left, I had cheated on him, because I was like, I just couldn't handle, there was no other way out. Like, that's how messed up I was mentally. Like, in my mind, there was no other way out. I had to cheat with him to just break the cycle, cheat on him to break the cycle. But me doing that was like me surpassing one of my biggest values, and that was loyalty. And like, I was not the type of woman that did something like that, but I did. And I left, and I didn't go back, but I also fell deeply into addiction because of that. I remember, I think a month after I had left that time, I remember it was the first time I actually woke up and started drinking again. And in my mind, that was like the turning point, the tipping point, when you are drinking all night the night before, and then you wake up and you start drinking again. Like, I'd never done that before. And so I started doing that I tried cocaine, and I realized after I did cocaine, I'm like, you know what? I'm conscious now. I'm not blacking out, I'm not pulling women's hair or getting beat up, or, like I can drink more, really. And so that's what I did. And so for 2 years, it was really, really bad. I remember stealing power from the neighbor's house because I didn't pay my bill. I remember scrounging for change to feed my kids, to get them a $1 burger at McDonald's across the street. I remember like coming out of a blackout and like just screaming, like, this isn't who I am. And there was people coming in and out of my home, and my kids, I had the 2 at the time, and they were living a life of hell. And I just couldn't stop. Like, I knew that there was something wrong, and I just couldn't stop. Like, especially because my mom and my dad were they were in addiction. My mom was murdered. My dad was homeless most of my life. And I remember going on visits with him at the local McDonald's and being so ashamed and embarrassed. And he was like shaking. And he ended up dying on the streets. And I didn't find out for a long time. I remember going downtown Edmonton when I used to work down there prior to all of this. And I would search for him. And he had already passed away by that time. And so when I was in my addiction, I just couldn't help thinking, like, I'm just like them. And that everything that they went through for me, being raised in foster care, like all of that was for nothing, because here I am, like exactly like them. And yeah, it makes me a bit emotional thinking about it. But my daughter, I remember when I was finally got a year sober, my daughter told me, she's 16 now, but she had told me that she came into the room and I was blacked out. I don't remember this at all, but I guess I had told her that I fucking hated her. And she ran out of the room. And so again, I didn't find this out until I was a year sober. I don't even remember. I don't remember so much stuff in that 2 years. And so I met a man, and he was also in addiction. He was also doing, on drugs, and we both had jobs. Like, he was a project manager at a drilling company, and I worked for the government still. But after a year of being together, I ended up quitting my job, my government job, and he ended up quitting his job, and he started selling drugs, and I got pregnant, and I couldn't stay sober through my pregnancy. I remember that just the one time I'm like, there was just a thought of, I can just do it once. And it was after that, I'm like, no, I need to go to treatment. So I went to treatment, and I stayed sober my entire pregnancy. But my spouse, he relapsed, and he would enter the psychosis because he wasn't as much addicted to alcohol as he was much addicted to drugs. And so he could do drugs and not have to drink. And he would be up for days, and he would be in this crazy psychosis stage. And I remember just hating my life every single day. I was always under constant like fight, flight, or freeze, always, my whole entire pregnancy. And so I did end up having that baby, and I started drinking it again probably a month after I had him. My spouse at the time, we were living in this huge house. It had an outdoor pool, this hot tub, sauna, like everything. And we had said we moved there for the kids. But he had all of his clients over, and it was chaos. It was crazy, not a place for kids to be. And that didn't last very long because whenever you're on drugs and you're doing drugs and alcohol, it like nothing lasts. Even if you're not, nothing lasts forever anyways. And he ended up taking off to BC with our baby. Our baby was 3 months old and he was high, and I didn't end up seeing my baby for 3 months after that. And nobody would believe me that, you know, that he was doing drugs and selling drugs. And I had nobody at that point because I pushed everybody away. And social services didn't believe me. Shortly after, I had to go to court, and I went to court, and I got 50-50 custody of him. And I remember drinking one night, and I thought, you know, like I wanted to die. Like I was gonna die that night. But I remember just thinking, just wait until tomorrow. And so the next day, I woke up and I'm like, I'm gonna find a meeting. And so I went to my first meeting the next day, and that was in November of 2018. And a month later, I celebrated 1 month sober by going out and drinking, which is why my sobriety date is December 28th, 2018. And shortly after that, my spouse, because I wasn't talking to him, but I had a restraining order, and although we had 50-50, I was done. And I got a phone call, and he called me, and he was in psychosis, and they told me to come, and he said to come pick up our baby. And so I went and I took a cab because I didn't drive. I had thousands of dollars in fines from driving without insurance and registration. And anyways, I went and picked up, went there, and the cops were there. And I guess he was in psychosis, and he was about to jump off the 8th floor of their apartment building there with our baby. And so I was so relieved that finally my baby was safe, because he had finally got caught for what he was doing. And anyways, a month after that, after some craziness, I knew he was in a really, really dark place. Like, he had no access to any of the kids anymore. Like, it was over for him. And I took him to his first meeting, and his sobriety date is January 21st, 2019. And so we've been both sober. He ended up going to drug court his second year of sobriety, and he spent a year in drug court. And I started school, and I graduated with my business degree in 2021, and I'll be graduating with my master's in business administration next month. I started a business. We had another son, and we have 5 kids. My kids have been in therapy. They've been in therapy since we got sober, and they're thriving. Like, my kids are thriving. Like, me and my husband, because we got married a couple years ago. We've done couples therapy. I still do AA. We both do ceremony, Indigenous ceremony, and everything that I had thought I had lost over my life, like even since I was a child, I've gained in sobriety, like everything. I've been adopted by this indigenous couple who do ceremony, and so I've been learning my culture. I've been connecting to my indigenous roots and really feeling like I finally belong somewhere. And I created Indigenous Project events because I remember planning my first Indigenous fashion show, and I was 2 years sober, and it was kind of an opportunity of nowhere. And I remember after I planned it, and I remember I watched the Indigenous designers, the Indigenous models, the music, and I cried because I had never seen our culture that way, like shown that way. And I remember thinking, why didn't anybody tell me that this existed? This is so beautiful. Like, I grew up so ashamed to be Indigenous and to be who I was. And then there's this beautiful part of our culture that I was not made aware of. And I thought, like, not just Indigenous people should experience this, non-Indigenous people should experience, everybody should understand and know that this side exists. And so yeah, my company has been slowly growing. It took me a while. I'm sure many of you, if any of you are entrepreneurs, how much it takes, how much work it takes. It's very much like being in early sobriety, very much like that. And I'm super grateful again to be part of Empowered to Recover Foundation. I'm so glad that I met Jay and Brooke and Giselle and Carl, and that they've accepted me as part of their team. And yeah, it's all about belonging. It's all about understanding that there's nothing wrong with us, whether you're Indigenous or whether you're not Indigenous. There's nothing wrong with you. And that you can make mistakes. You can tell your daughter the worst things in the world, and you're gonna be okay. You're gonna be okay no matter what happens, no matter what you did. You're gonna be okay, and things can change for you. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, girl. Okay, so that's Natasha. She's doing some great things, and we're gonna make a big announcement right now for Edmonton. I'm excited about this one because wait a second, back that up a bit. That was very awesome of you to break down the Indigenous stuff and how you've maneuvered yourself. And I know you just see me like a rocket going through entrepreneurship. It has not been like that my whole life. You also saw me like almost kill myself literally last year. So there's two spectrums of the world. You can go like super fast, or you can, you know what I mean? So I think what you're doing is amazing. There's a good spot for you to be there. You've gained a lot of trust in people already in Edmonton with what you're doing. That's really phenomenal, right? And then you also have this phenomenal story of coming out, you know what I mean? Like of who you were and how you need to fit in. And I mean, the first day I met you, everybody fits in with me, ask Brooke. I take everybody in. They just find themselves out somehow. I don't know. I never kick them out. But at the end of the day, that's a brilliant and beautiful story. 5 kids. Me and you've had some great conversations, and I'm grateful you're here. But we do have a big announcement, which is exciting for Edmonton. Well, it's actually the Alberta region, I guess, kind of, right? Like they could come from the Alberta region. I started thinking about this back in 2015, and I actually pushed it out there. I was actually part of Sick Not Weak and Michael Landsberg. If anybody knows Michael Landsberg used to be TSN. He has a foundation charity called Sick Not Weak, and they do some phenomenal work around depression and all that stuff. Look at that. That's my mother coming in here. What is my mother coming in here for? Anyway, that just threw me off. I never get thrown off. Anyways, it's called Share Your Story and be the breakthrough speaker at our largest event yet. It is our largest event. So what this is all about, and you got to hashtag share your story E2R, because we went and looked up share your story, and there's like 2 million or something, Brooke? Like, it was ridiculous last night. We looked it up. So basically what this is, you're going to send us in a 1 minute to 2 minute video of you sharing just what you saw right now. And we're going to pick 3 people. One person is going to get to go up on stage and share their stories, and the other 2 people are going to get to come to the event for free.
Question.
Yes.
So are they gonna send it in, or are they gonna be doing it on their social medias?
Did we want to do it on the social media, Brooke? Is that what we talked about? Yeah. I might
Yeah,
have said
so if you post the video on your social media, use the hashtag share your story. I would also recommend
E2R.
share your story E2R. That's correct. Hashtag share your story E2R. I'd also recommend sending us an email just to make sure that we
get
it. Yeah. And that's empower2recover, the number 2 at gmail.com. And we're going to be putting a lot more information about that after this announcement.
So yeah, I'm massively excited about this one because in 2015, I tried to start something like Empower to Recover, and it was called hashtag What's Your Story? And I actually had like all these stories come in, and then I was just overwhelmed because I never had a Brooke in my life. So I didn't know what to do. And then I didn't have a Carl in my life. So I couldn't just go call up Carl and complain about my life's faults to Carl, and the UK guy just listened to me. So it's really exciting because this gives you an opportunity if you've wanted to speak, if you've ever wanted to speak, if you wanted to be a motivational speaker, it doesn't matter what it is, from trauma, mental health, and addictions. You don't have to be a recovering alcoholic. You don't have to be a recovering addict. There's people that suffer with mental health and they have amazing stories, also trauma and addiction. So it's empower number 2 recover at gmail.com. We're going to start dropping more information about this. The hashtag is share your story E2R. We want to find the next breakout recovery wellness motivational speaker. That's what we want to do. We want to find the next breakout. Also, if you are a youth, we'd love for you to join in on this because we are looking for youth to empower youth all across Canada. If you are an elder, we'd love for you to be in this as well because we did have Elder Daryl Redsky share in Kenora, and he had a phenomenal story in Kenora. So the beautiful thing about this platform is it doesn't matter who you are, what you're doing, where you're at. We love you just for who you are. So please take the opportunity to do the video and make sure you tag us. And I can't wait to see who we pick.
Is there going to be a Google form or any kind of form?
That would be the communications director. I'm just the CEO. I have not a clue what that means.
Yeah, we're going to put out more information about how to make sure that you can get into the running for this. We're going to put more information out.
Yeah.
For now, if you want to get a story out there, use the hashtag share your story E2R so that we can connect with your videos. Tag us at empower2recover on Instagram as well. And we're going to put out a post on Instagram that'll go through all of the details. If your video is chosen, you'll be sent a Google form to fill out, and we'll need all of your information, contact information, all that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, so we'll pick one person to speak, and we'll pick 2 people that get to come to the event for free.
And then just also in terms of the prizing, so the winner gets to speak on stage, and is there a second prize and the third prize winner?
Well, the first prize is you get to speak. The second prize is you get to hang out with me for dinner at the event. And the third prize is you get to hang out with me for dinner at the event.
Yeah, so there's three free tickets being given out. One of those people will be speaking on stage.
3 free tickets. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Free tickets, yes.
And that's for our Edmonton event, which is like, honestly, Natasha, you and the team just went over there a little while ago and got some video. It looks amazing. What was it like being in the event space?
It's so nice. You can literally see the river valley because it's just floor to ceiling windows behind the stage, and it's a huge space. So it's going to be amazing. I'm so excited.
Oh yeah, it's huge. It's a huge space. Carl was there, so Carl can tell you. Carl did some video on it. Carl will tell you. Carl's one of the D2R.
It's awesome. I went to the Alberta Prosperity Project there, and it was just a great atmosphere.
You got a filter on there, Carl.
Why?
Your eyebrows are going all funny.
Have I got a filter on? Where's that come from?
Whatever.
I've got my eyebrows are going funny. Anyway, don't matter. My eyebrows can go funny while I'm saying this, but the room is amazing. We're going to get the design for the tables and great view. So the timing aspect that we've got experience with now, it's going to be next level, amazing. So it's exciting.
Yeah. The chef there is a 4-star chef, so not like you.
I'm no like, come on, stop it. No, man. And also, hey, if you're looking to get tickets, there is a discount on the Marriott Hotel next door. So when you go to the ticket link on Eventbrite, it is there. I just saw a question in the questions about airfare. I'm in Ontario. We are looking to come to Southern Ontario. We're looking to do some more events in Ontario. So we're going to do this again in Ontario as well and other cities. So we are, I guess I could kind of break it down what we're trying to do this year. So this year, this is our first event. By the way, we're sitting at $986 raised right now. We are $14 away from our second goal of $1,000. So thank you to whoever keeps sending money. I love whoever you are. And you can guarantee that your money is going to go to the right places to help the right people get the right things. So from here we go to Timmins, Ontario. I actually might have somebody coming on to make another big announcement when I speak. So I told you we had a keynote speaker in Timmins, and I'm going to release that keynote speaker tonight. And I think he's going to show up tonight and wish me a happy 16. He told me he is. He better be here. So from Timmins, we go to Edmonton. And then from Edmonton, we're looking at doing Saskatoon. And then we're looking at doing a couple more in Alberta. And then we're looking at doing another online event. No, online event for 424 we're thinking about. And then we're thinking about another online event in November. So we got a lot of stuff going on. But it really makes me happy to see all these dreams that I've had for a long time. But just when you get the right people around you. Also, I saw Shelly McBride in here. That kind of bothered me. That's my mother. Mom, are you in here? Yeah, you're too scared to come on the camera. Anyways, my mom. Well, I love you, Mom, wherever you are in here. So at the end of the day, we have the amazing platform, and then we have hashtag share your story E2R, and we get to find somebody that has a breakout story that's just phenomenally awesome. So next up, did I miss anything there, Brooke?
Well, actually, I just wanted to thank you, Natasha, for sharing your story. That was
okay. So go ahead.
That was absolutely phenomenal and super, super moving, and just such an important thing to talk about. Again, if you're here listening, I know these topics can be very, very heavy. Please do what you need to do to take care of yourself. Stand up, shake your body, get the energy moving, go for a walk, take a couple deep breaths, connect with Narissa. She's in the chat here. But Natasha, that was absolutely phenomenal. And I just, I'm so excited to get to work with you. You've been a real inspiration to me. And I think, I don't know, it's just really awesome to get to learn from other women in this community. So thanks.
Okay, Mike wants to say something quick, and then we're going to move on to Crystal. Okay, Mike, you're up.
We all know this is a family illness, and everybody knows me as Angel's dad. But Jay's mom just jumped in, and I want you guys to meet Angel's mom, Diane, down here. I called her up and said, "Can I introduce you?" And she said she had to go. I told her to go brush her hair first. So this is Angel's mom, Diane. Did you want to mute Diane?
Hi guys, I didn't brush my hair like Mike said. No. Nice to see this platform. It's awesome. I'm so proud of my daughter to being part of this. She makes my heart glow every day. Proud of you, honey. I love you.
See, and that's what's so amazing about this. Nice to meet you, Diane. Your daughter is amazing. It has nothing to do with Mike. It has to do all with you. But I told Angel she's with me forever now, so she cannot go away, and I will soon find out where these two live, so then she will never be able to run away from me. So that'll be their problem, not mine. Okay, up next.
Oh, can I say one more thing?
Yeah, sure you can.
Okay, so Indigenous Project events, if you can like my Instagram and my Facebook pages, that would be great. I'm doing a marketing campaign on there telling the stories of Indigenous peoples and talent across Alberta. And I just want to say thank you for having me, Jay, and I will see you guys again soon. Bye.
Okay, bye. Have a good day. Thanks for coming. We love you. Okay, up next is, where did Crystal go? Crystal.
I'm right here.
Oh, there you are. You moved from like in front of me to the side. I was like, where did my Crystal go now? I have a Crystal in my life. Anyway, so what's interesting about Crystal came to our event in Calgary, and Crystal and I have been communicating, and Crystal does some really cool things. I actually just put a blog post out about Crystal and all the amazing things that Crystal's doing. She's another energy healer, and she has a phenomenal story. She's went through a lot. She has a couple kids, and she has a similar story to Brooke losing her brother. Crystal will tell you what happened in her life here. But I remember you saying to me, your dream was, right? And I said, don't worry, we'll make the dream come true.
Yeah.
Here we are making the dream come true, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, you take it away.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much. First off, I just want to share thank you so much for having me here and giving me this opportunity to speak, and to my family that's here supporting me today. I love you all. A quote that I really love is addiction is giving up one thing and gaining everything. For me, I struggled with addiction for a long time. It was almost 20 years on and off, but I would escape my life, and I tried different resources. So I used counseling services, and it ended up not using the rooms of recovery. I'm speaking, just one second, please. My daughter just came in. So I ended up not using the rooms of recovery, and I ended up being really afraid to ask for help. In my younger years, I would watch the show Intervention, and I would think, I should probably be on that show. Like, somebody should give me an intervention. But again, it was fear. Fear really overtook my life for a long time. I would have had 9 years sober. I went through a really big separation with my children's father, and that was so hard for me because he was the love of my life. I was 16 weeks pregnant with my son, and I had a 1-year-old daughter. And yeah, it was super rough. I ended up relapsing when my son was a few months old. And that quickly spiraled out of control for me. And, I was so scared to ask for help. I was scared to tell the truth. And I knew that I didn't want to live my life like that anymore. I really knew that I had to change my life. I ended up going back to school in 2019 for social service work. And in that schooling, it was a very reflective program. So I ended up, looking in at my life and looking in at what I was doing for myself. And I realized that I would have been a hypocrite had I been working with people in recovery. That's where I wanted to be, was working with people in recovery. And then if I had have been, Kennedy, I will be with you in a second. Sorry. If I had stayed that way, I wouldn't be able to do the job that I would, I was so passionate about. So I got introduced to the rooms of the 12-step program in 2020. And I started working with a sponsor. It took me a few times to get it. And like the last time that I drank was February 13th of 2021. So today I'm 1,092 days sober, soon to be 3 years on Wednesday. I'm very excited to be this far in my recovery journey. It hasn't been easy. I moved to Alberta to escape essentially being stalked by my children's father. He was very sick in his own mental health and addiction. And I had the opportunity to move out to Alberta. And in that time, I, moved out here with somebody else. It didn't work out. That whole geographical cure did not cure me, but I still stayed sober. And I got introduced to a lot of amazing people out here in the recovery. It's the recovery capital of Canada. And I'm so blessed to be here. Those people really helped me. I ended up going to a shelter. My kids and I got our own place in Airdrie. And then on November 30th of 2022, my children's father, Vance, he passed away from a fentanyl overdose. And ultimately, it's now part of my story as well as to why I recover out loud. I'm not anonymous, and I will not be anonymous. I'm not ashamed of where I was, and I'm not ashamed of where I'm going. I want to be a support to other women, and especially moms, because for me, when I started out in the recovery journey again, I remember speaking with my mental health counselor and asking her if there's support groups for people in recovery. And she said there was nothing that she could offer me, but there was like the moms program that they had through CMHA. It was an amazing program, but it was one-on-one counseling, and it didn't give me what I really wanted. So I ended up starting a support group called Moms Unite. I also started working with the 705, which is a recovery community in Ontario. And they gave me this room to be able to support moms. So I was offering different, like a boundaries workshop. I offered what else was there? There was somebody that came in to do Reiki, and then that's where I found my love for energy healing. And that was like that. Just all of this has like forwarded me to where I am today. Sorry, that was hard to get out. So yeah, like I recover out loud, and I love to help moms in recovery, parents too, like anybody who needs support. I'm there to support. I share the message of my freedom from drug and alcohol addiction on my Facebook and different platforms that I use. I'm looking forward to being a part of Empowered to Recovery. This is something that is, like Jay was saying, this is where my dreams are, is to empower others to get out loud about their, like we can't do this alone. Being addiction is being in isolation and being alone, where recovery is community and the unity. And there's so many different people that you'll meet. Like I now have everlasting friendships, whereas like I hardly talk to the people that I used to think were my really good friends, so nowadays it's more so just stepping outside of fear, reaching out, asking for help. Like it's so easy to get complacent and not do the work that needs to be done, but also like being stuck in your own fear of being like, oh, nobody's going to listen to me, I don't want to be a burden, or whatever it may be. That's a lie, and your brain is just telling you a lie. For me, like my aha moment was understanding that I was powerless over the drugs and the alcohol. That was my aha moment for me. And that's when things really changed, because I knew for so long that I did not want to be using and escaping with alcohol or drugs. And I knew it wasn't right, but I just didn't understand what was going on. So alcohol and drugs were but the symptom, and it's my mind that has the disease, right? And when I'm in disease, I'm struggling and wanting to use escapism. So it's like so important nowadays to have that community and the resources and the support. And this platform is going to be able to give so many people a voice, and I love that. I'm really grateful to be here and having my voice being shared with all of you. And again, my family being here, it's so amazing to have you. Thank you so much.
That's so what's interesting for me, what's interesting is watching someone start to live out their dreams, right? And that's exactly what she's doing, is she's starting to live out what she wants to do, right? So this is what's so awesome about this platform is last year I physically talked to 173 people that wanted to share their story on this platform across 3 provinces. 173 people. And, out of those 173 people, we had 32 different people show up that we got to actually get at the live events. And that's why we wanted to go online, because we're able to just get so many more people where you guys can't come to the events. But watching Crystal grow now, because I've known her since like November, like watching her a bit grow. We text every once in a while, hey, I'm doing this. Hey, she boo 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 boo. She's an action person, and she's got a powerful story, and she's out there, sharing the story of Vance, like she said, and that's a big thing, just like Brooke does with her brother. We need more of that, right? Like these, we don't forget about anybody, it's so thank you for sharing that. Thank you for coming here today. Thank you for being a part of this. I look forward to seeing you in Edmonton.
Thank you so much.
Hey, is Brooke, is Trevor on here anywhere?
I don't think Trevor's on yet.
Okay, so we're gonna have to go to the UK stud, I guess, because the UK stud would be after or before or after Trevor. So Mr. Carl Heath is going to go up next because Trevor's not on yet. I gotta for sure make sure I put a timer on this guy, or else we're gonna be here till
Don't
10.
worry about it. We're like 40 minutes ahead of time. Let Carl today.
If I don't put a 20-minute time limit on this guy, we're sitting in the next Wednesday on Valentine's Day.
I'm through it. There's been a lot going on. I'm through the other side now. I've moved on.
So Mr. Carl Heath and I have known Mr. Carl Heath for a couple of years now, and Carl's really helped me get through a lot. Like he's been the ear for me on a lot of things. Like I talked to Brooke about some things, but Carl just gets it all. And he's really just been the guy to help me process through this whole entire platform, everything that we're doing, how, like just every idea I have, just even every crisis I go through, every trauma I go through, everything. I mean, Carl's seen me for the last 2 years, he'll tell you. But at the end of the day, you have people come into your life for a reason, season, and a lifetime, and Carl came into my life for a lifetime. And he came in at the right time, too. And he went and did a deep dive, popped out a book when he came back. He has a book called Activating Flow, which is an amazing book. It's out on Amazon if you guys want to take a look. He's going to share about that. I think he's got another book coming out, but then he came back to us, and he was part of all three events. It was Carl, Brooke, and myself that really decided to do this E2R thing. And he came back and he started doing the events. We didn't actually meet until BC, like physically in person. So everybody meet the UK stud. That's what I call him, the UK stud, Mr. Carl Heath. Take it away there.
So we were called. That's what it was. We were called when we met. We were called, and that's the story of my life, synchronicities. But let me share my journey from the head back to the heart. I was born in 1968, and through family difficulties, I went into the care system, living in a children's home. Growing up, my mum wasn't very well. She was on heavy medication, and she'd had 8 sessions of electric shock treatment. And basically, myself, my brother, and my sister who was fostered got taken. So my mum has suffered a lot. But the next 9 years, I grew up in a different world. I was at the church, the children's home, and education. I call it education because a lot of us get stuck in our heads. We don't find our passion through school. But I left the care system at the age of 15, and then I went to live home with my mum and my stepdad. And in the last year of school, I had no real desire. I was done. I was done with the world of just the school. I call them the mental constructs of control and fear, because when you're in reaction like I was, I hadn't processed a lot of what I'd went through. So in my last year, I was still playing sport. I was a runner. I played soccer. But in my last year, I ended up on the streets taking drugs, doing crime, became a drug dealer. And I just remember going into a men's league, playing soccer in a men's league, getting knocked about at the age of 17. I couldn't control my aggression. I got back from playing, and that's when I stopped moving, is when my past caught up with me. And I remember going through depression. But I was inspired through depression because going through that period, I reconnected to that little boy, the long-distance runner that used to go running cross country, that enjoyed that space and time on his own, that kind of self-reliance that I grew up with. And I got my life back on track, and in the process of getting my life back on track, I kind of lost my mind. I was going through a difficult period. But what it was, I could really see through the matrix of things. I had the Jesus experience. Extrasensory perception is really that you're not just in the 5 senses, you're seeing outside the box. But I had no one who could help me, go through this experience. But, I connected to the universal flow. And I just remember just taking control of my life. And it was like life became an adventure from growing up, being a kid that was struggling. And from there on, I started playing semi-professional soccer. I started getting around athletes. And then it was drug culture in the 80s. I went through drug culture, traveled Europe, and went through a couple of breakdowns, started a relationship, and then was struggling with a relationship, with a responsibility, because I'd not seen that model in my environment growing up in the children's home. And I just remember just going through a difficult time. And I went into a boxing gym, and that's when I just got on a bike and I started to learn to move. And I had a lot of aggression, raw aggression, and it calmed me. Going into the boxing gym was just my greatest shift. It just allowed me to control, release, and channel this emotional stress. Because if we don't have a release, it builds up inside. And I found a channel for it. And in doing so, I boxed amateur and professional. I retired in 1997 to work with youth I could relate to in alternative learning. A lot of these youth were being classed as ADD and ADHD and all of that. But I had ADD. I had attention to a deeper direction. I was the one looking out the window in school. And that deeper direction was I wasn't made to sit in a classroom for 8 hours a day. So I would work with these kids, and I set up a gym at the back of the school. And then I learned about brain gym, switching off. This is where, we start to get stuck in the left brain. We're not in the right brain, which absorbs sensory information, which is more connected to the heart. So I started to develop my BoxWise program to switch on and tune in these kids, and it became really successful. I started to kind of work with a lot of transition units within mainstream schools, and started working with professional athletes as well that could see the message. I was taking them into schools, world champion boxers, Great Britain Rugby League stars, Premiership soccer players from my hometown. So I started to really get success, and I went on a journey of healing and self-discovery. And in the process of building my concepts and ideas, I came to Canada 2012. And in 2012, I came to Canada and absolutely fell in love with Canada. I fell in love with Edmonton. Just I talk about cold therapy. You've had cold therapy here. Everyone's doing these jumping in ice baths. Cold therapy's been here a long time. I've got to say, I love the cold. I love the freshness. My son was born in 2013. And when he was born, I came from the UK. I lost everything in the UK, and I would go through adversity coming in to the immigration process, the relationship, everything just fell apart. But what came through to me was the synchronicity that my son came in the world to take me on that deeper journey from 0 to 6. And that's what happened. I went on a deep healing, the inner child, and that's where a lot of us get lost along the way, the wounded child. And that's where I was. So when I came over here and developing my work, my son Lucian was really the reason why I came to Canada, and everything went next level. And I started to develop Energy-Wise University of Life, that everything is energy, frequency, and vibration. And I started to really kind of develop my system, ART, which is awareness, the self-awareness to recognize reaction from response when we're in our heads and when we're in our hearts. Because for me, the world of mental health is really that we're overthinking, and we need to listen to the heart. And a lot of us are disconnected from the heart. So the real healing is really breaking down the heart wall, coming back to the heart and getting to know who we really are, because we got lost along the way. So release is really through BoxWise, and then T is tools, and that's the system I've developed. And it was 2018 that came in. A friend of mine told me to write a book, and it was like it was a moment that I realized my son was 6 years of age. That's when I went into the children's home as a kid, and 18 chapters in 2 weeks. I created the framework to this book. This is the new cover, Activating Flow. Human technologies that were electromagnetic, so is the universe, and energy above, energy below, activate your flow. And that's what I was in 1985 when I had my first breakthrough, was really the universal flow that's guided me to where I am today, to this moment right now, to be in response and just really, really aware. So, I just had the opportunity to write this book, and it was when I met Jane Brooke that, my experience of putting on events 20 years ago when I was developing BoxWise, which was teaching people to release through boxing, the boxing fundamentals with a holistic approach. I put on some really big events in my hometown. So for me, when I connected with Jane Brooke, this was fun. This was fun to see what was going on in Canada. I didn't realize there was a big recovery, thing that's been happening in Canada. I haven't had a drink for over 20 years. So I was always high on life, but I had to get there with my first breakthrough. But Yeah, working with Jay has been a very interesting journey, being on the passenger seat. But I get it, you see, because I feel and I know that we've all been called to do this with Brooke, with Jay, and we're all at different stages in our lives. So when I got involved with E2R, it just it made sense to just allow Jay to. I called him Wreck-It Ralph, then he became Rocket Man. Well, he shakes things up. He shakes things up. And I like that in a way because then you find out who's who. I call it who's who in the zoo. And then Rocket Man is once it's actually grounded, it's going somewhere. And that's a beautiful thing. So for me, I've been able to assist Jay because of my experience. And just to, I get out of the way. I get out of the way. I have done. I'm very blessed in that way. And I love what I do. I've got a passion. If you want to check out my book, if you go to EnergyWise, EnergyWize, I have a new cover, which is exciting. And you want to check out my system, Art, Awareness, Release and Tools. It's on there. And I've also got an online system as well, which I think if you tap into, you'll get a lot of juicy information that will bring a self-awareness. So, yeah.
You know what? You should actually do tapping right now with us.
Should we do a tap? Let's do a tap.
Yes, please. Can I just share a story about our first event because
Yeah.
Carl saved my life. I was freaking out. I was having an emotional reaction because I was putting that video of my brother together and it was the first time I was going to share about my brother on stage. My body was having a physical reaction to it. I felt like sick to my stomach when I woke up in the morning. I had to jump in a cold shower. I didn't even know if I was going to make it on stage. And we showed up to do the night before rehearsal. And I shared with Carl that I was feeling anxious and he went through this tapping with me. And I don't know what voodoo is in this tapping, but the next morning, I had never felt so just grounded and like present and ready to do what we we're going to do. I think I blacked out most of the day, but it went so well. I felt confident. I felt like, I don't know, like I just felt a release of that energy that was in my body.
What it is, Brooke, and I did the same with Street Angel as well, with Angel when we was at Kenora. And it's something I love to do, and that's tools, really. The tools to self-regulate is that we are electromagnetic. Thoughts and feelings transmit and our energy system and flow, and that we get disrupted by thoughts and feelings and they get stuck in the body. So what's really good when the nervous system, when you're preparing for something, the nerves and the feelings and the anxiety, as a fighter, I would get them. But what I learned to do was I learned to tap in and calm the nervous system down so I could be present and in the moment, because you've got to be present and in the moment to really come across so people can feel connection. So this tool is a really, really simple tool. A tap, release, and boost. In 2 minutes, you can calm your nervous system down. And I think it's a good little interval for us. So let me take you through the tap. So we're going to just rub the hands and get some electromagnetic energy going. So remember, thoughts are electric, emotions are like frequencies, and we all give off a vibration. That's if we've got some output. So the first points we're going to do are going to be on the top of the eyebrow, inside the eyebrow, on the bone socket. We're just tapping there and we just breathe. Just relax, breathe. Good. Good. And in my excitement, on the side of the eyes, we're just going to kind of get the groove under. So top, inside the eyebrow, side, and under. We're just going to go onto the correct chop point. So this is where we can use affirmations, because if I'm feeling, you know what it's like if you go into a supermarket, you can feel all the clutter. You can come out and go, my goodness, a lot of them thoughts are not your own. They're kind of a thought field that you go into, an atmosphere, and you come out feeling all wonky tonk, you know what I mean? Well, you can tap into that. So you can do affirmations, feeling good, feeling calm, feeling peaceful. How do you want to feel? Feeling strong, focused, powerful, passionate. So many, intentions that you can do. So back to the eyes. So that's the beginning, the setup point. Inside the eyes, 7 to 10 taps, side of the eyes. And if you're feeling something, just think of it, bring it to a surface. What will happen is you'll feel it dissolve, because we're tapping into the nervous system under the nose. Breathe in. Good to have a drink of water under the chin. Good. And then your collarbones, willpower. So, this is a really good tool that I've done presentations with since 2003. A friend of mine's an hypnotherapist. He showed me this tool, and I wanted to show it to people under the arms without getting too deep. You know, without getting too deep, just that we collect stress. Some of us are stress collectors. Hands up if you're a stress collector. You don't process a lot, you collect it. And then by the end of the day, you're bushwhacked under the arm. So yeah, we're now going to go into the hand. So if we go like on the top there, fingertip, second finger. So we're doing 7 to 10 taps. Third finger, good. Little finger, your little pinky, change over. And imagine it like your plumbing system. You're working on your plumbing system. There's disruption flow, and you're just clearing them through. Little finger, good. Breathe in. And then we're going to do the last one, which is the brain balancer, which is we're going to rub the gamut point. That's why we do the set gamut point. And as we rub the gamut point, we close the eyes. We keep the eyes closed, open the eyes, and then keep the head still. Look down, sharp left, come up. Look down, sharp right, come up. Sharp left, come up, sharp right. And then you're going to come down, look at your nose, and you're going to go full circle. This is a brain balancer, full circles to the right. A couple. And then clockwise, anti-clockwise, so come the other way. And then you're going to hum. Humming is the right brain. Humming. Activate it. And then count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Humming. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So with that kind of tool, it's an awesome tool because it's something you can really look at. That if you say when I talk about human technology, that if you've got old files on your internal hard drive, you can go in, open them up, and detect emotion. And it's really acceptance. Accept you can't. So that just a quick one is, even though I feel really angry and sad about my dad, what's the issue? Leaving before I was born, I deeply and completely accept myself. That's in me. That needs clearing, detaching, so I can feel the empowerment of letting go. Okay, there we go.
Woo!
Woo!
Tapping going on there. Tap and boost. Tap and go.
Release, boost. That's it.
That's tap. I like
That's
that.
so good.
I like that stuff.
One of the things we talked
feeling.
about as part of the Empower to Recover Foundation with Jay was to take all these speakers and all these tools and everything. And one of the big dreams we have for this organization is to be able to create programs and like online programs, classes, courses, education around all of these kind of tools for recovery and, you know, how we can help and support each other. And Carl is now our program director. So I have no doubt.
Fundraiser.
/fundraiser. And I have no doubt we're going to be developing some really amazing things around how to handle your energy. And I can't wait for that.
It's all in here. Book number 1, Great Awakening. Book number 2 is on its way. Another deep dive. There we go. Thanks, Brooke. Thanks,
Also,
Jim.
too, Leanne's on here. She's been on here all day. She's Mighty Writer, so she's been the one that's been helping us actually put funding applications in with the government to actually get in-house funding or in-house programming for us, which is massively exciting because I have a program, Brooke has a program, Carl has a program, Giselle has a program. We all have programs and we want to put them into in-house so that we can utilize the program so we can help people in all realms of life, right? When somebody reaches out for help, they should be able to get the help. It shouldn't be no. It should be, what are you looking for? What do you need? And let's give it to you. And that's how it should be. I don't see Trevor on here, but I do see a nice smiley rainbow kind of guy that I'm going to pull him up next because we'll let Trevor go on next. But Jamie and I, this is, Jamie and I met, I don't know, what did we meet about 7-8 months ago, maybe?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, something about that. And then he was telling me he's doing this Oktoberfest in Calgary, and I was telling him I was coming to Calgary. We're doing our 3rd event in Calgary, and then he started sending me some music, and I was like, this this dude's out there just like me. And you know, but the cool thing is just how he does his stuff in a like funny humor, interesting recovery sort of way.
Great description.
Right, but the thing about it is like, you know, Calgary and Alberta should be really proud that they have somebody like you. Like, honestly, they should, with what you're trying to do and the stories that you're starting to pop out now on the streets. Oh man, those are awesome stories, right? So I'm grateful we finally got you here. I'm grateful you're going to be in Edmonton on the live stage, so you'll be able to do the trumpet there. Jamie's also the trumpet guy at the Calgary Flames, or used to be, right?
Still am.
Yeah, he plays the trumpet at the Calgary Flames games. So yeah, take it away, Jamie. I'm just so grateful that we're finally we pulled this off, and now you're part of the thing, and we're doing things together, and it's really amazing.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for having me. Major props to Empower to Recover and Jay and Brooke. You know, this is a lot of work for both of you to put this together and organize it all and bring all the people around. And that's what's going to make the difference. The more people that we can bring, the more people that will share, the more people that can watch, and we can spread the message. Today, I want to talk about, you know, we were talking about preventative addiction. Like, how do we stop it from happening? And to me, it's like, well, we got to make sobriety cooler, more fun, more enjoyable, and more exciting than drinking and doing drugs. So my big thing that I've been pushing is like the happy, the fun, the spontaneousness of sobriety and how freaking cool it is. Really trying to make it neat. So with my event Oktoberfest, you know, we throw a music festival, we make it fun. We have face painting, dancing, contests, and bring people into this sober world that they're excited to go see. I'm out on the streets interviewing people, talking about, you know, mental health. I ask people, I'm like, hey, have you ever been to a party? I pause and then I say, sober. And I love to hear the reactions of that. I mean, we have so many people, especially the youth, like 20-somethings, that are like, absolutely, I go to a party sober, no problem. I don't need to drink. And I'm sitting there thinking, man, when I was 20, if they interviewed me in the middle of the day, did you ever go to a party sober? I'd be like, no, I'm drunk right now. And so there is this change of our youth that I think we need to showcase more. And that's what I've been doing with the Oktoberfest and the interviews and then my music. So my music, I'm taking these deep, intense stories, feelings, emotions, and I'm making them very lighthearted. They're not really judgy or in your face. People take what they want with them. And I had this idea one day. I was sitting there and I remember like people saying, hey, how was your weekend? And I'd say, man, I got wasted as fuck. I got drunk as fuck. I'm so hungover. And I'm like, well, why can't we flip that? Why can't it be, I was sober as fuck. I woke up and I felt great. Isn't that super cool? I met someone last night and I remember their name. So I want to take all these ideas and this energy that I found and share with everyone. Because one of the main reasons I didn't quit drinking was I was not going to be fun anymore. None of this, none of these costumes, puppets, no trumpet playing. There's no way I could do that without drugs and alcohol. And it took me 2 months of rehab and years of work to rebuild that confidence to all of a sudden realize I love dressing up in costumes. I love playing the trumpet in front of 20,000 people. I love being a complete goofball, sober. And now that I've unlocked that superpower of all the realness that I have in sobriety, I'm unstoppable. My success is through the roof. I have a beautiful relationship with a woman that I never thought I could ever have. And my sales skills, I'm vice president of sales of 2 companies. And sober Jamie's way better. I never thought he would be, but he's unstoppable because the customers are like, this guy isn't going to lie to me. There's no way. He just told me he used to be addicted to cocaine and alcohol on the first sales call. And, you know, it brings in a bond. So with that being said, sober as fuck. We're all sober as fuck, and it's cool as fuck. Why don't you hit the music video there, buddy? Or Brooke, whoever's doing it. Oh, that's a great picture.
I clean up pretty good, but I'll get down and dirty. Getting kisses left and right, and the night is still early. The boys will drink their beers, the girls will shoot the shots. But everybody here's asking me for what I got. They said it would suck, that it's so damn tough keeping up with all of your friends. They'll have more than enough, you'll be sober as fuck, and the night won't come to an end. But midnight struck and I'm living it up off the cuff and I'm out of my head. Finding love in a club or a bar or a pub when they said that I'd have to pretend that I ain't sober as fuck. But I'm living it up. I'm dancing, laughing, yeah, I'm having the time of my life. I'm making it up. Sober as fuck. Raise a glass to the cheers, we don't gotta hurry. They're playing my song, baby, I ain't even worried. Let them think what they want, let them watch, let them talk. I'ma dance till I drop, they be loving what I got. They said it would suck, that it's so damn tough keeping up with all of your friends. They'll have more than enough, you'll be sober as fuck, and the night won't come to an end. But midnight struck and I'm living it up off the cuff and I'm out of my head. Finding love in a club or a bar or a pub when they said that I'd have to pretend that I ain't sober as fuck. But I'm living it up. I'm dancing, laughing, yeah, I'm having the time of my life. I'm making it up. Sober as fuck.
Sober as fuck. Now, that is like, that's why I like Jamie so much. He's just out there. You know what I mean? When I first saw him, I knew right away the guy was special in a way that he could just bring like this energy of sobriety in a different way that most people aren't doing it, right? And that's what's so cool about you is that you're out there doing it in a different way, right? And that's I love you for who you are. I mean, everything you're doing is awesome. I'm grateful that you got we finally got this. I can't wait to see you in Edmonton on the stage. But that's an awesome video, by the way. So thank you for contributing that to it. Trevor's in the house now. There he is. Trevor's in the house. Okay. So we got Trevor coming up next. Hey, you introduce Trevor, Brooke, because you and him have Trevor. I love you. I just don't know you as well as Brooke. Okay.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to introduce Trevor. I got the pleasure of getting to know him through a program called Hilarapy, which is like a mix of therapy and stand-up comedy. And it's a lot more therapy than I was actually expecting. And yeah, he was such a light in the group. And you know, it was just really, really cool to get to see his journey and get to walk that whole process out with him. And I was dying laughing at his comedy set on stage and immediately messaged Jane, was like, we need to get him to come to Empower to Recover. And so this online event came up and we have Edmonton coming up and he's going to be coming with us there as well. But I'm so grateful that we get to introduce Trevor to this platform today and that you guys are going to get to hear a bit about his story and what he's been through. It's an incredible journey. And I feel really grateful to get to know you, Trevor. Come on up, unmute.
Thank you. I'm unmuted. All right. How you doing? Are we good? I'm good to go here? Awesome. Thank you so much, Brooke. Thank you, Jay, and the whole Empower to Recover organization. You guys are doing awesome work. Yeah, my name's Trevor Jang, and I'm coming to you from my basement here for some underground comedy this afternoon. I'm in Richmond, British Columbia, just outside of Vancouver, on the unceded territory of the Musqueam Nation of the Coast Salish peoples. Yes, I am Indigenous on my mother's side. I'm Chinese on my father's side. I'm also part white, but we don't need to go there today. I'm a sober comedian, as Brooke was saying. I perform mostly for recovery audiences, providing hope through humor. But I also feel that it's very important to bring this style of comedy to general mainstream audiences as well, right? To help destigmatize addiction. All right? Addiction is not a choice. Addiction is not a moral failure. Addiction is a disease of the body, mind, and soul. All right? So I want to remove morality from the discussion. Let's drop those binary designations of good and bad. Addiction is a sickness. And if you disagree with me, well, then you're probably just a terrible person anyways, with a fundamentally faulty character. So, all right. Now that we got that pesky housekeeping out of the way, let's get into my story, shall we? All right. So I abused alcohol and drugs on and off for about 15 years. All right, from the ages of 15 to 30, literally half my life up until that point. And it all came to a head in the spring of 2022 when I embarked on a 6-week soul-searching solo bender across the south of France. But I'll circle back to that. All right, let's back up a little bit. My earliest childhood memories, all right, earliest memories as a toddler are actually inside of a bar, a little place called the Ivanhoe Pub, just outside of Vancouver's downtown east side. All right, so my grandfather, my Chinese grandfather, he owned the small restaurant and the kitchen that was attached to the bar and served the bar. Now, my grandmother, beautiful French Canadian woman, right? She worked the till, and my father, who was their eldest, he ran the kitchen. All right, so a lot of addicts, a lot of alcoholics start young. Well, I like to say I was partying at 3 years old, man. Me and my cousins, we were in the bar slurping Jello out of shooters as toddlers. That's what we were up to. Now, my grandpa, he was a bit of a notorious Chinaman. All right, so he ran a very lucrative marijuana operation out of the Ivanhoe. Now, society looked down on that kind of thing back in the day, right? But nowadays, the government's collecting taxes on that shit. So go figure, right? I don't know. My grandpa was ahead of his time, I guess. Now, he also bought and sold goods that were brought in by what we called the boosters, right? Now, these were mostly street people who had mastered the fine art of stealing designer clothes and other items to resell for cheap to, you know, people like my grandfather, and that in turn would fund their drug habits. Now, these boosters, they were always so happy to see me and my cousins. They were such lovely people, you know, big hairy men, you know, black leather and blue jean jackets, or old elderly ladies who are maybe missing some teeth and maybe they smelt a little funny, but still, they'd pick us up, they'd tickle us, they'd pinch our cheeks, they'd turn into big cuddly teddy bears. You know, in a way, we were the only source of innocence left in their lives, right? We were therapy for them. And as toddlers, that was our role in this world, me and my cousins. Now, most of what I remember from the Ivanhoe days, which were short-lived, is laughter. Lots of laughter and a lot of love. So much love. But there was a dark side to all this too, you know? My grandmother, bless her heart, she was addicted to heroin. My father was addicted to cocaine. And my grandpa, well, my grandpa was addicted to white women. let's just be real about it, you know? Heroin, cocaine, white women, for a man of color, all can be very dangerous, especially when you mix them all together. All right? That's been my experience anyhow. Now, this disease is very intergenerational for me, and I too have struggled with a codependent relationship to drugs, alcohol, and white women. But admitting that is the very first step, right, to recovering from that hopeless state of mind, body, and spirit. And the very first step to decolonizing my love life too, but that's a story for another day. All right, fast forward 20 years. I'm 25, stumbling into the Ivanhoe, drunk, looking for drugs. There's an old timer who recognizes me from back in the day, except he thinks that I'm my father. Now, in this guy's defense, I do look quite a lot like my dad, but my dad died of an overdose in 1998. All right, this was 2018. So just think how drunk this guy had to be So he either completely forgot what decade it was, or he thought that my father had just happened to not age over the past 20 years, like he was some kind of mythical alcoholic elf, right? I mean, it was pretty out there. He was a little confused. All right. But yes, no, it's true. It's true. Getting serious for a moment. I was 5 years old when I lost my father to an overdose. And 6 months after that, when I was 6, my grandmother, my father's mother, she passed away of her own overdose as well. So back to back in our family. So that's some heavy history, right? But that history, as I've realized in my recovery, is actually a blessing. It really is. You know, it means that I have a deeper pool of experiences that I can draw from to help the newcomer to recovery, right? To share that message of hope to those that are still struggling with addiction. And that's what this comedy thing is all about for me, you know, and that's what sharing my story is all about for me. You know, in a way, I'm just trying to make my father proud, make my grandmother proud, because I believe that they're watching over me. I believe that my ancestors are watching over me. You know, in my recovery, before I entered recovery, I used to hear Native elders, right? Native elders used to say, we're standing on the shoulders of our ancestors. And I always thought that that was beautiful imagery, but I never really felt that, right? In recovery, I can now actually feel what that means, and it's a beautiful thing. All right, so moving on a little bit, spring of 2022, I was drinking every single night. I could not stop. I had tried on my own many times, failed many times, could not do it. It was getting to the point where I was getting blackout drunk in downtown Vancouver, waking up hours later on the other side of town, high on drugs that I did not even remember taking. All right, I knew I had to stop, and I knew I needed help. But I also knew I needed one last hurrah before I actually gave this recovery thing a go. So what does one do? I went to France for 6 weeks, culminating on my 30th birthday. All right, I went to Nice, I went to Cannes, I went to Marseille, Bordeaux, Paris, partying in hostels, nearly getting kicked out of hostels, getting robbed twice, trying to buy drugs, badly spraining my ankle on the second night. You know, and I had really bad nerve pain in one of my hands too. So just picture this, right? I had one good hand and one good foot trying to pick fights in a narrow back alley in a foreign land where I didn't speak the language and I didn't have any travel insurance. It's like, man, I would have robbed my dumbass too. But the reason I'm telling you this is because that's the insanity of this disease right there. You think a sane person would do shit like that? No, that's the disease telling me I needed to go balls to the wall one last time. And I listened to that, right? And on the very last day of my 20s, I flew back to Vancouver, down my phone, my wallet, my ankle, and my dignity. I was defeated, yep, but I was willing to do whatever it took to get well from that point on. And this June, I'm happy to share, I'll be celebrating 2 years of continuous sobriety. Next June, I will turn 33. And creator willing, ancestors willing, I'll be 3 years sober when I turn the age that my father was when he passed from his overdose. So, right, really untangling those intergenerational patterns of addiction within my family. And out here in BC, not sure if people know this, but Indigenous people, we are dying at 5 times the rate as everyone else in this overdose crisis. So that's just another reason why I feel it's important that I'm sharing my story on this platform and others. So once again, just wanted to raise my hands to the organizers, Jay, Brooke, and the rest of the gang at Empowered to Recover. You guys are awesome. Thanks so much for inviting me to share today. And I'm really looking forward to coming out to Edmonton and doing some live in-person comedy at that event. May 11th, I think it's going to be awesome, and I can't wait to hang out with all you people, awesome people in person. So have an awesome day, everyone. That's it for me for now. So thanks so much.
That was awesome, Trevor. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Oh man, I can't wait. I can't wait till May. Yeah, I loved at Hilarapy, you talked about doing the most Canadian thing ever when you had to make your amends in the south of France. Do you want to share that actually?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, well, just think about it. Like, so, you know, when we get into recovery, we got to go back to all those people that we, you know, rifled up a little bit, and I was, I may have caused some trouble here and there along my stumbling travels in France, and so I'm thinking it's kind of the most Canadian thing ever when you got to go make amends halfway around the world. You get off the plane just to be like, sorry, I didn't mean to act so loony, eh? And they're like, oh geez, I've made this situation stickier than maple syrup on moose meat.
You're awesome, Trevor. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
Dude,
brother.
thank you.
Thanks for coming on and sharing your side of the world. And that's what's so exciting about Empowered to Recover is that you can see today, we're coming near the end here of today. There's only a couple left, but you can see that there's so many different ways to recover. There's so many different voices in recovery. There's so many different people in recovery. There's so many different colors in recovery. There's so many different everything in recovery, right? That's why it's so awesome that it's Empowered to Recover, because we all fit in this house. We all are allowed in this house. We're not going to kick you out of this house. If anything, we're going to tell you to bring your family in the house, and we're going to tell you to bring that family in the house, and we're going to tell you to bring another family in the house. So that's what's so exciting. Is that next up is like a full circle kind of thing for me and Brooke, actually, because Brooke and I, Brooke, Bob, Sabrina, and Ashley and myself put together a program called Hyper Recovery Coaching, which is a 6 and a 12-week program that really works on your thinking, thoughts, patterns, triggers, and series of events and boundaries. It was a program that was in my mind for many years. I walked away from the traditional way of recovery just because I didn't see a life beyond recovery, and I wanted more out of my life. So I started doing some relationship coaching and kind of just started working on this thing. And then I finally got it to Brooke, and then we finally came up with a program. But through the travels of the program, the guy from across the pond today, Mr. Travis Braxton, is an actual alumni of the Hyper Recovery program. I met Travis when he was 9 months into recovery. He couldn't turn on his phone. It was completely black. He didn't want to talk to me, didn't want to look at me. He was in massive disarray pain. I do believe he was sitting in the parking lot coming out of an NA meeting, and he saw me on a TikTok, and then he reached out. I think that's how it went. And within a couple of days, he got himself enrolled, and we started working together. And Travis has changed a lot of things in his life around from when I first met him. Travis is also the founder of a brand called Life Beyond Recovery, which is, he'll tell you his story about that as well. So it's very exciting for me today to be full circle right now and actually introduce you to one of our alumni from Hyper Recovery Coaching, Travis Braxton, all the way. Where are you, Travis? Are you in Philly or something? No, where are you?
No, I'm actually I'm in South Carolina at the moment.
South Carolina, but you're from New Hampshire. So yeah, take it away, Travis. Everybody here's Travis.
Hey, I just want to have the opportunity to thank everybody for sharing. I got a lot of stuff, a lot of information out of a lot of people through their shares. And, it just reminded me of where I came from. I had this difficult time about talking about too much about my past. So I'll just give you a brief summary of it, and then I'm just going to jump into the solutions. My career alcoholism started at a very young age. At 14 years old, I picked up my first drink, and it was the feeling was amazing, but the outcome of it after 35 years was, it was crippling. I've been through a lot, just like most of us, in here and people that are in recovery. I didn't have any great examples to follow. All the examples that I followed were people who were looking to fit in, and I was just like the perfect member for that because I wanted to fit in. And later on in life, after continuously living that lifestyle, I got around some people that were in AA, and having the opportunity to be present in AA without even having the knowledge of knowing why I was there. I believe that was, my higher power, which I call God, pushing me through the door without even me allowing myself to get myself out of it, is which I like to call letting my mind negotiate with me. I had attended, I was in and out of AA. It was a place to go when it was raining. It was a place to go when it was snowing. It was a place to go to just stay warm out of the cold. And I just kept going. And eventually, I was in jail, and I was in there for 4 days because the result of drinking. And I remember on the third day looking out this little narrow window, and I could hear this very small, faint voice. It wasn't a human voice, it was a spiritual voice. And I knew it was God communicating with me, even though I wasn't with God at that time. I heard that voice that says, you're 45 years old. You want to keep doing this for the rest of your life. And I caught on to that, and I grasped it, and I held on to it. And the fourth day I left, I knew my neighbor was a person who was in AA for 35 years. I knocked on his door and nobody answered, and knocked on again, and the door opened. I knew right then and there that day that door opened up, and I admitted to him and to a few other men in AA that I had a problem. But I didn't know what that required to fix that problem. So, I kind of skated through recovery. I was getting hype off other people's recovery, and I thought that was all I needed, to hold on to. And lo and behold, I had put together 23 months back in 2015, and left to my own devices, I picked up. I'm sharing this just to share the point where I came in contact with hype recovery coaching. And I say this because it's important that it was a pattern, right? But I didn't see that. So it kept me out for 2 years. I jumped back into recovery July 16, 2019. I put together 18 months, 18 days, boom, left to my devices. I went right back out. Again, a pattern showed up, right? So on the third go, I came back in. I accumulated 9 months, and I was empty. It was empty because I kept doing the same things I was doing in the prior, trying to get clean and trying to get sober, right? I was taking all that and applying it to this, and I felt empty. So one night I went to NA, and I left 20 minutes early before the meeting ended because no one was talking about anything but the mess. I was looking for something, but I wasn't getting it. So I jumped on TikTok, right? Because TikTok had brought me together with people who are in recovery, right? It didn't make me, it didn't break me, but it gained a connection where I could come together with people that were in recovery. And I knew that they were doing work, but I knew I wasn't doing work. And then again, I was looking for that hype. So I had seen Jay Barnard on, I seen him on a live, and I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it because it gave me the life I have today. And he had talked about coaching, and I was like, Jesus, Trav, this might be the door that's opening up. Why don't you just ask him, how do I get a coach? That was it. He seen that in the comment, and he was like, just go to www.hyperecoverycoach.com, book yourself a discovery call. What did that look like? I don't know, but I got off that live quick, and I booked it for the next day. It gave me the opportunity to book it from a week, but if I would have done that, I wouldn't have been here today. When I say that, it chokes me up, because I have the life I have today because I accepted help. I accepted help. So we had a discovery call, and we went through all the stuff that I had to go through, and And it came down to the whole credit card paying for it. And not even paying for it, I was investing in myself. It wasn't even paying for my recovery. It was investing in my recovery. Right. So I said, Coach, can you do it for me? And he says, nope, can't do it. Can't do it. Right. And that was the biggest step for me in getting out of my way and actually putting forth the effort to invest in myself. Because see, there's one thing I learned about hype recovery coaching. It's about investing in yourself. Right. And I invested so much into myself that was bad that I wasn't getting any good out of. So by the investing in myself, I was actually coherent with myself and wanting to do work on myself. So instead of running away from myself, I stood still and I looked at myself. Looking at myself was looking in the mirror and telling myself that I love myself. Not the person on the outside, but the person on the inside. I did that for 30 days straight. Eventually, I started to love myself. It took another man to believe in me in order for me to believe in myself, because I had such a long history of addiction and alcoholism. All I believed in was getting to the liquor store before it closed. But for an individual to believe in me, that's what got me to believe in myself. And then every day with the journey to 30 and the sessions and having a close contact with my coach, it's not, I get really humble when people tell me I'm doing a good job or I'm proud of you, right? Today, I'm learning how to be proud of myself. This isn't, this journey that I'm on, this is not a recovery one size fits all. I had to really dig deep and find the size that fit me, and it was through hype recovery coaching that I found my size. I prayed, I don't know how many times. I can't tell you 4, I can't tell you 5, but I kept praying to God to send somebody in my life that had understanding, guidance, direction, patience, because I was that guy that if I couldn't get it on the first shot, I was going to ask you, what do you mean? Can you break it down for me? And this is not to build Jay up, but you know what? This individual did that, right? And then as the journey to 30 went by, I went for the journey to 90. I didn't want to stop. I wanted to keep going. Then in that program, it had built consistency. Then it started to build mindset. And then it started to build success. And then it started to build self-love, self-care, self-talk, right? Because I was my own worst enemy, right? I told myself everything that I thought I couldn't do. And I flipped the script and I told myself, I can, I will, I must. Right? That's a program. In here, I am so programmed. If life shows up, and it will, and it's gonna, every time, right? I'm gonna take it on. The only way out is through it. So eventually, as I transitioned through the journey to 30 and the journey to 90, it had led me to an area at a point where I asked myself, what are you going to do now? Right? And so I said, Travis, the old Travis doesn't want to be friends with you. So you have to get to know the new Travis. So what do you want to do? And I said, well, I want to do something, I wanted something different. So I did something different. And I came up with Light Beyond Recovery. Right? And that whole thing is not just a brand, it's a lifestyle. It's life beyond just staying clean and sober, right? So what part of that is beyond that? It's the discovering, which is discovering your identity, exploring, which is get out of the house and go live, and living and not just existing. I don't want to just exist in recovery. I don't want to focus my mind on just recovery. I want to focus my mind on the vision that I have, which is becoming a circuit speaker. That's my vision. I'm going to get it, right? Because I created the want. The want is what creates the challenge to get it. I kept saying to myself over and over again, I need to do this and I have to do that. Right. Well, the need created anxiety and the have to created a chore. Like I was never being able to get it. Right. But the want created the challenge. And today I live my life beyond just staying clean and sober. You know, I know I have 10 minutes and I feel like I just spoke for 4 minutes. I like to live in the solution today. I have the awareness of my thinking, thoughts, patterns, triggers, series of events, and boundaries. Those first 3 gassed of us. And the other 3 down the road. So the awareness of my thinking and thoughts, because I didn't have a drink and a drug problem, I had a thinking and thoughts problem. The drugs were just the mere solutions to the problems. Right. So as you know, and don't think for a minute, you know, just because I'm with Hype Recovery or E2R and we have a life right beyond recovery brand, you know, life's just gonna stop. You know, that awareness is when I become still with my surroundings so I can hear the directions and the guidance. And when I receive that, you know, it's a no days off policy for me. I am my own worst enemy. I don't give credit to the devil at all. You know, it's a God thing. It's not just by luck or chance that we're all in here and everybody on the outside is looking on the inside. It's all in timing. You know, if I went out of my way and did anything different, this wouldn't be. So I had to literally sit in an apartment by myself in order to get to know myself. This is what I've learned. The most important relationship in this world to have is with self, hands down. Well, I came from impulsive decision-making and codependency. So I didn't believe that I could live my life without a woman in it. I mean, honesty doesn't have a script, so I'm going to speak honest. Today I can sit out here. Today I can live a life. I don't know, sometimes I just don't have any words to explain it. You know, that's how connected I am. You know, I don't like to tell people what I'm going to do. I like to do it and then tell them after I did it. You know, because it's action. You know, without application, action doesn't exist. You know, so if I'm not applying solutions to my life, then how am I going to grow? You know, that's all I got. That's all I got. Thank you. Thank you so much for having this opportunity to come on here. Congratulations on 16 years. I look forward to doing something with E2R and Hype Recovery Coaching. Life Beyond Recovery is just not a brand, it's a lifestyle. And I look forward to doing work with Brooke too as well. So I love you guys. Big love. Thank you.
You know that, well, Brooke will know because Brooke's been with me, and Travis was like one of the first people to ever go through the program. So when you actually hear that, so Travis wanted all these dreams, and I said, dude, I believe in you. You're worth it. I love you. Let's get to work. He didn't really know what that meant. But through like not giving up on him and being there for him, like he called me Christmas Eve. He didn't even want to call me Christmas Eve because he didn't see a pattern. He had a pattern. He drank on Christmas Eve. I said, dude, where's the pattern? He's like, what do you mean? I'm like, shut up. What's the pattern? And he's like, well, I drank. You drank. That's why you're feeling this way. When he had his relapse, right? So it clued into him. He started identifying things, right? So, you know, I told Travis, I said, listen, you're going to be a speaker on our platform. Don't you worry about that. When the timing is right, you will be here. February 11th, 16 years I celebrate. Travis, the guy that's the alumni of the Hype Recovery Coaching, is on the platform speaking today. I told you would be here, Travis. I told you that. I told you you'll be coming to Canada and you'll be speaking live on a stage. I told you that. You have to believe that. And look at today, you showed up and you just shared a massive, amazing message I couldn't be more proud of you for the person that you've become and you continue to be. You have a lot of people that look up to you today. When you said nobody looked up to you, you have a lot of people that look up to you today. You should be proud of who you are today. So thank you, Travis, for sharing that. You are an amazing individual. I saw something in you before you saw anything in you, and now you see what I saw. That's what's really exciting. Okay, moving right along to Big T. Moving right along to Big T, the AARC. The AARC was a silver partner with us in at the Calgary event. I had the great privilege and honor. Actually, Carl and I both had the great privilege and honor to actually go to the AARC and meet Taylor and meet the staff and Sierra and really see the work, the amazing work that you guys are doing inside Alberta with Adelaide is beyond amazing. I actually got to see a whole bunch of people say nice things to you, which you didn't like. I don't understand why, but that's okay. But at the end of the day, I saw him there, and then I got him he's like, I need a hat. So I sent him a hat, and, then I was just like, dude, I need to get you on my platform. Right. And here you are. Now you're on here. Right. And I was like, in November, I was like, don't worry, bud, we'll get you on the platform. And here we are. So I'm grateful to have AARC, our partnership and our commitment with AARC and what they're doing and what we're doing is phenomenal. I love you guys to death. Take it away, Taylor.
Thanks, Jay. I really appreciate it. Really grateful to be here. So I have my script, just so you know. I have my ARC script that I've been instructed to use just so everybody knows the information. And then I have my own piece, which is completely unscripted, so I'm going to sound probably a little bit ridiculous, but that's okay. So I want to talk about the ARC program as a whole. It's a non-profit organization that has been around for 32 years now. It's going back all the way back to 1992. The long-term program provides support for families and clients that are affected by addiction. We specifically work with adolescent addiction, and we try to bring a awareness around the stigma that adolescents can struggle with addiction too. We also focus on the whole family is affected by addiction, and parents and siblings are also part of the program so that they can get the support they need from the addicted youth. The supportive community is ongoing. So like once you're a part of ARC, it never stops. Like we always want you to be a part of the community. Come back, share your story, share your successes, your wins, whatever's going on. We are based on the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous, NA, CA, whatever. We try and implement that into these kids' lives as well. The program is quite lengthy, actually. It's between 8 to 12 months. But as they work through that, they start to, build those relationships with their parents back and start to get their lives back slowly but surely. The idea of keeping them for 8 to 12 months is I don't know about anybody on here, but for me, a 30-day program didn't really get me. I needed a little bit of extra help. And for a youth whose whole life is based off of drugs and alcohol, 30 days is not going to do anything. I'm still in that fog in 30 days. So I don't know about a 16, 15-year-old kid. We have psychiatrists, psychologists, clinical counselors, peer supports. We have nurses. We have a personal trainer, and we have nutritional experts because obviously we're on the same page as like recovery is getting kind of everything back together. And we figure, the earlier on they start this, it's like exactly what you're saying, Jay. It's that pattern. Are they going to start to learn this pattern and they're going to start to live by it? Another big aspect of the program is that ARC is a semi-residential. That means the families, the clients stay at ARC from, off the top of my head, they're there at about 8 a.m. and they're there until about 7 p.m. And at the end of the day, they go back to what we call recovery homes. And those are like families of clients further on in the program so that they can live and they can be integrated back into that family life, because they've burned those bridges with everyone so much. And, I think one of the big things for me is, this is also my experience with ARC, is that made a huge impact on me, because my family was just so like done with me that they had no idea how to live with me, So by them taking kids home, they started to, okay, like, this is what he has, this is his problem. Like, maybe we can, work on ourselves and be a better support to him and be a better family. And we can learn a little bit of stability, and that was a real beneficial part of the program. The other big aspect that I'm supposed to touch on is the peer counselors. That's kind of what sets us apart from a lot, is that majority of our staff are people who have gone through the program. Me, for example, I went through 14 years ago. I was 16 years old. And I and the idea behind that, though, is that you can't con a con. Like, if I'm to go to another alcoholic and say, I've been drinking every day, burn my life to the ground, but I don't think I'm an alcoholic, chances are that alcoholic is going to tell me that I'm an alcoholic. And it's the idea that we can't con a con, and that's what makes us that's what makes us so different. The important wordy stuff that I'm going to talk about is that we're partially funded by the Alberta government right now. We were just certified through accreditation. We're a sliding scale program, so that means that we don't turn any youth away or their families. Like, our numbers are starting to grow again, which it hasn't happened in a long time, and we're really starting to pick up our success, and we're starting to see, now that the stigma around addiction has been lifted a little bit more, people are starting to get more on board with the fact of adolescent treatment, and it's been really nice. So one, obviously, Jay made a comment about how people were saying nice things about me, and I didn't like it. I prefer to talk about myself like that, So based off of, what I've shared about the ARC program, I'm going to share on, me now with the ARC program, and kind of like what ended me up there 14 years ago. I think it's important to say that although it was 14 years ago, I'm not 14 years sober. I'm half of that. And I think that's a big part of my story as well. So at 16 years old, I entered the program. It was February 12th, 2010. The way it works is that it's under the Child, Youth, and Family Protective Services Act. So if a family feels like they need to intervene on a youth's life, they can do that, and it's completely legal. I know some people always have, how can that happen? But it's probably the best thing that ever happened to me. So by 16 years old, I was already a daily drinker. I dropped out of school. My mom, I was living at home. My mom quit her job so she could babysit me. And, my family was completely done with me. They all slept with their doors locked because I was so violent and so angry that they thought at night I was going to sneak into their rooms and like suffocate them with a pillow. And it was just a real sad, place to be in. Now that I look back at it, and I have two of my own kids, I could think like, what if they ever did that to me, and how hurt I'd be, So as I went through the program, I kind of held on to the idea that I was too young to be an alcoholic. I was only 16. Why can't I be like other 16-year-olds who like to drink daily? That's a joke. Okay. I thought I was normal because I hung out with guys that were twice my age and, had their own problems. And I always, justified it by like, well, that guy's doing it, and why can't I? And I think the reality really started to set in after a while. And I kind of, I like to call it, I bought in, because, I had that con idea, is like, I had a couple of guys who worked with me who, had been through exactly what I had been through, and I couldn't convince them that I didn't belong there, even though I tried, So I completed that program in about 8.5 months. Took me a while, obviously, to get that step one. I couldn't see how I was so unmanageable, even though now that I look at it, I'm like, how could you not see that, So fast forward a little bit, I completed the program, stayed sober for about a year. 2011, I turned 18, and then I was like, okay, don't worry, I got a girlfriend, I got a job, everything's going well. I can take my power back. I can drink again. And that's exactly what I did. I picked up, and the funny thing about this is that it's so progressive and it's so quick. And I picked up, and I was right back at it within a week. I was suicidal, homicidal. Everybody was trying to intervene on me because I was just so out of control. Again, I entered ARC, stayed for a period of time. That's called, we call it a refresher, because I tried to get myself back on track, but again, it didn't stick. By the time I was 20, I was using opiates, I was using cocaine, alcohol on a daily basis, and I always wondered, like, how did I get here? How did I get here? Like, there was a period of time where all I stuck to was alcohol. So, I would have, like, so this is like basically I grew up in and out of the program, if that makes any sense. Like, I would go back for a period of time to AA, and I absolutely refused, to do any of the stuff that other people asked me to do. And I was like, no, I can do this on my own. Trust me. Like, I had that illusion that I was like tough enough that I could handle this, and nothing beat me down more than this disease at the time. And I remember, and I don't know how long I've been speaking here, but I'm going to kind of work up to this. As when I was 23, I started getting into meth. I started getting, I was a big Jack Daniels fan, and that was kind of my daily diet. I wasn't the size I am now, as you can see. I was just I wouldn't say skinny, but I was a little guy at the time. And I had taken a dose of like, I took a hit of meth or something, and something just didn't feel right. And my buddy was like sitting there watching me, and he's like, man, your face is drooping. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, your face is drooping. Your right side of your face is drooping right now. And I was like, okay. So I called, this is funny, I actually called 811 for Alberta, like for the medical advice or whatever. And they're like, it sounds like you're having a stroke. Have you been doing any drugs? And I was like, nope, wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do drugs. Why would I do that? And so I drove myself to the hospital, and this was the first kick in the ass I think I ever got. Well, it wasn't. It was the first medical opinion that I got that kind of kicked me in the ass. And I seen the doctor, and he said, you had a little stroke, and there's some sort of the way they explain it, there's a little valve in your heart that's not working properly because you're mixing meth and alcohol, and you're doing an upper with a downer, and it's causing constrictions of your blood vessels. And I was like, what do you mean? And they said, well, if you don't quit now. And they asked me how old I was, and I said, oh, I'm 23. And they're like, you won't make it to 25. And the reality was, for me, is that I didn't care. The first thing I did is I got everything together. I got all my stuff together. I left the hospital, and I went straight back to using. Another month, and I think I'm just about overdue on my time here, but another month passed, and I finally hit my own bottom, where I had a whole bunch of medications. I took them all and downed it, with a bottle of vodka, and I woke up in the hospital. And the reason why I say this part as like a part of my story is because I was at the jumping off point. I did not want to give up drugs and alcohol, but I wanted to live okay. You know, I wanted to have a good life, and I knew that the only way I could live that was in recovery, but I knew that there was a lot of work ahead of me, and I didn't want to do that work because I knew it was going to be painful, you know. And so I woke up in the hospital. A buddy of mine who I'd been using with was a year sober. He showed up in my hospital bed, gave me a big book of Alcoholics Anonymous. I said, man, get that shit out of here. I don't want to read that right now. He wrote in the front page the number of a treatment center, and he told me to call it on Monday. I think it was a Friday night. So I sat there and I thought about it and I thought about it, and I was like, well, I can try. What if I try? You know? And I called the number. 5 days later, I got into the program. And I remember sitting there and thinking, like, man, what the hell have I gotten myself into? Like, I got to stay sober for the rest of my life now. And, you know, luckily I had a relationship with a guy in the program, and I called him up and I said, I want to leave, you know, I want to leave. I get a government check on Friday. I want to leave. He said, and this is super important for me. He said, you want to leave because you're so fearful of what your higher power is going to show you. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, you go upstairs right now, go like get on your knees, say to something, thank you. And I said, man, I'm not thankful for anything. I don't have anything left. Just say thank you because you're sober today, aren't you? And I said, yeah. Well, go say thank you. So I went and said thank you. And long story short, in May of this year, I'll be celebrating seven years, you know, and that's the crazy part. And I'm so glad that, you know, to be even a part of this for the little period of time, that 15 minutes, that's all I need, you know, because I'm so lucky to be able to be a part of this crew, this event, you know, to be sharing. Jay, congrats on 16 years, man. That's awesome. I just want to say I'm an extremely grateful person today. My life is completely, you know, done a 360. I got 2 daughters. I'm married. I'm a certified addictions counselor, you know, and I actually just got clinical counselor where I work. I also forgot to mention that I'm a counselor at ARC too, so that I try and carry that message to those kids that are still suffering and do my part, you know. So again, I'm super lucky to be here. It's awesome to be part of the solution. I'm very grateful for, you know, Jay, even though you made the big T joke, you know, I'm grateful to be here. And yeah, congrats again.
I had to do it. You know, that's a story of perseverance is what that is. That's like a story of perseverance, you know what I mean? Of a story of like just not like wanting to give up, but wanting to give up, right? If that makes any sense. I want to give up, but I don't want to give up. Like you're on this, like, you know, those scales, you know, what were the trivector scales when we used to weigh dope? Anyways, I never did that, but maybe somebody did. Triple beam, that's the triple beam scales, those things, right? Like, you know what I mean, right? That's kind of what it is. And, you know, that, like, you got a powerful story, bro. And like the world needs to hear your story, you know, and, I'm proud of you. I'm grateful. I told you I'd have you a part of this. When I make a commitment, Brooke and Carl will tell you I follow through with commitments. So I'm grateful. I hope that you guys are in Edmonton. I hope you guys come, and I hope you hit the big stage in Edmonton. So thank you for being here, brother.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm really
Appreciate
excited with the partnership with ARC and Sierra and everything that I've built with her and how amazing she is and your whole team there. Your whole team's amazing, right? So You guys are doing some great things in Alberta, and I'm really excited that as young as we are, like people like ARC are open to partner with us. Like people, you know what I'm saying? So it makes me really excited about that. So thank you for sharing.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. Thank you so much. It was really great meeting ARC at the Calgary event. We had a blast. I'm going to try something here because we have one more speaker. He's a little new to speaking, so no, I'm just kidding. He's kind of the guy that created this whole platform here. Hold on. Are you ready for this?
Go.
Yeah, so that was the song that Jay stepped onto the stage, the first event for Empower to Recover Live. And it is true. All he does is win no matter what. Like, he did not give up through so many roadblocks and everything through this journey. And I can't wait for you to share your whole story today and your 16 years. Congratulations, Jay. That's incredible. I know before we hopped on here, we were kind of joking about doing a roast, and Angel and her dad were laughing and saying, "Yeah, for anyone in Gamblers Anonymous, if you would have put money on Jay not being sober today, you would have lost. But like, you would have bet that he wouldn't have made it here." Basically, is what they were saying, and we were laughing really hard. But I see the work you've done over the last year, especially just to become such a powerful servant really in your community, and how you show up for people is really inspiring. Yeah, come on out, come share. Happy 16. It's been a long day, hey?
Not really, this is everybody that came, thank you. It's just one of those things. I don't know. Somebody sent me this. I want to open it now. I don't know who sent it. Well, isn't that nice? It didn't even have anything on it. It just said to me, and it looks like it's a chain. It is a chain. So sober as fuck. No, I'm lying. February 11th. So it's a chain. It's I guess this is what I'm wearing from now on. So whoever sent that, thank you very much for sending that to me.
That's got to be Jamie. That's got to be Jamie.
Don't know who sent it, but whoever sent it, thank you. Yeah, if you would have asked me 16 years ago, would we be raising voices and inspiring change across Canada? I don't think that was even possible. I don't like to talk a lot about my past because it's not about the past. I got this big long period of sobriety that I like to talk about because that's what's really gone on in my life, right? I mean, I think everybody's story is kind of the same, right? I was running away from trauma, and that's all I did was run from trauma. So I'd just go pick up shit and get high and drunk and just try and kill myself day after day after day after day. I'd sell drugs, I'd get hookers, I'd do this, I'd do everything like that, right? I just never ever wanted to take the chance just to look in the mirror and look at Jay and go, you know what? I love you. I never ever wanted to do that because I didn't love myself. I had a name change really young. I was born Jay Corey, then I became Jay Barnard. That's probably why I have relationship issues to this day still, because my mom was married 4 times, they're 3 times, dad married 5 times. But that's not their fault. They did the best they could with me. I decided to do what I did, right? So when I entered recovery, I had to decide to do recovery if I wanted recovery. And I was at a point in my life where I needed change. I was looking at 5 years in jail for possession of the purpose of trafficking cocaine for the 5th time. And I was just burnt out. I was burnt out and sick and tired of being sick and tired. And I had a beeper on my ankle. I had to sign into the police station 3 times a day with the beeper. I had a curfew. I mean, I don't even know how they even do. You got a beeper, got to go sign in 3 times, plus you got a curfew. Like, what am I can't even shit, really, like, really, honestly. But like, that's what I had to do. And, you know, but I still found time to use and all that. You know, I still found time to use in that time, right? And I remember I'd go to the counselor and I'd be smoking crack in the bathroom, and then I'd go see the counselor. I'd go back to the bathroom, go see the counselor. I'm like, I can't do this. Like, I don't want to live. Like, what part of don't want to live don't you understand right now? She's like, just go get it out of your system. Get it out of your system. That's what she kept saying to me. Get it out of your system. Anyway, she got me a bed February 11th, 2008 at the Salvation Army Boost Center. And it was very interesting because they just cut my beeper off and said, get to Ottawa from Kenora, Ontario. I was like, cut my beeper off, get on a bus, go to Manitoba, get on a plane, fly to Ottawa, and try and get myself to treatment and not use in any of that period of time when last time I used was February 10th. Are you kidding me? Like, I could have just changed my identity and been like Fred Durst for, you know what I mean? Like, I could have just been Limp Bizkit or something. But that's what they did. They snipped my beeper. You're at a fork in your life, Jay. Good luck. And that was what the system did. The system did that, right? And where they sent me was to this, you know, I get out, you know, because I'd never gone to treatment before. I thought treatment was take a whole bunch of Oxycontins and sleep for 4 days, 5 days, 6 days at a time. I just thought, I didn't know you ate. I didn't know anything. I didn't know any of this. I never tried any of this stuff before. All I tried was killing myself. So when I land in Ottawa, I go to the burger place in the airport, and I eat like 4 burgers fast because I think they're taking my food away from me too. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Where am I going? Then I get a cab and they bring me down to George Street, downtown Ottawa. If you've been to Ottawa, you know where George Street is. He's like, that's over there. I'm like, by the time I get to the door, 6 people have asked me if I want my drug of choice, which is crack. And I'm like, where did they send me? Like, how is this even possible? So I go in there and it's the homeless shelter, right? And I'm like, is this the treatment center? Like, I'm supposed to be getting treatment. I've been asked 6, like, are you trying to like, they're like, oh no, it's down the road. And I'm like, you know, I'm in a small town. Down the road is really down the road. You know what I mean? It's down the road. So you're going for at least 10 minutes. It's down the road. The Anchorage Boost Center was actually 20 feet to the side of the homeless shelter. And I'm like, how do you expect me to not get back in jail here? And anyways, I go in, they're like, did you use? No! But I want to. They asked me like 7 times. They're like, did you use last night? No, I haven't used for a long time. We got a piss test you. I'm like, oh no. Anyways, they you know, and I think I can't really remember, right? Because I was so messed up. I remember throwing the phone and I saw the Anchorage number, threw the phone into the freezer. The freezer started shaking. I was so high. And then I picked up the phone and, you know, I didn't really hear them say it had to be 72 hours clean and sober. I didn't even hear that. So that's what I told the chaplain. I'm like, dude, you send me next door, I'm dead tonight. Like, that's just the bottom line. I'm gonna die tonight. And he let me stay. He went back out and he said, I think he honestly didn't hear us. And there's these little signs of God that came into my life all the time. And that's a sign of God. That's like God giving me another chance, them cutting the beeper off, saying, go get help. You know, but I was in my way. I had ego. I had self-centeredness. I had selfishness. I had pride. I had all this shit that ran my life. And I could never really just see Jay. I could never really just see how amazing I could be, how amazing I am, how lovable I am, how kind I am, how I just want the best for everybody, how I want to hear everybody's story, how I care about everybody, how I want to help everybody, how I want to help myself through other people. Like, I could never ever see that stuff. And I stayed at that program. It was a 4-month program. I ended up staying 6 months. I stayed an extra 2 months just because I had to. If I'm going to do something right, I do it really right. And the reason I stayed is because they used the word graduation, right? And I was like, how do I graduate from being, like, at the time I was calling myself an alcoholic and an addict, but I was like, how do I graduate from being an alcoholic and an addict to an alcoholic and an addict? How do I graduate from that? I don't understand. Like, what are the words there? I'm like, I'm not leaving until I figure, well, you stay as long as you want. Here's a dictionary. Find a word you want to use for your graduation. It's not a graduation. Because in my world, graduation meant I go drink and use. Graduation meant I go have a good time. Graduation means I go mess up, right? And I was like, I'm not graduating. This is a lifelong process of working on trauma. My trauma is not just going to go away. I can work on it every day, and every time I work on it means I'm going deeper to get to the deeper stuff that's been down there for so many years. So I'm never going to run. I'll guarantee you one thing: you will never run out of trauma in life. You will never ever run out of trauma. So if you think you are, you're kidding yourself. There's enough down in your baby toe that you got to try and get to that. But at the end of the day, I came up with the word transitioning, and that's what I did. That's what I was doing. I was transitioning to be a better person. I was transitioning into society. I was transitioning into learning how to pay bills. I was transitioning to learn how to sleep at a proper time. I was transitioning how to eat well. I was transitioning how to look in the mirror and say, Jay, I love you. Jay, I care about you. I was transitioning into positive talk to myself. I was transitioning into mindset. I was transitioning into I wanted to be a chef. So my biggest goal back then was to be a chef. And I was able to be a chef. I got to go back to Algonquin College. I got my Red Seal. At 9 months, I was looking at 5 years in prison. And at that point in my life, I called my lawyer and he's like, I told you 50-50. What do you mean 50-50? I'm 9 months into this thing. What do you mean 50-50? And then at that point, I had to take onus, right? Like, I did this. I got to do, you do the crime, you do the time. So I was actually okay with doing 5 years because it would have been 3. So that would have put me at 31. I still had a great life, right? I went back and Judge Fraser was like, where's Jay? Where's Jay? Yelling, screaming, dirty, ripped pants, da. Yes, sir, no, sir, suit. He says, I've never seen anybody work so hard to get their life back in such a short period of time in 9 months. I went, he's like, I'm going to reduce your sentence from 5 years to 18 months probation. And I'm going to allow you to go back and fulfill your dream of being a chef. And I was like, how did that happen? And it was the first time in my life that I realized if you help yourself, others are willing to help you. So if you're not helping yourself, others are not going to want to help you. That's why you always see me working on myself. I'm a healaholic, right? We're part of healaholics right here, right now. We're all healing, right? Like, I'm a healaholic. I want to keep healing. I want to keep getting better. I want to keep doing better. I want to keep, I want to keep, because it's just a big experience and I'm just floating in this big experience until I don't float anymore. So I might as well heal while I'm here in this experience, and I might as well have the best life that I can have in this experience. Right. So I went back to Ottawa and I fulfilled that dream to be a Red Sealed chef. I got to work at some of the highest restaurants. I started branding myself as Chef Recovery. And that's truly where the dream of being a motivational speaker and sharing my story, because people are like, you're a chef in recovery and you don't drink, you don't do cocaine off the toilet. Oh, you right. So then all these people started it's over there. There's a front page of the newspaper, the Ottawa Citizen, of a guy, me, Chef Recovery. That's, and that's Ron Ead, and God bless Ron Ead, and he was the one that put Chef Recovery on the map and started actually people reaching out to me saying, hey, you want to share your story? And then I had the great privilege and fortune to go to Fort McMurray and become a celebrity chef, and do things for like Wayne Gretzky and Mark Messier, William Shatner, and Snoop Dogg and Leonardo DiCaprio, and all these really, really cool things that I would have never ever got before, and I think the turning point for me is when the Delta Hotel said, hey, we're going to send you to a relationship coach because you need one. I'm like, I have great relationships with women. What are you talking about? No, Jay, the relationship with yourself. What do you mean? Oh. And then I go there and she's talking, just like Travis said, talking. Then she's like, it's gonna be $1,000. I'm like, what did you say to me? I can go to these rooms for free. And then all of a sudden I started thinking about the 10 million I spent and all this other stuff. And I just gave her the credit card. And the minute I gave her the credit card, it was the first time in my life that I made an interest of an investment in myself. And when you make an interest of an investment in yourself, there's nothing that beats it, because you want to be the best you can be, right? So I was calling that girl. I was like, "You're my coach. I paid you $1,000. You owe me 80 hours a day of help. I'm a healaholic." Like, she was getting sick of me because I was calling so much. But I'm like, I didn't understand that they only worked 8 to 4. I didn't understand that. And then I stayed an extra month. I stayed with her 2 months, and I paid $2,000. And out of that, I came back and I went back to the rooms. And the first thing they said to me when I went to the rooms, "Hey, hey Jay, you're looking good. Hey, what's going on? Did you relapse?" And I was like, "Do you even know what a relapse is?" Because a relapse starts way before the actual end result. So then I started sharing about what I was doing. And then they said that I was on a relapse and I was going to relapse, and you're doing your program wrong and all this other stuff that I was told. So I walked away from the rooms NA and AA at that point in 2011. I love the program to death. I send people to the program. 12 steps is amazing. It got me from the ground up. But that was my experience. And I think it's important to share your experience in there. That's only going to help somebody else that might be going through the same thing. And then I really started building what today is called Hype. And when I mean building, I had it all in my mind. I was helping people with everything in my mind. And I was just helping people nonstop, and being a chef and fulfilling these dreams and living these dreams and traveling. And I was motivationally speaking. I remember I was on stage. It slipped. I was on stage around 5 years, and I was sharing, and all of a sudden I started sharing about getting recovery a different way. And they're like, "You're doing what?" And I was like, because I was scared, right? I was embarrassed because I was told that I was going to relapse. And I'm like, how can I just got a $1,000 check from Gretzky. What do you mean I'm going to relapse? Like, are you kidding me? Like, so then I opened up about this alternative way to recovery that I had figured out. I opened up about this different ways, and getting a standing ovation for like doing something. I don't know what is going on. So I wasn't embarrassed anymore to like really share about my recovery and how I got it, just because I was doing it a different way. And here's the truth. We heard 13 people share today. Everybody's getting their recovery a different way. And not anybody shamed anybody about how they're getting their recovery. You know what they did? That is exciting, right? That's the alternative way to recovery. Then I came back to Kenora, opened a restaurant. I had probably my best gift I ever got in recovery, which is my beautiful daughter, Destiny. I never wanted to have a kid, but we called her Destiny because I'm on a destiny. And I started this journey of being a chef back home, and opened a restaurant, lost the restaurant. Then I opened up a fish processing facility called Freshwater Cuisine, which became international and became national. And we used fish products. We used the waste of fish products and created products for the restaurants, like walleye wings, and we made a fish fertilizer and stock and all that stuff. But in 2018, I hit a rock bottom at my 10 years, and I sold out the Shaw Center downtown Ottawa. And I got off the stage and I went, nobody got anything from me sharing. And I went back to my hotel room and I was just beating myself up. At this point, I had gone through a separation with Destiny's mom, so I didn't really understand co-parenting. I didn't even understand how to be a dad because it was my first kid. I didn't understand any of that stuff. My grandfather just passed away, so I went through that separation, and then my grandfather passed away. My personal life was crumbling. My business life was just on fire. I was speaking all across Canada. I was running a successful business in a town where people told me I couldn't run a successful business. I raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for the business to have it happen. We were an award-winning 7 awards for the business. We were 1 in 5 top businesses in all of Ontario for a leader in innovation. We won $25,000 from the government. I was a 20 under 40 winner. But I came back home and I looked at Destiny, and I I didn't see any love, you know what I mean? And I love my daughter to death, you know, and I was just so broken and just so hurt and just so confused and overwhelmed and didn't really had all these amazing things going on, but it was like my personal life just always seemed to crumble. So my best friend Don hung himself, so I went and tried to hang myself. And it's that 10 years into recovery. And another God moment. The dam wasn't open. Bam! The water rushes out of the dam. I snap out of what I'm doing. I'm like, what am I doing? I go see my counselor and I tell her everything she's going on, and she's just like, Jay. And you know what she said to me? She said, Jay, have you ever said you're proud of yourself and actually mean it? Because not too many people have been able to do what you've been able to do in just this short period of time in your recovery. Most people just get a job, Jay. You fucking traveled, you've done this, you went to school, you got this, you got that. Have you ever just looked in the mirror and went, I'm proud of Jay? And I didn't. I never stopped. When I got that $10,000 tip from Gretzky, I didn't stop. When I got that $7,000 tip from Shatner, I didn't stop. When I got that $5,000 tip I didn't stop. I didn't take it in. And I really learned something from that, because our best teachers are our best lessons, right? So everybody, every person, everything, situation, they're all teachers. And if your heart's open to love, you're gonna allow the teacher to teach you love, and it's gonna be a lesson. Right. And if you have your heart open, then you're gonna have that lesson and you're gonna learn from that lesson, right? So I started working on myself again, 2018, 2019. I have the biggest year in speaking. I do $125,000 speaking across Canada. My business now is doing $2.7 million a year, the fish plant. I just signed a deal with Pratt's for $3.5 million over 2 years. And then COVID came. And I had the great fortune to meet somebody in COVID that really helped me through that process. We're not together today, but she was a great teacher to teach me lessons inside of that. She really helped me through that process. But in the long and short of things, I had a very expensive educational experience of $3 million that I lost through COVID. While doing all that and trying to hold it together with my significant other, which now I have branded us as Canada's recovery couple, and she's in recovery, I'm in recovery. I got myself lost in that. And this is when Brooke came into my life and we started building the program, and the program actually kind of gave me new life, because I had to somehow put this really big piece of my life behind me. And actually like accept it, and because there's nothing I could do. Like, it wasn't my fault that it happened. That was like one of the biggest pills that I had to swallow of that whole entire business. And then Brooke and I met, and we started building Hype Recovery, and we launched it in on my 5,000 days, October 18th. And I knew it was going to do what it was going to do. It actually did more than that. It pushed us to building this. I had 500 people reach out that weren't getting help in the system. Right. So they couldn't afford to get help. They're on wait lists. They're waiting for treatment. They're this, they're that, all these other different things. Right. So that's when I said, hey, let's do. And that's when I met Carl. I met Carl through a Zoom. And then Carl and I talked, and I said, hey, Carl, I got this idea. It's called Empower to Inspire. It's when the convoy was going on. So there's a lot of heat going on around that time. And we started building, and this was my dream since 2015. This platform was my dream. I spoke once in treatment, early treatment. They said, hey, we're going to give you a $50 certificate. Go speak down at the church. And I'm like, you're going to pay me to speak? And at that point, I had no clothes. So I was like, woo, woo, Sally Ann, here we come, baby. And I went down and spoke. Nobody showed up. I thought I was at the wrong place. Thought I was this. Thought I was that. Thought they set me up. So, but in the nature of me, I spoke in the church with God or whoever was there for an hour, and I looked at the whole entire church like it was full of an audience, and I was like, it was one of those moments in my life where it's like I want to do this. I want to do this, and so I go back to the treatment center. I'm like, I don't know if I went to. Oh yeah. They canceled, but here's the $50, and I was like, got the $50 and nobody showed up, and I got to go down and buy myself an aggressive salmon shirt, and I went to my first NA dance, and I picked up my first NA chick at the time, and don't go do that. But anyways, fact of the matter is that that speaking at 3 months led me to the TEDx talk, which led me to manifesting what you see today, which is E2R. We had a massively powerful first online event that raised $986 of public money. That's nobody else's money. That's your guys' money, wanting to be here to help us inspire, raise voices and inspire change, right? The fact of the matter is we had all kinds of different speakers share from all walks of life, not just one walk of life, all walks of life. Right. So we start talking. It's empower to inspire. Brooke says it's taken. She says empower to recover. I got, ooh, let's buy it. And we start building this dream and traveling. I couldn't shut up. I got obsessed about it. I really did. I got to a point of past obsessed. It came to a point where the girl I was with, obviously she left me. But I see today that was a great lesson for me and a great teacher for me. She's a beautiful, beautiful person, going to do some beautiful things in life. She got recovery, and she's got recovery today, and I can be proud of that and how she got it. And through the whole entire process of that, I had to worry about the fish plan and also launch something else. So we're in the middle of launching something else when I just went through this whole huge educational experience of losing this money, and I'm putting everything into this thing. Like I sold my 2010 Challenger to pay a speaker last year. Not a lot of people know that. Now everybody knows that. Why did you sell your Challenger to pay a speaker, Jay? Because we're on an online event in 2024. That's why I did it. Do you know how many people we helped by us doing that? We don't even know the amount of people that saw this today. We don't. And the Challenger can be replaced. Somebody's life cannot be replaced. So it doesn't matter what you have or anything like that. That's all materialistic shit. You cannot bring back another person's life. I can get another Challenger. So for me, when I went and sold everything and put everything into this platform like I did in the beginning, I knew what we had. I already knew what I had. I just had to get some great people around me like I got today, like Brooke and Carl and Giselle and the rest of the team and the directors and all the people and Cindy, we do want to talk to you as well. I know I got to get on the phone with you. I want to talk to you. I know you've done some great things and I want to get you a part of this. For me, everything I ever set my life out to do in recovery, I've accomplished. Not in my time, because I wanted to sell out the Vancouver Stadium or whatever. What was it? Commonwealth Stadium in Vancouver or something for 70,000 people. I wanted to do an event a month the first year. I was like, let's do it. We can do this. Meantime, we do 3 events and I almost kill myself, like literally. So, but last year was my biggest teacher, my biggest lesson, my biggest, last year was, I'll tell you right now, last year, 2023 was my biggest breakthrough in life. I really saw what I had in the tank when it came to pushing and making things happen. I saw when it came to focus and really caring about people, what happens. I saw when you get a team that's as excited as you are, that's where the magic is. I saw when you have the superpower recovery, it's unstoppable. 486 people attended all those events, 32 speakers, 3 different cities, 3 different provinces, 47 different community partners, 21 people we helped. Raised $60,056. Not even a year old yet. So I saw that. Now I went through a lot of personal stuff to get that. But, the personal stuff is what got me to the change that I have today. So Brooke talks about 6 months to change. I had to go through that personal stuff in order to be the Jay I am today. Because this isn't about Jay. This is about all of us that are on here and everybody else that came in today and all the cities that we went to and all the other cities that we're going to and everybody that I talk to every single day. And this thing's bigger than everybody. And I think it's one of the most important things at coming up on 44 years old is life's not about me anymore. And it's one of the most freeing things in the world to say that life's not about me anymore. This thing is going the way it's going because of that. I had a huge relief there the other day. We actually sold the fish plant, lost another $75,000, but we sold it. But at the end of the day, that past life of mine is behind me, which is exciting. Now February 29th, I go for a hip replacement, get that done. And now I'm like a new man. So, if you're a person that is struggling or you are a person that feels you're never going to get anything in life or you think you've been dealt the shitty hand or you think any of that stuff, we hit our $1,000 goal. Did you just write that? Did we really? So this is what I'm saying is I know that we have something really special here for people, including the veterans, including the people that work, including the youth. You guys just heard Street Angel, one of the most beautiful souls in the world, speak. 17 years old. Text me right away. How did I do? You're beautiful. Keep being you. Really? Yes, you are. Like that's what it's doing. You heard Taylor speak from AARC. Jamie's switching it up and really in tuning to a different way of recovery. You heard Carl and what Carl's done over the years. You heard Brooke speak about opening up and talking about massive grief in her life and how she's dealing with that grief to get her through it. You heard Travis speak about how he found a program and a guy that believed in him and gave him his life he has today. You heard Giselle speak about the amazing things she's doing and what she's done. Crystal, Narissa, Nate. There's so many amazing stories out there that we have the opportunity to share all of them. Now, that may sound big, and I only think big, so it is big. But, from the bottom of my heart, I mean, like at the end of the day, I just love everybody. I've come to a place in my life where I love myself. And because I love myself, I just pour out love. Doesn't matter it doesn't matter who you are. Doesn't matter what you've done. I'm just going to show you love, kindness, and compassion. And that's what we do. That's why people feel comfortable to come to us. That's why we're getting the partnerships we're getting today. That's why we're getting the people come to the platform like I told you, Brooke, 2 years ago. That's why it's all happening. But I did do a major shift in 6 months. You're right. I have. And that major shift has humbled me. And it's one of the best feelings of my life. So at 16 years into recovery, I don't even know what's happening next. All I know is I'm a healaholic. I'm going to keep healing and I'm going to keep being a healaholic and we're going to keep traveling across Canada. We're going to keep doing cities, towns, and communities. We're going to keep sharing stories. The live events are absolutely amazing. I couldn't have asked for better 16-year togetherness with you guys and everybody that came before this. So yeah, thank you for tried to get us to 5 o'clock. I got us to 4:20. Does that mean we get high now?
Do you know when I put that message in the chat, here it's 2:16, or it was 2:16. 2 divided by 16 is 8. It's everywhere today. Jay, thank you so much. Congratulations on 16 years. Thank you for like just being absolutely relentless in your dreams, because without that, we wouldn't be here today. Like, honestly, the only way that we lose is if we give up on ourselves and on our dreams, on our recovery, and you never give up. You know, you've been through some insanely hard things. And I think the transformation I'm talking about in the last 6 months was I watched you surrender. Because you had this drive, you were like, I'm going to do this. I'm going to rebuild back to 3 million. Here we come. Like, nothing's going to get me down. And I watched you go from that mentality to letting it all go, being willing to release everything, your relationship, the business, the everything, and surrender and say, hey, like, it's not me. I'm not going to do anything. Like, and you just, let this become something beyond what we thought it could be possible. And it's just so incredible. And it's only going to get better from here. This is our first year. Like, it's only up
First
from
year
here.
and fourth event.
Yeah.
That's insane to even think. Right? And there was 33 tickets or something. So there was 30 people that held almost all day.
Yeah.
Like, that's pretty good to hold 30 people online all day.
And anybody who did miss this, we are going to send out a email with a link to this video. I'm going to be putting it on YouTube as well. Please share it with your friends and family, anybody that you know that could get value from these speakers today. I cannot believe what a powerful day this was. Everyone who showed up, everyone who spoke, all the people who didn't even realize they were going to show up and speak today. Oh my gosh. Someone just came in the room.
Holy shit. Hey, buddy. Are you gonna pop? There he is.
How are you?
There he is. So I wanted to make this announcement today because I haven't made the announcement yet. I've been kind of hinting. Me and this cool dude here. We've been connected for probably about a year, maybe a little bit more, eh? And I'm like, dude, I'm getting you to Canada. Dude, I'm getting you to Canada. Dude, I'm getting you to Canada. Dude, I'm getting you to Canada.
And I am truly excited.
And so we got the keynote speaker in Timmins, Ontario on April 13th at the Center Cultural La Ronde is no other than Kalichi himself. He's going to be there sharing his story and singing some of his music. That is phenomenal. I'm grateful for you, brother. I told you we'd pull this off. We've pulled it off. Thank you. Thank you for believing.
No, yeah, absolutely. And just come to your country and give a positive message of recovery, and share about how my life once was and how it is today, and the work that I put in to get where I am. And I just want to make an impact, and I believe that's what you're already doing, and I just want to add to that. So I'm the one that's grateful. So thank you.
Awesome, brother. Yeah, I appreciate it. You snuck in here at the right time.
Yeah.
We're just finishing up.
Okay. Well,
Right on.
yeah. So, like I said, today the Super Bowl, which I'm not a huge football fan, but I'm currently somewhere my fiance's family, and there's a lot of people. So
awesome. Hey, I appreciate you just popping in, and I just wanted to make this announcement. I know next week, once we get some material, we're gonna really make it loud for Timmins and there beyond. So yeah, I really appreciate you sneaking away and coming in and just saying hi quick.
Absolutely, I appreciate it.
Hey, brother. Big love, eh?
All right,
Get
bye.
back to your family and have fun. We love you.
Love you too.
Hey, buddy. Talk soon.
That's incredible. Jay, speaking of Timmins, why don't you share all of the events that are coming up and how people can get tickets?
So April 13th is Timmins, Ontario at the Centre Culturel La Ronde. I hope I said that right. If I'm Francais, that's pretty close. That is tickets right now are on Wix, right?
At empower2recover.com.
Yeah, right. Sorry, on www.empower2recover.com. And you just saw the keynote speaker is going to be Kalichi. He's got some wicked music. Hope's a great song he sings. Freedom's another great song. He's done some amazing things in the US, and I'm just really grateful that me and him and our platform have been able to make this work for him to come to Timmins. We also have some phenomenal other speakers coming to Timmins as well. As of right now, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12 or 13 different speakers. Your event, or that event, also is getting catered by Red Seal Catering. Jessica is actually a chef in recovery, which makes me really excited because she's going to be sharing her story as well. She's 7 years into recovery, so Jessica's going to be doing the food, and then she's going to be sharing her story. Then we're rolling into Edmonton, Alberta for our biggest event on May 11th. Which is ironic. Oh, also April 13th would have been my grandfather's 96th birthday in Timmins, so we're going to be celebrating my grandfather's birthday as well on that day. Then our fifth live event, I guess, right? Our sixth event, though. May 11th at the Edmonton Convention Center. Tickets are available right now. Actually, we're going to probably link that up to the website too, eh? The Eventbrite page to the website for that, yeah? Yeah. So right now you can get them on Eventbrite, but the ticket link will be up on the www.empower2recover.com. It also includes the catered lunch, and we also have a discount code for the Marriott Hotel, which is next door. The venue is absolutely beautiful. Carl was there the other day. He saw it. It's got an overlooking view over the Edmonton Canal. It's gonna have a stage that's I don't even know. Stage was huge.
Beautiful.
We're in talks right now with a really amazing keynote speaker. I don't want to drop that one yet, but we do have a really amazing keynote speaker. We are partners with the Mental Health Foundation in Edmonton, so they will be there. That's amazing. And we have we will have the hashtag share your story E2R person share their story for the first time on stage. So that's massively exciting. Then I think we might try and do another online event. Brooke brought up 424. I don't know if we can make that happen, but we might. So that might be the next online event. We are working on another live event in Saskatoon. It isn't confirmed yet, but it's a 2-day event. I'll know more tomorrow about that one. There's a weekend that doesn't happen for another 7 years, and I want to really utilize this weekend. So August 31st is International Overdose Awareness Day, and September 1st is the beginning of Recovery Month. They actually land on a Saturday, Sunday. That doesn't happen again for 7 years. So that would be amazing if E2R could put something on. And then we get into Recovery Month. I do have Kenora booked for September 13th. I don't know if we're going to be coming back to Kenora, if we're going somewhere else in Alberta. And then we'll probably do another online event in November because we're not doing events in November again. Also, we do have the TV show rolling. So next week, because I don't have Destiny, I'm going to start interviewing people to be on the DDR, which is a daily dose of recovery. You get 11-minute interview on tips, tricks, and solution, and what's your superpower to your recovery. What's the superpower of recovery? And then we also have blog posts that we're doing now as well to share out more stuff. We're also actually, I want to say this too, because we are working with her. We have an island in Nicaragua. Right now, she's actually there. And she's actually got a sober island. Her name it's the Sea Star Spa and Dry Resort. Darcy is doing some phenomenal things, and it just so happens there's only 5 resorts that actually are alcohol-free, drug-free, and she has one there. We're looking at working with her to make it a really wellness recovery retreat. So if you do want to Google her, and if you are scared to travel or whatever, I would really take a look at Bighorn Island in Nicaragua. It is a beautiful place, and we're looking to bring stuff to that island with Darcy. So it's exciting times for Empower to Recover. And it's exciting times for the team. It's exciting times for the new people that are coming on board. It's exciting that we raised $1,000 on our first online event. That's insane to even think. So thank you for that one. And then, we have a podcast as well. So the podcast is on Spotify and Apple and all major platforms. So it's Empower to Recover podcast. Brooke and I are going to get some of the speakers up there again. We got to get back on that one. So that's there. That's a great resource. It's got all kinds of people's different stories up on that as well. We also have a YouTube channel. So you can go to our YouTube channel, Empower to Recover YouTube channel. Please subscribe. We got videos up there. The whole recovery day from Kenora is up there. Also, make sure to like at Empower to Recover on Instagram and at Empower to Recover on Facebook, and share like hashtag Empower to Recover Foundation. Those are the things that are going to get us noticed and out there. So that's pretty cool. Kalichi just popped in.
Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you so much to all the speakers and everybody who shared their time with us today. And yeah, please share the video when it goes live.
Carl, it looks like you want to say something. I can tell that look on your face.
No, I'm spaced out. I've been working all day, so I'm just spaced out now. No, beautiful. I've got nothing to say. So everything's been said. It's awesome to be.
You have nothing to say.
Nothing is everything in the oneness of nothingness. How's a pop?
Okay, well,
all good.
Their first online event of 2024, Empower to Recover. If you got your cameras on, flip your cameras on. Let's take a picture. Whoever's left, I don't care what you look like. Put your hey Dan, hey Dan, how you doing, Dan, Trevor? Okay, put all your cameras on. Listen, I'm sitting in my pajamas here, so y'all can't be that bad. Oh, there's my buddy Al. There's my buddy Albie in the corner. I thought that was you. Hey, brother. Hey, everybody pop your camera on. We're going to take a quick picture of this. I hope you don't mind.
Where's Jamie gone?
Jamie said he'd turn off his camera because he's up to something. Okay, are we ready?
We are ready.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Beautiful.
There
Love it. Look at all your faces now. I just conned you to come show me your faces. Thank you very much for coming today. We will be doing it again. All the people that helped us raise $1,000. We were only set it at 500. We doubled that. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you. And we will see you in Timmins, Ontario, April 13th at the LaRon. Cindy, I'll be in contact with you. Okay, bye-bye.